Hello, chat. We are live with day number 8 of our प्रिय उज़्बेकिस्तान चेस कप एंड चैट आज के मैचअप्स बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग हैं because we have two Indians battle each other. So welcome chat. बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा. मेरे गले की बैंड बजी है लेकिन प्लेयर्स की बैंड बिल्कुल नहीं बजी because Indians still in the hunt for first place. And of course, chat, first of all, the star matchup of today, it is Prag against Arjun. As you can see, let's go over the first few moves. C4, G6, and हमने देखा है अर्जुन को recently ये D6, G6 बहुत ज्यादा खेलते हुए. आता है E4, E5. Wait, what? Wow. So we are already in very interesting territory. First of all, E4 काफी natural नहीं है. Sometimes D4, knight C3, knight F3 can be possible, but E4 खेला, E5 खेला, knight F3, knight C6, D4 takes, and काफी ही weird setup में हम लोग हैं. And look at this chat. Look at this. Look at this move. In this position, already on move number 5, Prague has come up with a novelty. This move has never been played before, and that would justify why Prag was looking at Arjun. Phantom goes by. That would justify it all. And already look at this here. You would want to develop your piece, put the knight on c3, but no, he plays the move knight to e2. And of course, Arjun, in typical style, in a completely new position, plays the first preference of the engine, pawn to d6. So Prag का idea फिलहाल के लिए innovative है, but will it have an effect on Erigesi Arjun? Only time will tell. इट इज नॉट अ मिस्टेक आई थिंक. कई बार ना चैट, कई बार सेकंड बेस्ट, थर्ड बेस्ट, फोर्थ बेस्ट मूव भी इंजन की खेलनी पड़ती है जस्ट टू कंफ्यूज योर ओपोनेंट, एंड दैट्स द मेन पर्पस. एंड प्रग एक्सपेक्टिंग D6 प्लेस नाइट C3 क्विकली, एंड आई थिंक अब ब्लैक का आइडिया, वन आइडिया इज टू प्ले नाइट F6 एंड कैसल्स, बट अनदर क्रेजी आइडिया इज जस्ट टू प्ले F5. एंड अगर ये हो गया ओवर द बोर्ड, दैट कुड मीन कि अर्जुन की इस पोजिशन की अंडरस्टैंडिंग बहुत ही एपिक है, बट इट वुड ऑल्सो हलचल. Yep, the neon shoes on. And Neeraj, can we have the standings once just to show you where the players stand? And chat, मेरे गले की literally इतनी लगी हुई है ना, I cannot tell you भाई. ये मैं उठा आज नोदरबेक 5 पॉइंट पे, अर्जुन 4.5, याकोविच 4.5, and Prag of course still with a, okay, I think less chance to finish first unless Noderbek loses today. So we'll of course see how it turns out. And of course Arjun को हराना पड़ेगा, and Arjun को first आने के लिए Prag को हराना पड़ेगा. So बहुत interesting position है right now. And now we go back to the matchup. Who do you think will win today in Blitz Championship, Nihal or Firuz Jah? Bhai, that's an interesting question. If you can go back to the camera, I think, yeah, Firuz Jah has to be the favorite in that match. There's no doubt about it. Lekin, knowing how Nihal played, how he came back, and I would say 60-40 in favor of Firuz Jah, maybe. Maybe not like worse than that. There's some chances there. Yeah, I would say. एंड चैट नाउ अर्जुन अगेन इन डीप थॉट. एक नई ओपनिंग आई है एंड एक ब्रीफ लुक हम अरविंद की तरफ भी मारेंगे जस्ट टू काइंड ऑफ सी ही इज प्लेइंग रिचर्ड रैपोर्ट एंड E4 C5 नाइट F3 ऑन द बोर्ड. सो रैपोर्ट अगेन ऑप्टिंग फॉर द सिसिलियन डिफेंस. सो मान के चलो कि बहुत खतरनाक मैचअप होने वाला है एंड अरविंद हैज टू बी ब्रिंग हिज ए गेम टू चैलेंज द 100 एक्यूरेसी रिचर्ड रैपोर्ट. एंड आज दो ही इंडियन गेम्स है बिकॉज दो इंडियंस का आपस में है एंड कल के जो मैचअप्स है चैट उसमें भी दो इंडियंस का आपस में है. सो इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि लास्ट राउंड में यूजुअली जहां तक मुझे याद है दे यूज्ड टू अवॉइड द सेम प्लेयर क्लैशेस, बट दैट्स नॉट द केस. आज अर्जुन प्रग है, कल अर्जुन चिदम्बरम है, एंड कल ऑफ कोर्स नोदरबेक वर्सेस प्रग भी है. सो इफ प्रग विंस टुडे ही माइट हैव अ चांस टू फिनिश फर्स्ट बाय डिफीटिंग नोदरबेक इन द फाइनल राउंड. Bullet chess is not chess. I disagree. I think it's a different format. Is it like the highest accuracy chess? No. But even in bullet chess, top players play at 90 accuracy. So 90 accuracy, may if you played 90 accuracy in classical, if I played 90 accuracy in classical, I would say that's a pretty well fought game. So I disagree there. Maybe you and I playing bullet is not professional chess, but these players playing bullet chess is. बर्लिन खेल लेते. नहीं नहीं भाई निहाल का मैच यार एग्जैक्ट टाइम मुझे पता नहीं है, बट आई थिंक इट विल बी आफ्टर मित्रबा. सो फर्स्ट इट विल बी मित्रबाज मैच, अगला मैच होगा अर्जुन का, एंड उसका अगला मैच आई थिंक निहाल का है. सो समथिंग लाइक दैट. या सो ऐसा कुछ पैटर्न फॉलो करेंगे. एंड कल से स्ट्रीम थोड़ी छोटी होगी, आई थिंक आधे घंटे कम होगी कल से. तो विल फिनिश बाय मिडनाइट टुनाइट. अरुण प्रेइंग टू गॉड इज सो क्यूट. ही इज प्रेइंग टू गॉड. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई, रियली? Bhai, rapport already. E6, D4, takes, and A6 played. So trying to spice up matters in the opening. सिचुएशन डिफेंस खेल दिया है एंड कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी यहाँ जरूर होगा. इस ओपनिंग में ना चैट यूजली गेम बहुत लंबी चलती है. Black will try to bring knight c6, queen c7, knight f6, d6, b6, bishop b7 एंड बहुत मैन्यूवरिंग करनी पड़ती है दोनों साइड्स को. वाइट को चूज करना है, डज ही वांट द मेरोक्सी बाइंड स्ट्रक्चर और नॉट c4 खेलना है कि नहीं. So will be very, very interesting. And chat, welcome to the stream. If you hear me talking slowly or less, it's probably because of my throat. But I have a question for you. Do you think that final round loss yesterday for Arjun versus Sam Sevian will hurt him right now? Like, will that loss hurt his confidence? Or do you think कि भाई bullet chess था, online था, so Arjun will not really let it affect his confidence? What do you think, chat? Yes or no? Will that affect Arjun's confidence going into the classical? In starting as he held his hands. Yeah, I mean, I think many players do. Yeah, I think if you've played over the board chess, you know, बहुत सारे लोग बहुत सारी प्रथाएं करते हैं. Some people have some lucky, I don't know, ऐसे भगवान की फोटो रख देते हैं बोर्ड के नीचे. कई लोगों के अपने अपने सीन्स होते हैं भाई. Yes, tomorrow is the last round, Rashmi, for this tournament, and it starts at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. So कल थोड़ा जल्दी होगा राउंड. एंड निधि भाई कल हमें भी जल्दी उठना पड़ेगा. एंड रात को बुलेट से खत्म होगा 12-1 बजे, एंड देन सुबह स्ट्रीम है. बढ़िया भाई, मेरे गले को तो मतलब बस खत्म. No effect. That's good to know. So पूरी chat unanimously कह रही है कि it will not hurt his confidence. Only one guy saying, दो तीन लोग कह रहे हैं थोड़ा बहुत. But I think, yeah, I think I would say कि maybe 5% it affects his confidence. But once he gets a decent position, right? Once he's out of opening troubles, I think then he'll forget about it. So ऐसा कुछ है. And of course, he staged an epic comeback against Tuamin Le. So उससे भी थोड़ा confidence बढ़ना भी चाहिए. Arjun is tired. I agree, man. Even I am tired, so I can imagine Arjun also getting tired. Bhai. He also has to play at the top level. Dikta nahi hai. He's not talking. He's not walking. I mean, he is walking, but not that much. But it's the mental anxiety of calculating that does kind of put a lot of pressure on you. You burn a lot of calories, as you have seen. Yeah, top level chess is equivalent to like a 1 hour top level chess game is equivalent to 2 hours of tennis. So that's how strong it can be. Tomorrow लास्ट है बुलेट. नो इट इज गोइंग टू टेक प्लेस टिल 28, सो परसों तक है. बट इंडियन प्लेयर्स तक जाने चाहिए. सो इफ इंडियन प्लेयर्स गेट नॉक्ड आउट देन वी डोंट स्ट्रीम द फाइनल डे. So it depends. If Nihal, Arjun, Mitraba, any of them can reach the final day, reach the grand final, then of course we will stream it. I think Nihal has the best chance right now because abhi winners bracket mein hai. So he has basically guaranteed himself, to play till day 3 for now. I want to say about today's match between Prag and Arjun. Who wins, draws, less, but Prag's cool, Arjun's cool too. That's why I say bye bye. रजनी कांथन, अरे भाई भाई भाई, ये कैमरा पे ये कैमरा ने स्विमिंग कॉस्ट्यूम क्यों पहना है भाई? डू कैमरास हैव लाइक कवर्स लाइक ड्यूरिंग रिकॉर्डिंग? आई डिडंट नो दैट. आई थॉट कैमरास लाइक हैव टू बी लाइक ऐसे बिकॉज द वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. बिकॉज आई थॉट आई हैव नेवर सीन कैमरास विद अ कवरिंग लाइक दिस. मे बी जस्ट मी चैट. आपने देखा कभी? I thought cameras हमेशा ऐसे वो होते हैं like bare because you might need to press buttons. By the way, chat, that's a shocking move from Arjun. That's a shocking move. He comes up with an ambitious move f5, the best move in the position, in a novelty played by Prag. That's a novelty. Knight e2 was a novelty. d6 best move. Knight c3 best move. f5 best move. Chat, if I was not an Arjun fan by now I am. What a find, yeah. It needs not only immense understanding of the position, not only great calculation, but also huge confidence on your own chess. So I think beautiful move. And Prag, of course, still trying to put psychological pressure on Arjun to show him कि हाँ भाई तूने f5 निकाल दिया. I am still in the driver's seat. But you know what? I think just playing f5 would have really dented Prag's, confidence about getting an advantage a little bit at least. And यहाँ पे chat, very interesting. Black might even be able to go queen side here. I think that's a genuine possibility to launch an attack on the king side. So it's not a one-way street. And Prag को already ये bishop pair के nightmares आ रहे होंगे rapport की game से. So his preparation is really valuable here. Super important chat. And chat, by the way, if you are a title player, stay tuned. There's an update coming soon. I think today or tomorrow, you have an opportunity to play in a very strong event. So that will be announced soon. But meanwhile, chat, knight g3 on the board. देख रहे हैं क्या होगा यहाँ पे. Arjun still calculating. I think he has to save the bishop because इतनी सारी weak light squares है. You cannot give the only piece up जो इन squares को protect कर सकता है. Protection is very important for these light squares, and bishop e6 I think would be a logical move. And then if you try to pin this bishop, I can quickly play queen d7, castles, then rook e8, and aapke pieces ही awkward है. So Prag also has to be on point. देखो भाई, क्या लगता है? Will chess after 20 years be freestyle? यार, oh my god, my throat. I'm gonna be honest. 20 years predict करना, if you go back 20 years, that was 2005. उस टाइम पे मैंने चेस खेलना चालू भी नहीं किया था. You know, Gukesh wasn't even born yet. Prag wasn't born yet. We had, basic maybe Nokia mobile phones. Some of the rich people in the country, maybe like the engines, like engine की ELO उस time पे 2800 हुआ करती थी. There was, I don't know if there was Chesilcom then, maybe not actually. So that just tells you 20 साल predict करना is almost impossible. So I can maybe make a prediction for 5 years. 5 years may no, but 20 years prediction karna. Anybody who's saying ki I can predict 20 years, unless your name is ChatGPT, even then I doubt it. But I don't think it's possible to predict what will happen 20 years from now to chess. Meanwhile, Prag still in his confident pose. I've noticed chat, तीनों Indians, Gukesh, Prag and Arjun, इनका favorite pose यही है, crossed arms. Have you noticed this? Gukesh का तो है ही, as we know. Prag right now, and Arjun also I've seen in multiple games in this event. So all of them have the same crossed arms pose, like which they love. जल्दी खेलो, पनवेल निकलना है भाई. इतने में तो हमने कम से कम 20 बुलेट गेम देख ली होती कल रात को. If you missed the Bullet Chess Championship yesterday, chat, do not miss it today. निहाल वर्सेस फिरूजा होने वाला है. सीयू कर रहे हैं भाई. भाई इतना पढ़ने की भी गले में ताकत नहीं है. जल्दी खेलो भाई, पनवेल निकलना है. वाह. सो पनवेल से लोग बोर हो चुके हैं, अब पनवेल निकलना है. थैंक यू अनुज भाई. यस, आई विल ट्राई टू डू दैट. क्योंकि आज स्ट्रीम है, आज रात को स्ट्रीम है, कल स्ट्रीम है, कल रात को स्ट्रीम है, परसों रात को स्ट्रीम है. सो गले को अभी बहुत दूर जाना है भाई. Meanwhile, 12 minute पीछे Arjun. I don't think he should worry about the clock right now because the fact that this has never been played before means कि white की advantage कुछ खास नहीं है. So if he finds the best move, he might equalize very quickly. I can't imagine in this position you put the knight back. That is supposed to be a huge challenging move for black. Don't think so. So, it breaks the opening principles of moving the same piece twice, moving your pieces backwards, blocking your bishop. And by the way, again, Arjun playing the best move, bishop e6. What a goat, man. What a goat. Do you think there's any chance Arvind beats Rapport? You know what? Let's have a 20-second look and decide for ourselves. I think yes, there is definitely a chance. He has the white pieces. Seems like he has the center under his control. So I would say yes. Lekin, it's the kind of position where Arvind, if he takes a draw, he should be happy right now. Sometimes it's more about controlling the damage. If you're under heavy fire, the first thought that should come to mind is defense. Let me save myself first and then kind of think about how I can retaliate. So I think फिलहाल के लिए if Arvind gets a draw, एक तो Arjun Arvind के नाम इतने similar है. So if Arvind gets a draw, I think that should be good enough against Rapport, who is now in epic form. So if there's a way to kind of get a simple position, hold on to a slight edge, playing for two results, that's what Arvind should go for. Especially because Rapport इतना creative है ना, just playing solid chess against him might do very well because he might complicate matters. हमने कल देखा against Arjun, if he had not repeated, he had that rook b5 move for an advantage. So if Rapport trying to complicate matters could have actually lost that game for him even in a completely drawn position. So Arvind ko calm khelna chahiye. He should not like over push for a win at all today. Play it safe and sound. Hope for a like go for a draw is fine, and of course wait for chances by that port. Meanwhile, bishop e6 played, and Parag plays the best move in a second, bishop e2. And now, chat, very interesting moment in the game. Because black के पास कुछ interesting moves है. One idea is queen d7. The idea is, well, very obvious, no points for guessing. Castles and rook e8 threatening something here. Let's say white castles, I castle, and of course bishop g5 attacking the rook, rook e8, and now you play rook e1, and you can knight f6. And to be honest, I think it's anybody's game. Both sides have a chance to attack, even black, by the way. Second option for black is he can play knight f6 and keep all options open. Like he can castle kingside, I think. Castles, for example, and he can think, okay, maybe I want to go kingside, but kingside karte hi na, I think white will be slightly better because ye diagonal open hai. Maybe tiny bit better. Yeah, अर्जुन को थोड़ा सा डिफेंड करना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे. Third option is a very creative move. It's an ambitious move, but equally risky. But if anybody plays it, it's Arjun. And the move is queen to h4. And that's the best move in the position. But extremely risky because the idea is if you castle, I can not only take, okay, taking a pawn is, okay, you don't want to exchange the lights ka bishop because king center mein hai, but I can now castle. And now I am threatening bishop takes c4. I'm also threatening bishop c3 in some cases. And my queen is very near your king now. Imagine knight f6, knight g4, already threatening mate in one. And if you play h3, then of course you weaken this knight and some squares. So queen h4 also an interesting weapon for black here. So अर्जुन के पास काफी अच्छे अच्छे ऑप्शंस है. And as of now in this opening setup, Parag की preparation kitni deep hai matters. And chat, as we have seen in the last 3 days, the mistake Parag has made is he has prepared extremely complicated ideas. And then once his prep ran out, he made mistakes. So yesterday he drew, of course, but before those 2 games, that's what went wrong for him. So आज वही गलती ना हो. If Arjun is able to somehow equalize completely, then Parag, I hope his preparation is much, much deeper than what it was against, Rapport, for example. Best move is knight g7. Yeah, knight g7, I'm not sure why knight e7. Why not go to a further square, right? Knight e7 ka benefit kya as compared to knight? The only benefit I see is bishop is open. But I like knight f6 more because आप knight g4 जा सकते हो, यहाँ पे थोड़ा center पे break control कर सकते हो. It's a more active move. You control the e4 square as well. कल को knight e4 आएगा, I can just take. And if you play knight e7, I mean, knight d5, knight e4, you can't do anything about this knight. Imagine knight e4, bishop g5, knight f6 check. That's a bit uncomfortable, I think, for black. Predictions, okay. So आज इंडिया के 2 मैचेस हैं. लेट्स गो गेम बाय गेम चैट. प्रेडिक्शन करते हैं आज की, ठीक है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, अरविंद अगेंस्ट रैपोर्ट. अरविंद विन, ड्रॉ, लॉस. व्हाट्स योर प्रेडिक्शन चैट फॉर दिस गेम? कम ऑन, लेट्स गो. Arvind lost a bunch of rating, chat, but he can gain it back. Don't worry. I would not worry too much. I'm going to say this is going to be a draw. I think Arvind will possibly just play solid chess today. And Rapport with the black pieces might not push as much because this is not such a complicated position as compared to what he had against Parag. So I think draw hoga. That's my guess for today. And in terms of, okay, maximum log draw likh rahe hain, ek do log loss likh rahe hain, ek do log win bhi likh rahe hain. So I think draw looks likely. And going to the Parag game against Arjun now, chat, what is your prediction for Parag? Let's go with Parag because he has the white pieces. So Parag ya Arjun, ya draw. Come on. Naam likh do. Parag ya Arjun, ya draw. What do you think happens in this game? अहितेश भाई यार, आई डोंट थिंक ऐसे बोलना चाहिए किसी को, ये सब शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किसी को. आई स्टिल रिमेंबर भाई 2022-23 में जो कमेंट्री करते थे ना, विदित को इतना वो नेगेटिव कमेंट्स मिलते थे फॉर नो रीजन. लाइक ही वुड लूज, ही वुड गेट नेगेटिव कमेंट्स, एंड एट द एंड विदित हिमसेल्फ काइंड ऑफ लेड अस टू एन ओलंपियाड विन, राइट? बोर्ड 4 पे ही गॉट दैट बोर्ड गोल्ड मेडल फॉर अस. तो आई थिंक कितना इंपॉर्टेंट था वो. सो आई थिंक एवरीबडी हैज देयर बैड टूर्नामेंट्स एंड गुड टूर्नामेंट्स, एंड इतना इतना क्रिटिकल नहीं होना चाहिए भाई. इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम को भाई करोड़ों रुपए मिलते हैं मैच के, तब भी कई बार हार जाती है भाई, सो यू अंडरस्टैंड इट्स नॉट इजी. Arjun Prag draw, Arjun Prag draw. So I see more of Arjun, I think. I see a bit more of Arjun. And from a standings perspective, I think Arjun winning would be good for India because he has a higher chance of finishing first. But from the candidates' perspective of the FIDE circuit, like Prag winning could be better. But also not to forget, if Arjun wins today, he actually crosses Fabi in the rankings. So उसके लिए भी एक बहुत incentive है आज जीतना Prag से. And Prag, if he loses, then he goes down to world number, I think, 8 below Firuzja. So he wouldn't love to do that as well. Actually, Prag can win the event, but probability बहुत कम है actually. That's the thing. Yeah, the probability is quite low. अर्जुन सोचते हैं बोर्ड पे नहीं देखता है, इधर देखता है. भाई बुलेट टेस्ट चैंपियनशिप तो बोर्ड पे देखता है वो, लेकिन कल रात को देख रहा था बोर्ड के ऊपर. Yeah, Arvind, I think is not yet as strong as let's say Arjun or Gukesh or Parag. I think he's maybe he will catch up quickly, but the fact that he rose so quickly is motivation. I think, and I still think his level was underrated for a long time. Whether he's at 2750 level, I think only time will tell. Because do not forget, chat. जब मुकेश पहली बार 2750 आया था, he became India number one. Literally 1 or 2 months later, he lost like 50 points. Do you remember that tournament, chat? 2000, I think it was 23 के एंड में when he reached 2750 he crossed Vishy sir for the first time, and then he lost like 50 points in a month, something like that, even Gokesh, and now he's the world champion. So I don't think that one tournament can decide your future somehow. I think you always get a chance. यार chess tournament है, board exam थोड़ी है. मे बी ड्रॉ. लेट्स सी क्या होता है. प्रग फिलहाल के लिए लग रहा है प्रग की मूव है, बट एक्चुअली अर्जुन की मूव है. 20 मिनट पीछे है अर्जुन भाई. प्रग तो सोचना चालू भी नहीं किया, बॉटल खत्म होने लग गई भाई. शॉर्ट कैसल यार, आई थिंक ब्लैक टू प्ले है, सो आई थिंक फर्स्ट यू हैव टू थिंक फॉर ब्लैक, राइट? व्हाट डज अर्जुन डू? व्हाइट विल ऑफ कोर्स कैसल हियर. व्हाइट की अगली मूव कैसल्स ही है, because he either he can move the bishop out or he can castle. Only two moves possible. In this tournament, Arvind is suffering from something. Yeah, it's just confidence. You lose a couple of games. Prak का confidence कितना low हो गया है 2 losses के बाद. So it's just confidence. It's not about anything else, I think. And he might be tired. He played like 3 tournaments in a month or something. That is definitely a possibility. Tiebreakers क्या है? As far as I'm aware, tiebreakers is just like वही जो normal. Like I don't think there's a like a one-on-one match in the tiebreakers. Like वही है book holes type जो होता है. I'm gonna check that quickly maybe for you, but I think that's the tiebreaker मेरे हिसाब से. If I do check like what the tiebreakers are, like if just in case we have a tie tomorrow, like do we have like a one-on-one match by chance? I don't think so, but worth checking. He lost 38 points. Yeah, 38 points is a lot though. But I don't think it was within 4 months. I think it was within 1 or 2 months. Yeah, like it was a couple of tournaments where he lost like so many points. And Arvind, for example, has lost I think 20 here. So it's similar. Yeah. Move played by Arjun. By the way, he has played 97. Wow, I'm surprised. Yeah, he chose Miss GM Magnus's move. भाई मैं भी क्या आदमी हूँ. हाँ, जीएम मैग्नस की मूव को डाउट किया. सॉरी मैग्नस भाई, क्षमा करना मुझे, मैंने आपकी मूव को डाउट किया. अर्जुन ने आपकी ही चाल खेली. एंड आई थिंक his plan could be to kind of maybe go knight f5, but not completely sure why 97 instead of knight f6 or even queen d7. So is Arjun planning castling on the king side? That could be a bit risky, I feel. Let's say castles. You see, I don't like the fact कि ये like ये बहुत सारे weak squares है मेरे. Maybe it is doable because I have bishop g4 ideas. Right now it's not possible because this is thing. Just to show you the idea, let's say takes. I think something like this is good for white. Because I think ये e6 square weak हो गया. Luckily knight is not on f3, वरना knight g5 would be deadly. That maybe that's why he might go for castling king side, because knight is not on f3. That makes a huge difference. अगर knight यहाँ होता, knight g5 could be like a very strong move in some cases. Knight g5, bishop g8, then bishop g4. Yeah, that could be scary. अच्छा, उनकी ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पे भी नहीं लिखा क्या? थॉट्स ऑन गिरीज कमबैक. भाई गिरी का I think I'm one of the biggest Anish Giri fans. I think some people might know that. So proud of that. I think Anish deserves to be at the top in the world top 10. Whether he'll be the world champion, I think, I don't know. I think we'll have to see that, but definitely one of the strongest players in the world. Draw because Arjun will try to finish game ASAP to catch up with. Got it. Got it. So I think Nidhi bhai also updating कि भाई there is no information on the tie break, so I'm guessing it's just like book holes or something. अगर होता वन ऑन वन मैचअप तो लिखा होता उसमें for sure. So chat, I think whom you have won against, individual score, ये सब चीजें बहुत मैटर करेंगी. Knight d4, knight 7 f6. Do you mean this? Knight d4. That's an interesting idea actually. I think मेरे को लग रहा है d5 is the main plan. So for example, if somehow white plays h3, I think at some point you want to go d5. Is it right now? Yeah, even right now seems awesome actually. Because chat इसके बाद आपके बिशप दोनों खुल गए. I think that's what black really wants to do. But that could have been done from f6 as well. So maybe you're right. Maybe knight d4 could be the plan to get the bishop. Yeah, that's why I think this can support. Maybe you're right actually. That might be the hidden plan which I didn't see. But I think main plan should be d5 to break in the center, as usually taking the center is a very good idea. Giri is loved by everyone. He's that one guy from school who fits in every group. I don't think he's loved by everyone, as he mentioned in his famous, lie detector test. He mentioned that, there are people who don't like him in the world top 10 as well, and even in the chess community. But yeah. Yup, remember that Nebula bhai? Arjun defeated Gukesh in Tata Steel. By the way, oh, he has castled king side. So that is the reason why he played 97. Now it makes a lot more sense. But I think objectively, Prag should be tiny bit better here. Um, I think जब भी यहाँ पे bishop e3 आएगा, then f2 pawn is well defended, and I think queen d2, rook d1, just that slight better position, right? Because white का pawn c4 पे है, so I have more central control, and you don't have an f pawn. Your king is a bit weaker. So as simple, अगर ये दोनों bishop exchange कर दें तो white की चांदी चांदी. हाँ, अभी तो नेपो ग्री की कुछ लड़ाई हुई थी भाई, मुझे याद है वो कौन सा टूर्नामेंट था वो. फिडे वर्ल्ड टीम रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स, वो भी अलग सीन था कुछ. बट आई एम नॉट इवन टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट एक्चुअली, मैं उससे पहले की बातें कर रहा हूँ. राजा ने सेइंग व्हाई नॉट बिशप सी थ्री. बिशप सी थ्री दिखने में काफी अच्छा लगता है कि डबल पॉन कर दिया, बट बिशप ऑन जी सेवन सेफन्स योर किंग. यू कैन ऑलरेडी इमेजिन, बिशप एच सिक्स, कल को नाइट हिलेगा तो क्वीन डी फोर, h4 h5. यू आई थिंक गेम का ऑब्जेक्टिव है किंग को चेकमेट करना, अपने किंग का मेन डिफेंडर इमेजिन करो. लाइक somebody इज इन अ विटनेस प्रोटेक्शन प्रोग्राम, एंड उसके गार्ड गार्ड ही जाके घर चला गया भाई. ही इज द गार्ड फॉर द किंग, राइट? यू कैन नॉट एक्सचेंज दैट पीस unless there is clear reason to do so. Didi, I can hear you. I don't know why I think Arjun Satpasa equalized Magnus. Just my thought. Possible यार. It is possible. निधि भाई वो म्यूट कर दोगे क्या प्लीज? मैं थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गया भाई एक सेकंड. By the way, arbiters there. चैट तो पता है आर्बिटर क्या नोट डाउन करते हैं यहाँ पे? डू यू नो व्हाट दे नोट डाउन? निधि म्यूट कर देना प्लीज. हाँ. डू यू नो व्हाट दे नोट डाउन? डज एनीबॉडी नो? कैन अर्जुन विन ग्रैंड स्विस एंड यस ही कैन. यस ही कैन. ग्रैंड स्विस जीत के या वर्ल्ड कप जीत के ही कैन क्वालिफाई फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स. सोचा आज फिलहाल के लिए वेट करते हैं, एक नजर मारते हैं चिदम्बरम पे कि कहाँ कुछ हुआ है क्या. आई थिंक बिशप एक्सचेंज हो चुके हैं, एंड नाउ rook fd1, very interesting, right? Rook fd1, you would think you might move this rook, but no, rook fd1. मतलब the f pawn will stay here, yeah? No f4 from white, maybe f3 instead is more logical. So काफी solid खेलते हुए अरविंद, I think I like that. नो 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 नो. या दे नोटिंग डाउन द टाइम. बिल्कुल सही करण भाई, जो क्लॉक पे टाइम होता है, दे हैव टू नोट इट डाउन आफ्टर अ फिक्स्ड इंटरवल. So I don't remember the logic for this actually कि क्यों टाइम नोट करते हैं बिकॉज पुराने जमाने में कैमरा नहीं होते थे so you couldn't really see when a clock like goes off or something or stops working or something, so you needed to note down the time. I don't know why they note it down now, because we have the cameras we could easily reset it, but yeah, they note down the time actually like move number and time. तुम्हें इंग्लैंड गैमेट कैसा लगता है भाई? बेकार है भाई, बहुत बेकार है यार. By the way, Arjun, they are walking, completing his 10,000 steps. This is the current position right now. And Prag, of course, knowing he is slightly better है मेरे लिए, can he figure out how though? That is the main question, right? Must be dinner when, यार क्या बात कर रहे हैं यार, कुछ भी. इस टाइम पे इंडिया में कितने जीएम्स हैं? आई थिंक 88, राइट? 89, समथिंग लाइक दैट. 100 जीएम तुम्हारा भाई होगा भाई, तुम्हारा भाई. मतलब सागर भाई हो गए, मतलब तुम्हारा दूसरा भाई. मेरा मुश्किल है भाई जीएम बनना. मे बी सहज भाई, ही विल गो टू 2400, फिडे वाले टाइटल वापस ले लेंगे उनसे, एंड देन ही विल ट्राई टू गेट जीएम टाइटल अगेन. मे बी सहज भाई हो सकते हैं 100 जीएम. प्लेयर्स का डिनर इंक्लूडेड रहता है आफ्टर टूर्नामेंट्स? ऑफ कोर्स भाई. यार, यार तुम क्या बात कर रहे हो? दीज प्लेयर्स विन लाइक टेंस ऑफ लैक्स फॉर एनी नॉर्मल टूर्नामेंट, एंड फॉर एनी टॉप लेवल इवेंट यू कैन विन करोड्स. सो डिनर का तो स्ट्रेस नहीं होगा भाई उनको. आई थिंक लाइक वे टॉकिंग अबाउट द वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 प्लेयर्स हियर. साज का 3/4, आई सॉ दैट. या मैं इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरी फॉलो कर रहा हूँ उनका. 2 ड्रॉ 2 विन. भाई प्लीज नामा ले लो. भाई किसका नामा लेना है? भाई नामा क्या होता है भाई? Why did इंडिया के जीएम आना स्लो हो गए हैं? यार आई थिंक श्रीनाथ पुट आउट अ ट्वीट ऑन दिस, इफ आई रिमेंबर करेक्टली. आई थिंक इट वाज श्रीनाथ with something like that कि because of rating deflation, players, lower rated players have become so strong कि 2600 परफॉर्मेंस नहीं हो पा रही किसी प्लेयर की. So I think it's become a bit difficult. जीएम नॉर्म करने के लिए आपको 2600 परफॉर्मेंस पे खेलना पड़ता है टूर्नामेंट में. That's not easy. सागा भाई हैव नेवर प्लेड एक्चुअली यार. निहाल कांट स्टैंड द हीट ऑफ 2700 प्लस. भाई वो अभी कल जो खेला है ना बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप में, उससे ज्यादा हीट कोई हैंडल नहीं कर सकता भाई. क्या हीट हैंडल करी भाई उसने. राजस्थान को भाई उसने मतलब पूरा म्यांमार बना दिया. वी नीड जीएम चेस फूड ब्लॉगर. साहिल भाई आप ही कर लो. भाई आपने 4 शब्द बोल दिए: जीएम, चेस, फूड ब्लॉगर्स. बाकी वाले 3 मैं कर सकता हूँ, जीएम थोड़ा मुश्किल है भाई. व्हाट्स योर रेटिंग? माय फील्ड रेटिंग इज अराउंड 2200 भाई. By the way, bishop g5 played by Prague, a nice move, pinning that knight on e7. And d5 right now is not working because now I can just take. If you take, I just take on d5. आप knight से नहीं मार सकते and queen से मारते हो, तो I'm gonna simply take this, and bishop c4 के बाद. Now you see the problem, yeah? So आई थिंक फॉर एग्जाम्पल यहाँ पे डिफेंड करने का तरीका है नहीं. यू कांट प्ले रुक d8, आई विल टेक. नाइट e7, आई विल टेक. एंड रुक f5, आई विल टेक. सो यू कांट प्ले d5 हियर. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. Clock failures prop better to be safe than sorry. I agree, I agree. I think नोट करना इज, आर्बिटर्स वैसे भी टॉप लेवल इवेंट्स पे कोई ऐसा तो क्लेम तो होते नहीं है. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि मैम मैम उसने टच एंड मूव कर दिया. सो इट ओनली हैपेंस इन बिगनर टूर्नामेंट्स. सो आई थिंक इट शुड बी ओके. सो मीनवाइल चैट भाई, प्रग और अर्जुन के इतने ब्लैक पीसेस. ओके कट गया वो. अर्जुन इज रियली वर्दी फॉर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन टाइटल. या आई थिंक द थिंग इज, if you include Magnus in the debate, then Magnus is the world champion. Let's say, if he played, he is the strongest player. But once you remove Magnus, na, there are like a string of 5 to 6 players who all could be world champion. And ये 5-6 player कौन से होंगे? One is Gukesh, one is Arjun, one is I think Prag, one is Nodirbek, one is Fabiano, one is Hikaru. I think इनमें से ना, depending on form, depending on luck, depending on many things, any of them could potentially become the world champion. Even Nepo maybe. So I think that's why Magnus said ना कि कोई अभी मुझे गोट नहीं दिख रहा है, उसे कोई अगला गोट नहीं दिख रहा है. इट्स अ जनरेशनल टैलेंट बनना है तो यू हैव टू बी अहेड ऑफ एवरीबडी एल्स. सो बट ओके, ऑल दीज यंगस्टर्स आर quite, like 19, 20 years old. So if I had to bet on someone becoming the next GOAT, I don't think it will be Hikaru, Nepo, or Fabi, yeah, because they've been playing for a while. They are maybe at their peak or past their peak. I think मेरे हिसाब से is going to be one of the youngsters. So Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, Noderbek, one of these guys could be the next GOAT मेरे हिसाब से. If there is going to be one. फिरोज also possible, but फिरोज यार, I don't know, खेलता नहीं है उतना यार वो. I don't know why. Like if he played, of course, वो fashion का course किया उसने कोई. Like once you start doing something else, you get distracted also a bit. कितने घंटे सोए भाई? सोने का चक्कर नहीं है, मेरे गले की लगी हुई है भाई. मैं सुबह उठा ना तो आवाज ही नहीं निकल रही थी भाई मेरी, तो बाप रे. So Arjun right now in deep thought. Adogmas is interesting, Mahesh bhai. The thing is, if you remember Wei, anybody who's been following chess since 2019-18 knows कि एक टाइम पे जब वेई आया था, everybody thought he's the next Magnus Carlsen. Like everybody thought कि बस इसी साल वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई करेगा एंड मैग्नस को चैलेंज करेगा. But it never happened. And Wei was already 27-20 at that point. So our dogmas और ये जो और 2600 youngsters हैं, they are great. लेकिन sometimes it's also about, right, मतलब it's about multiple things. Like, so I'm going to say कि anybody below 2700 should not be included in the debate for a potential GOAT. That's my take on it. That's my take. कि once you cross 2700 in the world top 50, 40, that's when you enter that debate. उससे पहले I think it's too early. It's too early. ऐसे अनीश सरकार है. We don't include him in the debate for GOAT ना, because भाई अभी ठीक है, he's 4 years old and 1600, but still a long way to go. चैट इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई? तुम्हारे तुम्हारे आने की हमें आइडिया लग गया, तुम आने वाले हो आज. फ्यूचर फैशन कोर्स भाई वो खत्म भी हो गया कोर्स उसका एक्चुअली. डिंग वाज एग्जैक्टली एक टाइम पे डिंग था वो ड्यूरिंग 2019, मुझे याद है. लाइक जब मैग्नस को उसने 2-0 हराया था एट सेंट लुइस टाई ब्रेक्स. सो वी ऑलवेज थिंक दिस गाय विल बी द नेक्स्ट गोट एंड देन ही फॉल्स ऑफ. सो कहीं ना कहीं इट रिक्वायर्स एविडेंस फॉर ईयर्स एंड ईयर्स एंड ईयर्स. एंड उस प्लेयर का हारना, आई थिंक अ गुड टेस्ट इज व्हेन दैट प्लेयर लूजेस, इज द वर्ल्ड शॉक्ड? If yes, then you are possibly a goat. That's as simple as that. कोई भी हारता है अभी, among apart from Magnus, it's not such a shocker, right? I mean, it's possible they lose. Wait for 5 years, you will say Prag is the goat, bro. I think if Prag or Arjun or Gukesh have to be the goat, we might see that in 2 years, not 5. Nodibek seems more resilient. Yeah, but he also has more ups and downs. I think Nodibek, there's a reason why he just now, like he's not been like 2780 also, I think. There's a reason, like he has those losses, right? जैसे वो याकूबोव से हार गया. That's what's stopping him. Where is Arjun seeing? या वो सामने हमने, बिल्कुल सामने दीवार पे हमने लगाया है, like the stream का कॉलम लगाया है. एक वो, एक प्ले कार्ड से लगाया है. So अर्जुन वही देख रहा है, कह रहा है यार चैट लाइक ही नहीं कर रही. लाइक ही नहीं कर रही भाई, मतलब 100 लाइक है यार. सो इसलिए ही इज लुकिंग देयर फॉर नाउ. तुम चुप रहो वरना गला खत्म ही हो जाएगा. हाँ भाई यार, मैं धीरे ही बोल रहा हूँ, क्या करे भाई. आई थिंक बेसिकली 2 स्ट्रीम दिन की करना इज इम्पॉसिबल यार, मतलब गले के लिए विद एनर्जी ऑफ कोर्स, लाइक मतलब नॉर्मली एकदम. और गाइस आज हम शतरंज देखने वाले, ऐसे करना पॉसिबल है, बट या हैंस नीमन अगला गुड बाय, वो भी पॉसिबल एक्चुअली. ही इज इन वर्ल्ड टॉप 20 राइट नाउ. इट इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी. मुश्किल है बट पॉसिबल. Where is Tanya Sachdev? I don't know actually. I think she was commentating for freestyle qualifiers last I saw. So must be at home in Delhi. But I think she's also commentating along with Sagar at the freestyle event, right? In Vegas. So I think that's in July. That's from 16th to 20th July. So I think that's when, let's say, we might see her commentate, like, for Indian players specifically. Okay, she'll be on the global channel and CBI. So yeah. Am I 100% thinking this committee was another? Alright, it's okay, Alfred. Bye. It's not for you. That's absolutely okay. I think अपनी अपनी choice है भाई. I don't like chocolate ice cream. I like vanilla. अपना अपना choice है. Rapport भी goat बन सकता है. Unlikely I think, because Rapport at the end उसमें क्या है कि he's also यार much older, and like he has been there for a while. Usually ना, like you can kind of steamroll through your, to the top, but if you have that pause, right, plateau हो जाते हो तुम एक rating पे कई साल तक, उसके बाद that's a sign कि maybe you might not be the goat. I think Magnus never stopped. In fact, if you look at Magnus's rating chart, like he was just absolutely brutal, straight up, no plateaus, nothing. And even Caruana was like that actually. Vincent Keimer is possible. That is a possibility. Also very young and ambitious, and freestyle winner bhi hai. So he has that understanding about chess. Yeah, butterscotch. But I would rather have vanilla, then I would have strawberry, and then maybe I might. I think although simple flavor, chocolate chips or something like that is my favorite though. Vanilla with a bit of chocolate is the best. Strawberry maybe second or third favorite. I think favorite is vanilla with choco chips, and then maybe vanilla and then strawberry. Strawberry में कोई बुरी बात नहीं है भाई, बढ़िया है यार. Better than chocolate for sure. भाई अर्जुन जितना सोचा ना इस चाल के ऊपर, इतना वो कल पूरे 30 गेम में नहीं सोचा भाई. So that tells you the difference between bullet chess and classical. Strawberry is good, yeah. Strawberry is good. Amua chat. Arjun is 22 minutes behind, and he finally plays pawn to h6. Now that's apparently not the best move, and the idea is logical. Now I drop back, and when I play queen d2, आपको king h7 खेलना पड़ेगा. And that's not, that's weakening your king side pawns a bit, I feel. Kabhi na kabhi these might be attacked. So h6 a slightly risky move from Arjun, I'm going to say. I think Prag should be happy with what he has. A player needs to play at least one tournament, which he has already played one tournament, right? That was Rapid and Blitz. I think he plays the Leon Masters. So mujhe yaad hai, that's a classical event, I feel. Um, I think so. So Leon Masters is the khelenge. And he also plays a Bundesliga, I think. He played the Bundesliga, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he's active still. He doesn't need to play any more events. आइस खा लो गला ठीक हो जाएगा. हाँ भाई, वो निखिलेश भाई का एक फेमस कोट मुझे याद आया भाई आइस से. फिलहाल के लिए गोरा गो टू द गेम ऑफ अरविंद चिदम्बरम, जहां पे द पोजीशन इज स्टिल कंप्लीटली बैलेंस्ड चैट, नथिंग हैंकी पैंकी. आई लाइक हाउ अरविंद इज प्लेइंग दिस, keeping it solid, developing his pieces, not trying to complicate matters or force a win here. A draw would be decent, and if Rapport, of course, as we discussed how creative he is, he might give you a chance anyways. So, even Queen G3, trying to unpin the D pawn. C3 looks logical. H3 looks logical. Bishop F1 also, by the way, just getting out of knight B4 ideas. Multiple ideas possible. Chat for win, and should be all okay. And time भी सही है, time पे भी कोई stress नहीं. So Arvind doing well today. H6 is second preference engine. Is it though? Really? Okay, that's a bit surprising if it is. मेरा engine तो नहीं बोल रहा है. If it is, I'm a bit surprised because H6 के बाद ना, like, and Bishop E3 played instantly, that tells you, like, Prag had expected this. Like now when I play Queen D2, your pawn is hanging. So पॉन्स बेस्ट तब रहते हैं जब एक दूसरे को डिफेंड करे, पीसेस की जरूरत ना पड़े. दो आर द बेस्ट पॉन्स, एंड दीज आर नॉट दोज पॉन्स भाई. 20% है क्या? ओ ठीक है. ओ माय गॉड, दैट्स अ मिस्टेक फ्रॉम अर्जुन. Chat, that's what I told you. That's a mistake. And I think Prag looks shocked, right? Like, how is d5 possible? Bhai, I told you, chat, 97 ka idea was to play d5. And Prag is like, bhai, अगर d5 possible होता तो why would I play this opening? Then the black is absolutely fine. So clearly Arjun has missed something here, chat. So let's have a look what he missed. So first of all, CD5 is the obvious move. Knight D5. Now, if I take with the knight, I think queen takes. Black gets what he wants because ye pawn hanging hai. So let's say queen D5, bishop D5. I think position is completely equal. And now these pawns don't matter because queens nahi hai, to king safety is not a problem. In fact, king F7 ka bhi khelna padega hame. But after c takes D5, knight D5, there is bishop C4. And that's a big problem because now I'm threatening to simply win the piece. आपके पास ऑप्शन क्या है? या तो आप C3 मारो या फिर आप इसको डिफेंड करो. अगर आप नाइट से C3 मारते हो तो बिशप E6 चेक इंटरमीडिएट मूव, किंग H7 एंड पॉन टेक्स नाइट. आई एम अ पीस अप, गेम ओवर, यू रिजाइन. फिर अर्जुन को बुलेट चेस खेलना पड़ेगा. अगर आप यहां बिशप से मारते हो, द अदर ऑप्शन, पॉन टेक C3, but now your king side is completely weak and this should be borderline lost. I feel king H7 saving the pawns. Oh my god, this is extremely difficult. I feel bishop C5 attacking the rook. Rook has to maybe come to F7. Oh, look at the bar go up. Rook F7 already blunder hai. Rook F6 only move. Okay, maybe Arjun has a plan, but this looks scary. Let's say this is holding for now, but very scary. And if black tries knight C E7, then there is bishop C5, winning the game on the spot. So इसका मतलब, because सब कुछ pinned है chat. Look at the power of the bishop pair again. So for C6 खेला आपने यहाँ पे, simply rook E1. Look at the power of the pins. Bishop F7 खेला and यहाँ पे simply game wins. Knight takes D5. Knight takes the pawn से मारोगे आप शायद to attack this, but bishop E7 is over. And if you take with the knight, then of course I pick up the rook. Bishop takes F8 and now knight to E4, and this is completely winning chat. Completely winning. Like it's plus what 3.2 दिखा रहा है engine. I would say Arjun would resign this. He would yet this would ये बुलेट चेस में बचाना मुश्किल है. That's how bad this is. So going back, now Arjun is borderline lost. I think Arjun's patience kind of fell out there. He should have thought for longer. If D5 was possible, I think PRAGG wouldn't play this opening. And chat, the only way for Arjun to continue after C takes D5, knight takes D5, and taken by PRAGG, and bishop C4, by the way, important, if knight E3, again check, you lose the piece. The only way to one more way, by the way, there's knight CB4 also. We consider knight E7, but again bishop C5, and you lose the game. So the only way for Arjun to continue is to play bishop C3, pawn C3 and king H7. And this, as we discussed, is super, super bad. And he has taken with the knight chat. And now bishop C4 is a close to winning move for PRAGG. That is actually surprising how quickly Arjun made a mistake. He really, look at PRAGG's expressions, right? He's a bit shocked. PRAGG आज ज्यादा घूम नहीं रहा है भाई. कैसे घूमेगा? वो जीत रहा है भाई. चैट मेरा गला खराब है, प्लीज लाइक कर दो भाई. स्ट्रीम 500 भाई, जल्दी से लाइक कर दो भाई. कम ऑन, मेंबरशिप ऑन द लाइन. Chat, this is shocking for me. If my throat was better, you would see me screaming right now on the top of my lungs. But I'm genuinely shocked by this because Arjun seems to have made a huge mistake. Arjun underestimated bishop c4. I agree. I think he really underestimated how bad bishop c4 is for him. And Arjun might just lose this. And iska matlab PRAGG. And Arjun, if he loses, I think he goes below Gukesh and Noderbek. Oh wow. Suddenly Gukesh is world number 4, Noderbek is world number 5. And if Noderbek wins today, he goes to world number 4, going ahead of Gukesh. And suddenly Noderbek is ahead of all the Indian youngsters. Ooh, that will not be nice. But PRAGG gained some rating points and he'll be back to, 2770. Nepo is kind of curious. Bhai, Nepo is always curious. Tiku hates Sahaj Grover. Bhai, tell me something new. Bottle Gambit. भाई अभी तो पीस गैम्बिट होने वाले हैं. बॉटल का क्या है? आई थिंक PRAGG senses. You see, आई थिंक he senses. आई नो PRAGG ऐसे हिलता है, बट दैट्स ड्यूरिंग द लास्ट पार्ट ऑफ द गेम. अभी हिल रहा है मतलब he understands something is up. Sure, one game chat. I think that game is very slow and sweet. So I think we'll come back to it later because कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. It's right now completely equal for both players. C4 played by Arvind to prevent D5 and B5, and Rook C1 will be next. But I think we should stick to the Arjun game right now because I think Arjun has made a huge mistake right now. And Prague is potentially going to have a winning position. बॉटल खत्म हो गई भाई. तो कितने मिनट हुए? 1 घंटा डॉट. दैट्स क्रेजी चैट. 1 घंटा और 21 सेकंड हुए स्ट्रीम को स्टार्ट हुए एंड ट्रक की बॉटल खत्म. भाई वो मेजर करता है क्या कि 1 घंटा हो गया, बॉटल खत्म हो जानी चाहिए? टिकू हेट्स दैट सहाद ग्रोवर इज जीएम. भाई सहाद भाई जब जीएम थे ना, आई थिंक आई रिमेंबर प्लेइंग अ टूर्नामेंट इन दिल्ली इन 2008 और 9 और समथिंग लाइक दैट, 10 में बी, आई डोंट नो. उस टाइम पे मेरी रेटिंग आई थिंक अनरेटेड था, मैं यहाँ 1800 था, आई डोंट रिमेंबर. साहज भाई तब जीएम थे भाई. मुझे याद है मैं और प्रखर और दो तीन वो कॉलेज स्कूल के दोस्त गए थे खेलने के लिए. एंड तब तब भी साहज गोबर जीएम है एंड वी आर लाइक भाई क्या बंदा है साहज. ये तब की बात है भाई, स्कूल के टाइम की. निहाल, फेक निहाल सर इन द चैट. वेलकम फेक निहाल जी. विशिंग यू गुड लक फॉर टुडे. वांटेड टू डू वेल. Knight e7. We already saw knight e7. Bishop c4, knight e7, or knight b4 both lead to bishop c5, losing on the spot. So I think Arjun has probably not realized that he has made a big mistake here. And Prag सोच रहा है कि यार ऐसा क्या मिस कर रहा हूं मैं? Isn't this just close to winning for me? So Prag full pressure में सोच रहे. One look at the Arvind game chat. No moves after c4. Richard Rapport thinking, yaar, do I have a chance here? Arvind not in form. Do I have something to kind of, create winning chances? He prefers complications. He prefers, weird creative moves. And that's what he's thinking here. Right, my fake. Bhai, I can literally click go to channel and see if you're the real one. So it's not possible to fake actually. कि मैं असली निहाल हूं, मैं असली ये हूं. Is knight f4 not possible after bishop c4? यार knight f4 अगर आप खेलोगे, that's a nice try actually. Like if I take on e6, you take back, and if I take on f4, you take on c4. But there's a problem, and maybe this is what Arjun missed. Possibly could happen. The move is queen b3 here, and if you take here, I take, and this is lost. If you play knight a5, again I give a check first, and king h8 or whatever के बाद queen a4. So I attack this knight, I attack this knight. You might win this, but I'm going to win this. So knight f4 after bishop c4 would lose on the spot. But how has Arjun not seen how difficult this is? He's still kind of walking. I'm shocked that Arjun not realizing this is really bad. इतनी जल्दी GMs कैसे पेशेंस लूज कर देते? आई डोंट थिंक यार दिस इज, आई नो दिस इज less patience from Arjun here, but I don't think it's because he loses patience. Like he's one of the most patient players. I don't know what happened. I think maybe he miscalculated something. Maybe he's still in bullet mode. I don't know what really happened here. There are differences between Magnus and youngsters. Magnus doesn't make such mistake. I agree. I think Magnus would not make such a mistake. Um, he would, but that's a one in a year thing, yeah, for Magnus. तो बहुत कम chance होते हैं. But the quality of Magnus is not just कि he will make these mistakes or not. The main quality lies in coming back after such mistakes. So if you look at Magnus, and if Magnus had made this mistake, now in the next 20 moves, you can pretty much expect कि इंजन की first preference Magnus खेलने वाला है. And then, his opponents start sweating. भाई जीती हुई पोजीशन जीत नहीं पा रहे. And suddenly there's a chance. And you're right, Mr. Pencil ji. Bishop c3 is the best move. But मारने के बाद, how confident do you feel about black's position? King h7 only move saving the pawn. Bishop c5 attacking the rook. Rook e8, for example, and now rook e1, it just feels like it's very, very bad. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर बी सिक्स खेला बिशप अटैक करने के लिए, बूम भाई गेम खत्म, रुक ई सिक्स बिशप डी फाइव. सो यू आर बेसिकली होल्डिंग ऑन बाय अ थिन 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 थ्रेड. और वो थ्रेड मतलब रक्षाबंधन का थ्रेड नहीं है, वो थ्रेड लिटरली मतलब भगवान के भरोसे वाला थ्रेड है. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे पराग could just win this in the one of the quickest games of the entire tournament if he plays bishop to c4, as you can see the only move in the position for Prague. Maybe his hand slipped. I don't know because उसने d pawn touch किया तो d pawn और कहीं जा नहीं सकता. So I don't think it's the slip. मतलब d4 थोड़ी चल सकते भाई. That would be cool if I could play d4, forking knight and bishop. But yeah, not gonna happen. Imagine Prague bangs the table, says, "Oh my god," and goes away. Why? That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. But only Anish can do that. Somebody like Anish. I even saw a clip of Hare Krishna doing it, but I think that was off the board, like not during the game. Only Anish can pull that off. और कोई नहीं करेगा भाई. What do Arjun see while seeing on the screen? भाई मैंने कहा ना भाई, वहां सामने हमने एक बड़े स्क्रीन पे लिखा हुआ है लाइक द स्ट्रीम. तो जब भी चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक नहीं करती है तो अर्जुन वहां देखने लगता है, कहता है कि जब तक चैट लाइक नहीं करेगी मैं बोर्ड पे नहीं देखूंगा. Resignation coming soon from Arjun. Yeah, I don't know. I think it, the form he's in, he should still put up some resistance here. Prag will think for a while, then Arjun will think for a while, realize his mistake, then he will start to calculate. अरे भाई क्या गलती हो गई हमसे. अर्जुन को ओपनिंग से पकड़ लिया प्रग ने. एग्जैक्टली, एंड आई एम शॉक्ड एक्चुअली कि अर्जुन इतनी जल्दी गलती करी. बिकॉज ही इज बिन सो, आई वुड से फ्लॉलेस इन दिस टूर्नामेंट, राइट. ही हैज हैड व्हाट, he defeated Yakubov, drew against Maksudu, drew against Nepo, drew against Noterbek, defeated Vokidov, and drew against Sindarov and Rapot. So pretty solid. Like इससे solid up हो नहीं सकते. And is gaining like 3 rating points. So pretty well played by Arjun, but still somehow he fumbled here. In the opening itself. Parag dominates Arjun. But yeah, I think they have those individual records. I think Arjun dominates Gukesh and Gukesh dominates Parag. Maybe they have a triangle there of results. Arjun will see it soon. I'm sure he will. I'm shocked he has not seen it yet. That's my worry. Diamond membership Arjun wins. भाई diamond membership Arjun जीतेगा भी ना तो it will take like hours. Why not just get to 500 likes? We have 800 people watching. अभी ले लो membership. How long would for Magnus Sukesh? Yeah, देखो, on a bad day, nobody spots it. Yeah, I think clearly this is not Arjun's great day. And that makes me wonder if playing bullet chess and this at the same time maybe force him to play faster, but I don't think so because he started off pretty well. I think it's more about maybe just sense of danger कम था थोड़ा सा, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. I can't see it. He's taking quite a lot of thinking. No, actually, I disagree. The fact that he's thinking a lot is a sign that he sees it, I would say. Basically, Chad, he senses कि भाई winning हो रहा है, like he's close to winning, and he's trying to see कि क्या अर्जुन ने देखा होगा, because when a top player, imagine करो यार, when a top player makes a mistake, it's rare. So opponent कई बार मान ही नहीं पाता. If you remember, Chad, जब विशी आनंद and Magnus played in the World Championship, किसी को याद है? Magnus made this horrific blunder, like blundering a couple of pawns, and then Vishy sir just calmly played a4. He did not even see the blunder, and he would have seen this in any other case. That only happened because he had faith in Magnus कि Magnus दो pawn कभी free के दे ही नहीं सकता. So he did not even consider it. Something like that happened, and he mentioned it, I think, in some interview later कि he didn't expect it, and वही चीज है. So if Arjun has made a mistake on move number 14 or 13, whatever it was, d5, Parag is like, bhai, really? He made a mistake? So he's gonna try and double check everything, make sure कि सब कुछ सही है, and only then he'll play it. Arjun is acting. भाई let's, I mean, बाद में Parag अर्जुन को ही देख रहा है कि ये बंदा इतना तेज कैसे चल रहा है भाई. अगर मैंने गलती करी होती मैं तो सदमे में होता. ये तो इतना मस्त वॉक कर रहा है जैसे पता नहीं पार्टी चल रही है. क्या सीन है भाई अर्जुन का, क्या मिस कर रहा हूं मैं. You say Prag's thought. I mean, that's what a normal human would think. Maybe Prag has a different thought process, but that's what I would think. यार ये तो गलती कर दी मेरे ओपोनेंट ने, चले जा रहा है, चले जा रहा है. I tried this once. I remember एक I think World Under 2300 Championship भी होती है, Chad, if you know. And उसमें मैं खेल रहा था, second last round था. I was playing this, I think 2200 rated guy. And मैं black था and I had seen some opening preparation. And मैंने move order में सब कर दिया. And there was this crazy idea like c5 करके, जहां white has a pawn on b4 and pawn on d5, and you can just play c5 and it's a brilliancy, something like that it was. But I had messed up the move order, so it was actually not working, and I realized it was not working actually. And before that move, I was thinking, oh no yaar, ये तो मैंने भूल ही गया, move order different है, it doesn't work anymore. And मेरे को वो ओपनिंग आती नहीं थी. I was playing for the first time and I thought, you know what, कॉन्फिडेंस से C5 खेलते हैं. वैसे भी समझ नहीं आ रहा खेलना क्या है. इफ इट वर्क्स इट वर्क्स, इफ इट डजंट वर्क भाई हार गए, कोई बात नहीं. मैंने कॉन्फिडेंस C5 खेल दिया. And of course, even if he had captured, like it would not be completely lost, but I would like almost like I would be much much worse. And opponent ने, मैंने देखा मैंने कितना कॉन्फिडेंस से खेला है, भाई उसने मारा ही नहीं पॉन, उसने मारा ही नहीं. And I won that game 10 moves later. So I think sometimes confidence also matters. And meanwhile, chat, you see Parag playing the best move, bishop c4. So on the board now, and now Arjun's only move to continue the game is bishop takes c3. And you know what? How long he takes for this move is super important. It's super important. He instantly takes. Okay, now I'm even more surprised. So either he realized कि मैंने गलती करी है while he was walking and he played this move, or he has kind of overestimated his position. One of these two things. I think it's the former. Like he saw the mistake while he was walking. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. And Prag of course takes that back, no doubt about it. Why second making it 7? Why Arjun? क्या crazy है भाई? Arjun didn't make a mistake, guys. I think it was a mistake. It was a mistake, chat. एंड चैट किसी को भी अगर लग रहा हो कि भाई why am I talking slowly, my throat is basically gone, chat. And अभी थोड़ा ड्रैग करना पड़ेगा, कुछ कर नहीं सकते. सो आज पूरा वो बोलते हैं ना, वो विश्राम वाली कमेंट्री होगी, ASMR कमेंट्री. एंड फिलहाल के लिए किंग H7 खेल दिया है एरिगेसी अर्जुन ने. इतना तेज खेला है कि परख भी सोचते हुए कि भाई मैंने ही गलती तो नहीं कर दी, क्या मिस कर रहा हूं मैं. And bishop c5 for Prague is now the best move. And that is the one of the only ways to put on the pressure. दूसरा तरीका है bishop takes, queen takes and queen to c1. And अगर आप g5 खेलते हो, then rook d1 is completely winning. For example, queen to e5, queen b1 check. किंग को जाना पड़ेगा यहीं पे, मान लो किंग h8 एंड क्वीन टेक्स b7 एंड दैट इज गेम ओवर. सो ये तो नहीं खेल सकते. तो इसका मतलब क्वीन c1 के बाद आपको अपेरेंटली 95 खेलना है, ताकि बिशप h6 अगर यहां व्हाइट मारे तो यू प्ले अ इनसेन मूव, चैट. एंड मे बी दिस इज व्हाट अर्जुन हैज सीन, मे बी दिस इज व्हाट हिज डिफेंस इज. चैट, black to play. What is the saving grace for Arjun if this happens on the board? I think it's understood by Arjun because otherwise it's equal side. I agree. I think he understood this, but this is also possible, chat. This is also possible. And यहाँ पे I think there's an insane move for black, and that is bishop to h3. Wow. You cannot take this because knight f3 check, king h1, knight h4 check, king g1, queen g2 is mate. Or if you play, let's say, f3 here, then rook takes f3, and it's still mate. Yeah, nothing changes. So you can't play takes the bishop. You have to play f3 as the only move. And now knight takes f3 check. Rook takes f3, rook takes f3, and यहाँ पे apparently queen g5, kind of saving a draw. अगर pawn मारते हो तो again black is completely winning. Queen d2 खेल दोगे अभी के लिए, but now rook d8, sacking the rook, and if you take this, queen g2 again mate. So that was bishop h3, and maybe that's what Arjun has seen. And if he has seen that, तो भाई legendary comeback हो सकता है फिर से अर्जुन का, because that's something Prak would have missed. So if Prague wants a clean advantage, he should likely go for bishop c5. Bishop d5 भी एक option है, but after queen c1 knight e5, he has to find the move f3 or rook to d1, not allowing bishop h3 after bishop h6. Not easy, bhai. Not easy for both players. Still very complicated. Oh no, my bishop moment. Exactly. एनएम टाइटल क्या होता है भाई? जब आप जब आप एक फील्ड में, व्हेन यू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम मेकिंग टी एंड यू कम अप टू द टॉप, तो आपको एनएम टाइटल दिया जाता है भाई, नेशनल मास्टर का। भाई इससे रेटिंग चाहिए होती है भाई, जोक सपाट। जोक तो था भी नहीं वैसे। रुक सैक टू फोक विद नाइट, एग्जैक्टली भाई लोग, एग्जैक्टली। एंड वहां पे देख रहे हैं हमें, ये एरिक हैंसन क्यों लग रहा है मुझे, नहीं कोई और है। कमान 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 प्राग भाई, कुछ तो कुछ क्रेजी कर दो भाई। एंड टाइम बिल्कुल बराबर हो चुका है दोनों प्लेयर्स का, सो 1 hour 3 minutes फॉर ईच। 1 second लुक एट द अरविंद गेम, हैज समथिंग चेंज्ड? नॉट मच। नाइट बी फोर, नाइट एफ थ्री, बिशप भी देने को तैयार है अरविंद। E5 A3, एंड नाउ ऑफ कोर्स ब्लैक विल टेक द बिशप। नॉट श्योर अबाउट द डिसीजन टू गिव दिस बिशप बाय द वे, बट ओके, पॉन्स लाइट स्क्वायर्स पे हैं, सो आई काइंड ऑफ गेट इट। एंड Naport, of course, ये pawn जल्दी से मार देंगे। Meanwhile, chat, Dhirubhai, I don't know if we can have all the 5 boards together for like 10 seconds. Basically, सारे boards में completely equal evaluation है eval bars पे, and the only game जहाँ one side is better, that is the Prag game. Now you can see top left Prag Arjun, white is better, बाकी सब में 0.00 चल रहा है भाई. So will be crazy, and Nodrbek Nepo खेल रहे हैं वहाँ. Nodrbek, of course, a draw will be great for Nodrbek. And of course, we're going to have the Bullet Chess Championship Day 2 with Mitraba's game first, then Arjun's game, and then Nihal's game tonight at 9:30 p.m. So going back to the board, let's have the cameras full screen and let's see क्या होगा आगे. भाई कितना वॉक करता है अर्जुन यार. I think पता है, I like this. I'm taking inspiration from Arjun now. Maybe I should have like a standing desk for commentary chat. मुझे कैसा आइडिया लग रहा है तुम्हें? Standing desk for commentary, जहां पे 4 घंटा I keep like treadmill type and I keep walking. What do you think, chat? Sounds like a great idea, भाई. मैं तो like I'll get fit in like no time at all. Sounds like a nice idea. Bishop c5 and rook f4 कह रहे हो. Rook f4 में क्या? I can just put the bishop back, no? Like, and again, like at some point I'm going to play rook e1, and this is kind rook e7 भी आ रहा है at some point, and your king is weak भाई, your king is weak, that's the problem. अगर ये pawn यहाँ होता ना, I would say बढ़िया भाई, black chilling, black awesome, like okay, slightly worse but doing awesome, but ये king बहुत weak है भाई. W आइडिया ना, स्विमिंग करते करते नहीं हो पाएगा भाई. नॉट एवरीथिंग इज वाटर प्रूफ इंक्लूडिंग मी. रन फास्टर ऑन ट्रेडमिल टू गेन टाइम, हाँ सही है. आई थिंक रन तो नहीं बट वॉक कर सकते हैं. सही आइडिया भाई. आई लव द आइडिया भाई. तो करते हैं भाई. इफ एनीबडी knows a good walking desk जहां पे हम कमेंट्री भी कर पाए तो लेट मी नो. लाइव स्ट्रीम, अरे बाप रे, डराओ मत भाई. अर्जुन कौन सा? अरे सारे पेयर फिट होते हैं भाई. दे हैव टू फोकस ऑन फिटनेस, अदरवाइज दे कैन नॉट प्ले गुड चेस फॉर 5 hours. Yeah, Prag needs to be accurate, and maybe we kind of overestimated Prag's position a bit. But the thing is, you know, even if he doesn't find the best moves, he will still be slightly better. And long term, ऐसे खेलना बड़ा मुश्किल है. That's what I feel. It's very difficult to play this position as long term as black, because जब तक queens है ना board पे, you will always have to be careful. चाहे h4 h5 हो, चाहे queen c1 bishop h6 हो, चाहे कभी rook e1 rook e7 हो, चाहे rook b1 rook b7 हो, चाहे queen b3 queen b7 हो, चाहे queen c2 bishop d3 bishop g6 हो. Like there's so many 90, अबे there's so many ideas ना कि सर में दर्द आएगा भाई हर मूव में. Prag is better. I think Prag is not winning yet, but he is better against Arjun right now. नेपो क्या बस ड्रॉ करने आया है पूरा टूर्नामेंट में? यार पता क्या होता है? when you're a top player, you've not been able to reach in the top 2 3 player standings, जब आपके चांस खत्म हो जाते हैं ना फर्स्ट आने के, then all you want to do is get a decent performance, ताकि आपकी रेटिंग ना जाए, रेटिंग सही रहे, and also like you get invited next time as well. If you kind of struggle and finish at the bottom, तो कोई invite नहीं करेगा next time. So I think either you have a chance to finish first, which I don't think Nepo has. Nepo, I think, is number 8th place. So from there, if he gets 2 draws, I think he would be comfortably happy. Yeah. So Prag still calculating. No moves in the Arvind game still. Rapport is still calculating कि ये बिशप मुझे चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए. By night before सोच खेलने से पहले सोचना चाहिए था ये तो, but okay, he's still thinking. And going to the leaders board for a second, I think Nepo and Noderbek will draw. So Noderbek will go to 5.5. So if Arjun, for example, wins, I think he will be in tied lead yet again. टिकू भाई, जितना पानी परग एक दिन में पीता है उतना पानी पी सकते हो भाई. आई वुड लव टू यार. पानी पीना चाहिए चैट. सबके सब साथ में पानी पीते हैं भाई. चलो आज आज सारे सारे चैट कमेंटेटर्स परग से इंस्पिरेशन लेंगे एंड वी गोना ड्रिंक सम वाटर भाई टुगेदर. लेट्स गो भाई. साहिल, हैव यू बीन टू उज्बेकिस्तान? नहीं यार, आई हैव नॉट बीन टू उज्बेकिस्तान. सो मे बी सम टाइम, आई थिंक ओलंपियाड अगले साल वहीं पे है, बट आई डोंट थिंक कि अपन को जाने को मिलेगा. उनको कमेंट्री करनी होगी भाई, तो ऑन साइड का मतलब नहीं है. बट आई थिंक उज्बेकिस्तान में भी नो, लाइक इंडियंस कभी अगर बाहर कभी जाए भी ना, दे यूजली गो टू यूरोप और समथिंग लाइक दिस. लाइक उज्बेकिस्तान, आई डोंट नो इफ दैट्स अ टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन. लाइक है क्या, इज इट अ पॉपुलर डेस्टिनेशन? आज प्राग ने खेला. अच्छा, बनाना नहीं लाया, मैं कंफ्यूज हो गया. हाँ, बनाना होगा यार. इट मस्ट बी ऑन द अदर साइड. वो कह रहा होगा हेलो फ्रॉम द अदर साइड, कह रहा होगा बनाना उधर से. कैन यू गेस who's going to play the brilliant move first today? I don't know. If I had to guess, it would be Prag. हेलो हेलो, हमें कोई
Yo,
ज्वाइन
yo,
कर
yo.
चुका है.
Yo, Tiku bhai. What's up? How you doing?
बस भाई कट रही है भाई. आपका
गला
वेलकम
कैसा है
कर.
आपका?
गले की लगी पड़ी है भाई, तभी आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ज्वाइन करने के लिए. बिकॉज
श्योर।
वाट लग चुकी है भाई. एंड बीसीसी के बाद तो कल चिल्ला चिल्ला के भाई कंट्रोल ही नहीं हो रहा था राकेश भाई, कल तो चिल्लाने से.
भाई क्या मजेदार स्ट्रीम था ना, बट बीसीसी लाइक बुलेट इज सो मच
हाँ.
फन।
हाँ. एंड यहाँ पे 30 30 मिनट लोग सोच रहे हैं, वहां पे बाय द वे 30 मिनट में टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो जाता है. एंड बाय द वे राकेश भाई, Arjun, I don't know if you saw this, but Arjun made a
या
mistake. And now after
या
bishop
D5।
c5, it's +1 +1.1 for Prag already. And the problem is, even +1 maintain करने के लिए, there are like 1 or 2 moves only. So बड़ा मुश्किल है यहाँ पे अर्जुन के लिए गेम बचाना.
या आई थिंक जस्ट वो सेंट्रल पॉन ब्रेक जो था D5 के साथ, वो थोड़ा गड़बड़ कर दिया अर्जुन ने। मे
या.
बी ओपनिंग प्रेप थोड़ा उनका ऊपर नीचे हुआ, मे बी जस्ट मिस्ड इट। बट या प्रग लुक्स लाइक he should be very happy after the opening stage.
या एंड उनका टाइम थोड़ा पीछे है, बट ही इज यूटिलाइजिंग इट टू कम अप विद द बेस्ट मूव. एंड अर्जुन तो आते ही बहुत तेज खेलने लगा. सो either Arjun has kind of underestimated like how bad this is, or maybe he sees
Mhm.
something which we don't see, Rakesh bhai. There's no other option. Yeah.
भाई अपन तो नहीं देखेंगे, बट इंजन तो देख रहा है ना, मतलब
हाँ.
तो डेफिनेटली प्रग इज बेटर।
Yeah.
एंड अगर ना ये सेम पोजीशन होता विद 1 hour 30 minutes, तो ऐसे बोल सकते थे ना अर्जुन का प्रेप है शायद। बट
हाँ.
बिकॉज इट्स 1 hour, सो आई एम अज्यूमिंग कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुई है अर्जुन से।
In fact, it's Prag's prep actually. Prag का idea कुछ innovative था. So Arjun, of course, about to play actually. Surprising. Not even waiting. I thought he will wait for a while. I think
एंड इट्स अ
rook e8.
वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पोजीशन।
Oh, that's a mistake already, Rakesh bhai. That's a mistake. I
ओ
told you, right? This is not easy. And now bishop e3 back, and next rook e1. This might just fall apart for Arjun. And Rakesh bhai, do you think like that loss against Sam could have dented his confidence a bit?
100% भाई। Imagine if he had won that match, then he would be more cheerful, more in a upbeat mood. But
Yeah,
अभी क्या हो गया ना, मतलब वो बेचारा रात के 1-1:30 बजे तक खेला एंड
yeah,
हारा भी, मतलब ऑफ कोर्स ही वन द फर्स्ट गेम व्हिच इज
yeah.
ग्रेट, बट ही इज आल्सो दिस इज अ पोजीशन जहां पे ब्लैक को थोड़ा शायद सोचना चाहिए था, एंड मे क्विकली in a way I feel to go, and rook f4, as we can see, orange color का mistake है, question mark move. I think Prague in the driver's seat.
Yep, yep. And the thing is, Arjun clearly underestimating how bad this is. And now Bishop b3 just dropping it back. And just to show you, chat, let's say black passes the move, a6. It's plus 3.3, Rakesh bhai, after rook e1.
We show chat why, मतलब bishop, I know like
Ha,
bishop is hanging, knight is
bishop
hanging,
back.
अगर मैं पीछे चला गया bishop,
And now
yeah, yeah,
queen d2. So threat is simple. I want to take here and take here. And you can't even take here because I take here next. Something like that. And let's say you play queen f6 trying to, okay, bishop इस पे ये मर रहा है. So how do you say everything, Rakesh bhai? That's the first question I'm going to ask you.
rook f6 if I
हाँ,
play.
rook f6. Now rook a d1. It's over.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's completely knight
yeah.
f4.
It's I think
Is
the very famous team, na, bishop e7 at the end.
yeah, yeah. It's completely over. So chat,
Yeah,
Arjun is one bad move away from resigning the game. That's how
correct,
bad this is.
correct. And stick to, like, they say LPDO, loose pieces drop off. So Prag के सारे pieces ना, bishop e6, knight d5, rook f4 are not really support, like not really coordinated and not supporting each other.
भाई वो मैंने कुछ और सुना पहले. ओके, अच्छा मैं ही था वो. ओके, एनीवेज.
But बहुत बहुत फेमस टर्म, चेस टर्म है ना, तो आपको शायद
हाँ.
पता नहीं होगा.
अरे भाई, मुझे तो हाँ कुछ और दिमाग में आया. मुझे उसके बारे में ज्यादा पता है. बट फिलहाल के
समझ गया,
लिए
समझ गया.
रुक F4 आ चुका है.
राकेश भाई इतना जल्दी कैसे भाई, टिकू भाई का ना गला को थोड़ा रेस्ट देने के लिए
हाँ,
राकेश
तो
भाई इज योर अर्ली टुडे.
हाँ, वी हैड टू कॉल इन reinforcements अर्ली टुडे चैट. सो फिलहाल के लिए
क्यों? क्योंकि सहज भाई तो टर्की में खेल रहा है ना, मतलब आराम
हाँ, सहज
से.
भाई कहते भाई अपुन को फर्क नहीं पैंदा, अपुन खेलेगा टूर्नामेंट और रेटिंग घटाएगा. भाई अपनी अपनी मर्जी होती है भाई.
So by the way, I think I thought I saw Firearm saying कि सहज वन राउंड 5,
या या
और उसने ऐसे बोला कि मतलब सहज भाई का कुछ खास नहीं चल रहा है, मतलब ऐसे बहुत बड़ी चीज कर दी. तो ठीक है, बट
हाँ, वो टूर्नामेंट हैक किए, स्ट्रीम कल हैक किया था तो ना वैसे ही आई थिंक ओपोनेंट का भी कुछ प्रिपरेशन हैक कर लिए होंगे, मे बी समथिंग लाइक दैट. सो Sahaj भाई हैज मल्टीपल वेज टू विन दिस गेम्स. बट फिलहाल के लिए चैट, आई थिंक फोकसिंग ऑन दिस पोजीशन. राकेश भाई, एनी चांस प्रक डजंट फाइंड बिशप e3? आई थिंक सबसे लॉजिकल मूव बिशप b3 है भाई, वही खेलेगा वो.
नहीं भाई, ही इज लॉक्ड इन, लाइक आई थिंक आपके ऊपर ही बैठा एंड ही प्लेज बिशप बी3.
वाओ.
Prag is locked in. He's locked in. उसको he feels something is off. उसको पता है अर्जुन ने कुछ तो गड़बड़ की है. एंड जस्ट कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है वहां पे. एंड आई जस्ट फील अर्जुन का इतना बढ़िया टूर्नामेंट जा रहा था. ही वॉज अनबीटन टिल नाउ. ये बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप के रात के 12:30 1 के मैच ना, थोड़ा कुछ मोमेंटम, रूटीन कुछ तो डिस्टर्ब करा है टिक्कू.
Yeah, I think it might also be the patience, right? Bullet से classical से bullet, like in fact you were shocked कि तुआ मिलने
Yeah.
से अर्जुन कैसे वो, like he couldn't win easily. He is the stronger player because वो transition difficult रहा होगा. And maybe the same is the case here. Now coming back to classical, it might be a bit difficult. So what I feel is chat कि बहुत interesting है, and we can see even after the best move in the position rook f6, it's still plus 1.8, Rakesh bhai, and that's borderline lost already.
Yeah, yeah. Normally they say 2.5, yeah, plus 3 is like completely winning. Then you
Yeah,
can, kind of relax. But यहाँ पे it's still, 1.7, 1.8 के range में. But, if the engine is suggesting Queen G8 as a move, as the best move, then
wow.
you really know that Arjun is in trouble.
And yeah, that's a great point because queen g8 weird है, but white का move रुकी वन है. I mean इससे लॉजिकल ये तो 1200, ये तो अनरेटेड प्लेयर भी रुकी वन खेलेगा यहाँ पे. सबसे लॉजिकल मूव है. सो द पॉइंट इज कि प्रग की मूव इतनी सिंपल है, एंड एंड अर्जुन की मूव इतनी वियर्ड है, लाइक रुक f6. Queen g8, b6. I mean, these are all not easy moves to play. And Arjun के पास time बेशक ज़्यादा हो, but I don't know if he can do something here now.
एंड नंदिश जी इज सेइंग भाई साहब अर्जुन को ओपनिंग में पकड़ लिया प्रग ने. एंड आई थिंक आई कंप्लीटली एग्री विथ हिम बिकॉज अर्जुन नॉर्मली इज द ओपनिंग एक्सपर्ट, brings springs up a
Yeah.
novelty, but here Prag is definitely the happier of the two after the opening stage.
Yeah. And Nodebek, by the way, is about to draw his game. So that means he will go
हैं?
to 5.5 with Nepo. And
इतना जल्दी?
if he goes to 5.5, that means even if Parag wins, so Parag will go to 4.5
4 and
and he'll be 1 point behind, but he's playing Nodrbek. So
so
technically
tie
he could.
breaks incoming. शायद.
हाँ, but the thing is, then you don't want Arjun. First, तीन leader थे ना, Nodrbek, Arjun और Sindarov. Arjun he could
Correct.
potentially defeat, so he controls him. Nodrbek I think goes to 5.5. He's playing him, so he can beat him. So he also doesn't want Sindarov to win. Then, if Sindarov wins, then Prak cannot win, and
Hmm.
Sindarov is black against Yakubov. So as of now, maybe Prak still in with a chance. Yeah.
भी है. So Nico bhai, someone in chat is saying why not Queen D7? And I think that's a great. केशव बोल रहा है Queen
Hmm.
D7 खेलेंगे तो क्या कैसे
I think maximum
आएगा?
moves का solution ना रुकी वन ही है, and you can imagine कि जब भी ये बिशप हिलेगा there are some rookie 7 ideas. I could take and rookie 7 at some point,
हम्म.
not right now, but जब भी ये rook 7th rank पे आएगा your king is like a dancing target. ये अटैक करो, like ऐसा कुछ लग रहा है मुझे. And yeah, now what do you play as black now? Let's say you play rook f8 doubling up rooks. Bye bye. You can't play the rook here. Let's say you play rook a d8. यहाँ पे भी कुछ ना कुछ queen c2 rook
मर रहा है.
d1 and then again where does the queen go? So ये it's not, and queen को bishop भी defend करना है. So and if you play queen f7 for example at some point then this rook could be stranded. Like it's all opposite the bishop as well. Rook e6 आ जाएगा कुछ पता नहीं. So बहुत tactics है हवा में. And not to forget h4 h5 later on just to open this king further. Difficult काम है भाई.
Yeah, and a lot of people like Aman and GM Magnus saying bullet effect clearly. Do you think Tiku wo hua hai? Like, has the BCC affected Arjun's
I don't
performance
think
here?
playing the bullet may be too much, but losing might have. I think, if
हाँ हाँ.
let's say कि I am not even a chess player technically now. Yeah, but let's say कि मैं फुटबॉल जाके खेलता हूँ बाहर, मैं फुटबॉल प्लेयर नहीं हूँ, and I lose like 20-0. Just saying as an example, 20 गोल से हरा दिया मेरी टीम किसी ने, and I then start playing chess. मेरा confidence तो low होगा ना भाई. It will affect my chess at the end. So same way, if Arjun is playing bullet chess, maybe it's not the same. It could potentially hamper his confidence, and also maybe less time to prepare for the openings, right? Because it's taking some time for you to play the tournament itself.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. And can we go full screen on the
Yeah,
the
let's
players?
go full
Just
screen.
want
मेरे
to,
भाई ऐसे भी
yeah.
इतनी सुंदर शक्ल
How
किसी
is,
की हम में से
हाँ
इतनी
ठीक
सुंदर
है.
शक्ल. हाँ.
करेक्ट करेक्ट, सुंदर चेहरा तो नहीं है, बट आई एम जस्ट सीइंग कि प्लेयर्स का ये कैसा है, लाइक बॉडी लैंग्वेज कैसा है.
I think Arjun realizes he has somehow messed up. Um, Now this is the moment I think he'll take a deep think because you need clear solutions, right? Like एक ऐसा
भाई
solution
पिछले
जहाँ
मुंह
पे
पे लेना था ना, डीप थिंक.
true, maybe you're right there, but I think maybe he kind of, I think maybe this is where his preparation ran out, right? Like when he was calculating. I don't know what he saw here for black, but most of the moves for black here just lose on the spot. Rook f6, queen g8, two of the moves which fight on. But white ka response, dono make rook e1, queen c2, like it's normal chess, nothing super complicated. So it's a difficult task, and Prag ki accuracy 99.2 and Arjun ki 93.1. It's a huge difference right now, Rakesh bhai.
या एंड दैट इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम आई थिंक इन अर्जुन पोजीशन की. प्रक के मूव्स ना बहुत सिंपल है. रुक
Yeah,
डेवलप करो, क्वीन ऊपर लेके जाओ, दूसरा रुक लाओ, व्हाइट के पीसेस सेंटर लाइंस में अटैक कर रहा है एंड ब्लैक के बिशप और नाइट ना बहुत ही अजीब अनप्रोटेक्टेड है एंड दैट माइट बी द रीजन व्हाई अर्जुन लूजेस दिस वन.
या ट्रू, एंड कोई कह रहा है कि दो टर्न साथ में क्यों है यार, कैलेंडर इतना पैक्ड है, देयर इज नो स्पेस. इफ यू लुक एट द चेस कैलेंडर, लेट्स लुक एट द टूर्नामेंट्स, राइट? सो अभी उज्बेकिस्तान चेस चल रहा है एंड देन बुलेट चेस चल रहा है. इंस्टेंटली खत्म होंगे तो 2 दिन बाद जागरेव स्टार्ट है राकेश भाई, ठीक है?
करेक्ट.
इंस्टेंटली
हाँ.
खत्म होगा, देन वी नो समथिंग एल्स इज कमिंग अप, राइट? जो अभी अनाउंस होगा,
करेक्ट, लाइक चेन्नई
है
जीएम,
ना?
राइट?
हाँ, उसका कुछ होने वाला है ना अभी. कैन वी अनाउंस इट और नो
करेक्ट,
अभी?
करेक्ट. नो, मे बी
हाँ.
टुमारो स्ट्रीम वी
हाँ,
कैन.
तो समथिंग समथिंग एल्स इज कमिंग अप विच यू विल नो. देन वो खत्म होगा तो इंस्टेंटली आफ्टरवर्ड्स इज फ्री स्टाइल. दैट्स ओनली प्योर लक की इट्स इन यूएस, तो वी माइट नॉट स्ट्रीम, बट फ्री स्टाइल है. फ्री स्टाइल खत्म होगा तो अगले हफ्ते ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप. ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप खत्म होगा अगले हफ्ते चेन्नई जीएम, साथ में सेंट लुइस अलग चल रहा है. फिर वो खत्म होगा तो भाई ग्रैंड स्विस, वो खत्म होगा फ्री स्टाइल इंडिया, वो खत्म होगा भाई, मतलब सांस लेने को जगह नहीं है भाई. सो करेंगे क्या प्लेयर्स भी?
भाई वो प्यार का पंचनामा में जैसे वो मोनोलॉग देता है ना, ऐसा आपने पूरा फ्रस्ट कैलेंडर का फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकाल दिया पूरा.
नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं तो खुश हूँ, मैं तो बहुत खुश हूँ. आई थिंक इफ माई थ्रोट हैड सम लता मंगेशकर टाइप इंश्योरेंस, आई थिंक आई वुड बी वेरी हैप्पी. बट आई थिंक पता है, आज पहली बार मैं उठा ना, आई वाज लाइक एग्जॉस्टेड, आई वाज लाइक डैम भाई, ताकत ही नहीं है भाई. सो
या.
पहली बार हुआ आज काफी टाइम बाद, बट आई थिंक इन जनरल जितने गेम्स हो उतना बढ़िया. बट आई अग्री विद यू, आई थिंक दो 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 गेम्स एक दिन में नहीं होने चाहिए. इट डेफिनेटली अफेक्ट्स द क्वालिटी ऑफ द गेम्स. सो
ट्रू.
एट द एंड चैट फिलहाल के लिए अर्जुन, नाउ ही हैज टू सफर रिगार्डलेस ऑफ द रिजल्ट, राइट? सो सी, अर्जुन के दिमाग में ही कैन ब्लेम इट ऑन मल्टीपल थिंग्स. ही कैन से कि ओके बुलेट खेला मैंने, ही कैन से कि नींद नहीं हुई, ही कैन से प्रिपरेशन मिला. बट एट द एंड ही इज द वन, like who will lose rating if he loses, so he has to sit there and now come up with the best possible defense to kind of counter Prague's attack right now. Again, the bishop pair, right? Bishop pair advantage. I think this tournament ka theme hi bishop pair raha hai Rakesh bhai, how to play with the bishop pair.
True, true, very true. And Tiku bhai, the bishops are going to create havoc. And Arjun bhai, वही सोच रहा है, is there any way? And in his trademark style, Tiku not looking at the board at all.
या या वैसे भी बोर्ड पे देख के इस बार तो वैसे भी अच्छा दिख नहीं रहा है, तो नाउ तो आई अंडरस्टैंड इट इवन मोर. अर्जुन इज शिवरिंग,
Yeah,
नो इज नॉट शिवरिंग. आई थिंक वो टिपिकल वो होता है यार, वो टांगे हिलती रहती है, मेरी भी हिलती रहती है when you're nervous, या आई थिंक हैबिट होती है बेसिकली. मोस्ट चेस प्लेयर्स हैव दैट शेकिंग लेग सिंड्रोम और व्हाटएवर इट्स कॉल्ड, राइट?
it's like anxiety.
हाँ.
So yeah, पैर shivering तो नहीं भाई, मतलब या तो हॉल में बहुत ठंड हो गया आज, but it's
नहीं
like
नहीं, इतनी
not
ठंड नहीं
even
है.
a very high pressure game,
हाँ.
मतलब.
And chat, jaldi se, let's get to find likes. Let's get to 1K watching quickly. The game is going to be very, very exciting soon as Erigesi Arjun यहाँ पे चाल चलेंगे, because this move could just could be just resigns for Arjun if he makes a mistake here. So super important move. अगर यहाँ पे वो resistance offer
Yeah.
करते हैं for and he continues down a very very tiny path of resistance, just like Skynet के against John Connor खड़ा हुआ था, and then there's always this thin line of resistance. If he can also do the same, maybe he can actually save the game here. But बहुत बहुत कम chance लग रहा है. I think Prague has found a great opening idea, and he has executed this very very well.
True, true. And also, PMR, an Arjun fan in the chat, says, I hope Arjun holds this somehow. It's very important for Arjun to hold this if he wants to get those FIDE circuit points and also rating points. So we'll see if he can do that. But the Filal, I think Tiku bhai fully agreed that things looking tough for Arjun.
भाई खुद सोचो, if Arjun loses, he might go below Gukesh and he might go below Noderbek. So world number 4 से world number 6, and
Oh,
if he wins, he goes to world number 3. So एक ही गेम में 3 रैंक्स का डिफरेंस है भाई. So
true.
he is
And
playing
उसको
for a
भाई
lot today.
करना है नाकामुरा को ओवरटेक. और ये
हाँ.
बेचारा अर्जुन इज लाइक गोइंग इन द रॉन्ग डायरेक्शन ऐसे लग रहा है.
Yeah, yeah. But okay, as of now, holding. He's, you can see he's worried a bit. And of course, usually expressions अपन दिखाते नहीं है. कल भी उनका एक हेड नॉट हमें दिखा था जब he blundered like a piece or something कल बुलेट चेस में. वरना he shows no expressions. In fact, एक moment था याद है जब I think Tuamilne kind of jumped in the chair. You and I jumped in the chair. अर्जुन तो बैठा हुआ
Yeah,
है, chill कर
yeah.
रहा है. So I think अर्जुन से chill आदमी बहुत कम है दुनिया में.
But, Arjun is very chill though, like not a worry in the world. But like Tiku bhai, do we have like a couple of minutes to show chat something interesting from last round, from yesterday's round?
कर सकते हैं, but I
मतलब
think
बुलेट
maybe
में तो ये मस्ती नहीं कर सकते ना, बट ठीक है,
हाँ,
तो
we'll
फिर
do it
जाने
later
दो.
I think. By the way, एक आइडिया था बिशप G8 था एक मूव somebody is saying, but that's lost already as you
Ooh,
can see. बाद में
why,
छलांग
why,
मारी है.
why? I
Uh,
like that move.
Queen D2 and the threat again is takes and takes, and apparently
Rook
there is
F.
no clear defense already
Okay,
because
let's try Rook F6.
Rook F6, now Rook A D1, and you have, might have to resign.
अच्छा वो बिशप E7 फिर से आएगा, लाइक लेट्स जस्ट शो
Yeah,
नाइट B6 अगर मैं एकदम सेफ खेल रहा हूँ
yeah,
तो
yeah,
क्वीन कैप्चर एवरीथिंग, takes, and bishop
yeah.
E7 forks.
And of course, I can next take with check, even exchange more pieces, and you will be left with absolutely nothing in your hand. So, मुझे लग रहा है कि यार, this is very difficult, and if normal moves kind of falter like this, Arjun needs to come up. I think he needs to come up with the creative move. Like Queen G आपने बोला राकेश भाई, ऐसी कोई move खेलनी पड़ेगी जहां पे maybe Prag has not thought of that move. The higher chance कि he makes a mistake, right? Now Rook E1 and Rook D8, for example, एटलीस्ट लग रहा है कि ब्लैक ने कोई थ्रेट लगाया फॉर एग्जाम्पल, राइट? लाइक आई कैन सी व्हाट ब्लैक इज डूइंग.
या फॉर श्योर आई थिंक क्वीन थोड़ा क्रिएटिव तो करना पड़ेगा, एंड that might be the only way it black saves this. Also very interesting, मैं नीचे वो bottom right के stats देख रहा था chat. So
हाँ,
Prag 99.2 accuracy, Arjun 93.1, but at the top level just two small mistakes by blunder भी नहीं, दो orange move, like two small mistakes by Arjun and two good moves by Prag, and game is almost lost.
yep, yep. There is no room for error. By the way, chat, one update, Nepo and Nuderbek have drawn their games as expected. So that means
Oh,
ki Nuderbek goes to 5.5. Also, other update, Arvind apparently is slightly better against Rapport here. I think this is where we left it. And इतना मेहनत के बाद
yeah.
बिशप मारा ही नहीं Rapport ने for some reason. Okay, H3, Bishop E6, Knight D2, and I think कुछ maneuvering चल रही है. And फिलहाल के लिए रुके C1 के बाद, it does feel like Rakesh, like Arvind is slightly better developed. Yeah, the black rooks are not in game right now.
Yeah, for sure. Pawn to B4, knight B3, C5 break coming in. I think I would pick white here all day long, and Arvind playing a very, very good game, especially, वो एक कल एक hard breaking loss देखा हमने, जिसमें
Yep.
Arvind couldn't get up from the board for like 5 to 10 minutes. So nice to see him back, and hopefully Arvind makes a winning comeback. क्योंकि भाई अरविंद को भी रेटिंग की जरूरत है. He also
Yeah.
needs that precious rating points.
Absolutely, and not to forget कि अरविंद की फॉर्म इस टूर्नामेंट बिल्कुल सही नहीं है, तो इफ यू कैन गेट दोस रेटिंग पॉइंट्स कितना कॉन्फिडेंस मिलेगा. और रैपोर्ट अभी पीक फॉर्म में है भाई, ही इज लाइक इन द फॉर्म ऑफ हिज लाइफ. सो सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट गेम फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स. रैपोर्ट टाइम पे भी 13 मिनट पीछे हैं, सो अरविंद हैज टू बी ऑन फायर टुडे. लेट्स होप सो ही कैन विन. एंड मीनवाइल वी गो बैक टू द गेम ऑफ प्रग अगेंस्ट अर्जुन, जहां पे नो मूव सो फार. चैट, अर्जुन स्टिल इन डीप थॉट, 10 मिनट पीछे हैं. Only 17 moves have been played by Arjun. So thoda time pressure is definitely going to be a cause of concern for Arjun. And he needs a clear solution and he needs it now.
या भाई आई वाज सीइंग कि कितने टाइम से नहीं खेला. आई थिंक मूव टाइमर में कुछ गड़बड़ है ना, क्योंकि दिस इज लुक्स लाइक मोर ऑलमोस्ट 10-15 मिनट्स ऑफ थिंकिंग टाइम
Yeah, yeah.
वर्सेस.
वो जीरो से स्टार्ट हो गया फिर से. आई थिंक हर मिनट के बाद वो रिफ्रेश हो रहा है.
हाँ हाँ, बट या if opponent just drops back the bishop and you start thinking for 15 moves, your position is messed up.
Yeah, because rook f4 attacking move, attack किया, calmly पीछे रख दिया, suddenly black is now thinking. Like that's a clear sign कि what you expected has not happened, and you are feeling the power and feeling the pressure.
And Tiku, I'm pretty sure Arjun ka priority is, this game against Prag, because so much more riding on this. But कहीं ना भाई रात को उसको फिर से जाके बुलेट से चैंपियनशिप खेलना है.
बाप रे.
So not an easy mental state to be in if you're Arjun.
Yeah, but I think you know what will happen now. I think maybe he might have been distracted, but the fact that, let's say, he maybe if he feels he suffered because of playing bullet, right? If he thinks so, he will not make the same mistake again now. So I think he will focus on one thing at a time. So maybe even if it's affected him yesterday, likely it will not affect him anymore. So let's hope for the best. But of course, it's definitely not going to be easy. And आज बुलेट खेलना है, and जैसा हमने कहा राकेश भाई, कल तो और जल्दी राउंड स्टार्ट है.
कल तो बहुत सुबह गेम है ना
या
उज्बेकिस्तान में.
11:30 a.m. in India. That means like 12 I think p.m. in Uzbekistan, and which is
बाप रे.
much earlier. So उनको प्रिपरेशन का टाइम मिलेगा ही नहीं. उनके सेकंड्स को तो आज ओवर टाइम करना पड़ेगा भाई.
हाँ, और अगर लाइक वी होप ही मेक्स अ लॉन्ग रन इन द
Hmm.
बीसीसी, तो उसको शायद रात के फिर 1-2 बजे सोना पड़ेगा एंड
Yeah.
12:30 बजे आके गेम भी खेलना पड़ेगा.
Bapre, it's not gonna be easy chat. So I think, but okay. I mean, top players. You want to win every event. You want to challenge yourself, and this is one of those occasions. Yeah. If he wins both, imagine भाई क्या chat लगेगा अर्जुन नहीं दोनों जीतने के बाद. तुम
ऑफ
एक
कोर्स,
नहीं
एंड
जीत पा रहे, मैं दो जीत गया.
वो भी सेम टाइम पे. लोग तो साइमल देते हैं, ये तो टूर्नामेंट के साइमल दे रहा है.
And this is what Magnus does, yeah. This is what Carlson does
या
regularly. Like he will play like an over the board GCT Zagreb. मुझे याद है लास्ट से किया था उसने. He played GCT Zagreb I think, or some other event he played, like some over the board blitz rapid event. And शाम को आके बंदा वो स्पीड टेस्ट चैंपियनशिप खेल के वहां भी फर्स्ट आ गया. दोनों में फर्स्ट.
So yeah, that is what, and these guys love playing chess. कोई भी format हो, freestyle हो, rapid blitz bullet,
Yeah.
just love playing chess. So and Arjun के age पे तो it should not even be tiredness वगैरह, but so that's why I think your logic टिकू कि वो
Hmm.
गेम हारा, that makes a lot of sense. उसका mood काफी affect हो गया ऐसा लग रहा है.
Yeah. Yeah. And Chad, we're
Because
waiting
you
for.
remember right, 15 years ago आप में कितना ज्यादा एनर्जी था मतलब.
हाँ भाई, आई थिंक 15 years ago भाई इतना ऐसा लग रहा है पता नहीं मैं 70 साल का हो चुका भाई साहब. 15 years ago. When was 15 years ago? 2010. बाप रे, मैं स्कूल में था यार. आई जस्ट पास आउट ऑफ स्कूल तब. कॉलेज फर्स्ट
हाँ, तो
ईयर.
ये
क्या
भी इतने ही
मस्त.
साल का ना प्राग अर्जुन तो मतलब
हाँ. क्या मस्त
लगभग.
टाइम था यार वो. ओहो. कभी मैंने कोविड शब्द का नाम नहीं सुना था. लाइक वर्ल्ड वॉर सिर्फ किताबों में होती थी. वही मतलब. क्या मस्त टाइम से राकेश भाई नहीं.
ट्रू दैट. बाय द वे, चैट चैट कितने साल की है? लाइक
चैट
डू
कितने
वी
साल की?
हैव
चैट, कम ऑन.
मोर
हाउ
मोर
ओल्ड आर यू
कॉलेज
चैट?
पीपल यार, ओल्डर पीपल?
I think सब उम्र की होंगी. I'm gonna guess the average age will be 22, Rakesh bhai. What do you think will be the average age?
आई थिंक यार 20 मैं तो बोलूंगा. वी हैव समय भाई के, जैसे वी गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ यंगर पीपल आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड इनटू चेस, राइट? सो
Hmm.
लेट्स सी.
Prag will dominate a tournament and will spoil the chance of other Indians. Bhai,
ये
it's
क्या है
it's ये
भाई?
तो अजीब है भाई. I don't think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to dominate the event itself, not other Indians. Like I don't think that's the goal. ना जीतूंगा ना किसी को जीतने दूंगा भाई ऐसा. I don't think anybody thinks like that.
Yeah,
26,
and the
28,
chat has
40,
spoken. I think average तो वही है. I think around 20-22.
25 लग रहा है. Maybe it's a bit higher. Yeah.
थोड़ा higher है.
हाँ 25. बढ़िया बढ़िया.
हिमल पूछ रहा है, डिड ही फॉरगॉट ही हैज टू मूव? नहीं भाई ना, पोजीशन की थोड़ी सी वाट लग गई है, तो इसके लिए अर्जुन जस्ट बीइंग डबली श्योर, थोड़ा कुछ स्कोप है, कहीं कोई ट्रिक है, ही ट्राइंग टू फाइंड दैट आउट.
Yeah. कोई कह रहा है modem. So I'm going to ask you a question, chat. So how many of you have ever had a floppy disk? I think that's a good sign to understand key for the people above the age of 25, 30. Yeah. I'm by the way 32. Rakesh, I think you're 31. Yeah.
नहीं नहीं, 32 भाई, सेम.
बर्थडे आ गया इस साल.
हो गया, आपका बाकी है ना
हाँ मेरा
अगले
बाकी
साल.
है तो हाँ मैं 33. तो ये 32, 33 right now. So chat, anybody of 25, 28 I think will get to understand कितने लोगों ने floppy disk कभी हाथ में रखी है भाई. राकेश भाई, have you played with floppy disk before?
Of course. CDs, floppy disks, ये सब कुछ. So. By the way, GK is saying a great one. Like, I'm 47 years old, but love watching this sport and seeing this younger generation perform. And I think GK, by that makes two of us or three of us, in fact, seeing the younger
Yeah.
generation perform. Like, Tiku, by the 15 साल पहले, we only had VC, sir. एट द हाईएस्ट लेवल। अभी तो
Yeah,
हर दिन कोई नया इंडियन कहीं तीसरा टूर्नामेंट जीत रहा है, सो
yeah.
ग्रेट टाइम्स फॉर इंडियन चेस।
And also कोई कह रहा है floppy disk 3.5 MB. By I remember a floppy disk of 512 KB. So if anyone is wondering what a floppy disk is, it used to be like a pen drive, but uska space 1 TB nahi, it used to be 512 KB or 1.28 MB, something like that, Rakesh bhai. Insane bhai. क्या उसमें क्या स्टोर होता था भाई उसमें?
स्क्वायर वाला डिस्क, या
हाँ,
प्रियदर्शनी, यू आर राइट, दैट्स व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट।
crazy. And meanwhile, chat, अर्जुन स्टिल सोचते हुए बिकॉज 39 मिनट्स में वो आ चुके हैं राकेश भाई दिस इज नॉट अ गुड साइन या यू प्ले दिस फोर्सिंग वेरिएशन एंड सडनली यू जस्ट काइंड ऑफ नाउ स्टार्ट थिंकिंग या नॉट द राइट मोमेंट टू स्टार्ट थिंकिंग आई फील
Not at all, not at all. And you know, he has, I think, the one of the lowest times for any player. And Mayank is saying, White dominating on all boards, and that is true. Great point there.
yeah Arjun still thinking one look at the Arvind game chat he has kicked the knight away with g3 and he is sacking a pawn Rakesh by temporarily. So knight f4 देखा था हमने rook c1 and queen e7 and now g3 the best move according to the engines played by Arvind. And now knight g6 of course would be retrieval so you have to kind of challenge here and king h2 and there is no knight going
Mhm.
back right because I'm controlling every square.
Yeah, and you can definitely go queen d7, but then you come in the line of the rook.
Yeah,
So,
he's yeah
c5, I don't like that for black.
yeah
And
and
plus, ये knight
apparently
कहाँ जा नहीं रहा है. Knight is
yeah
stuck
and
on h3.
the only move here is actually g5 Rakesh, which is insane. You're not going to play this move to
Wow.
save everything like this. That is ridiculous. So I think Rapport Bhai will have to go back, and that means advantage Arvind. Yeah,
Yeah, Arvind definitely looking the favorite here, and काफी नहीं,
राकेश भाई आपका कट गई आवाज शायद वहां पे.
पर
भाई मेरे को आवाज नहीं राकेश भाई की चैट कैन यू हियर राकेश भाई या इज इट माय इंटरनेट?
ट्रक जितना एडवांटेज तो नहीं है, बट अभी अभी नाउ आई एम बैक, सॉरी।
हाँ अच्छा आपका ही था क्या right? अच्छा हाँ फिर ठीक है.
मेरा
हाँ
इंटरनेट था।
हाँ बोलो बोलो भाई क्या करते हैं.
मैं saying, yeah, like Prag, sorry, Arvind doesn't have a big enough advantage as Prag, but
हम्म.
point 0.7 is also big. Like,
या या
so Prag के पास तो 1.7 है, but yeah,
I mean, the kind of opening he had was very solid. So, and maybe solid is what works against a creative player like Rapport, right? So, Rapport creativeness निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. नाइट b4 आए मारने के लिए फिर मारा ही नहीं वापस चले गए. नाइट f4 आए मारने के लिए अब मारेंगे ही नहीं वापस चले गए. सो एक घोड़े बस ऐसे घुमाए जा रहे हैं Rapport भाई विदाउट एनी पर्पस.
yeah, and बहुत 2-3 दिन हो गए, we haven't seen an Indian player win in this event. Tiku bhai, I really hope that changes today.
या या बट राकेश भाई वेरी लाइकली टू चेंज राइट बिकॉज इस बोर्ड पे ड्रॉ के चांसेस तो बहुत ही लो लग रहे हैं मुझे. सो वी आर लाइकली गोना सी वन प्लेयर विन एंड इट्स much more likely to be Pragnanda who might defeat his countrymen. And फिलहाल के लिए I think Arjun thinking is there a
Mhm.
way to offer some resistance, is there a way to kind of strike back, can I create some counterplay, can I play something which Prag has not seen, is there a trap I can set somewhere, how do I defend my king, where does the queen belong, where does the rook belong, where do I put the bishop after rook to e1. इतने सारे सवाल हैं और जवाब के लिए टाइम बहुत कम है. 36 मिनट रिमेनिंग. He has to play 23 moves, Rakesh Bhai, in just, I would say, under 36 minutes now. Not easy.
Yeah, not easy at all. And best move for Arjun, I think it's same. On that same diagonal, the queen is protecting the bishop and the knight. Plus, your rook comes in quickly to d8 as well, Tiku.
Hmm. Yep. Yep. Man,
अरे
not
कैमरामैन,
easy.
अरे अरे कैमरा, दोस्त दोस्त आप लाइन शॉर्ट में आ रहे हो दोस्त, हेलो।
भाई इंसेप्शन का गाना कौन चलाएगा भाई? कैमरा में कैमरा, कैमरा में कैमरा, भाई कुछ होना चाहिए ना यहाँ पे। इंसेप्शन की ट्यून कौन सी थी, भूल ही गया मैं। ओह। अर्जुन स्टेयरिंग एट
भाई,
Prague while calculating. Nice.
प्रग काफी घूम रहे थे, बट शायद पैर दुख गए क्योंकि अर्जुन हैज नॉट मेड अ मूव फॉर 25 मिनट्स नाउ टिकू।
भाई सही में, एंड 35 मिनट से कम नीचे जाते हुए आई एम जेन्युइनली वरिड फॉर अर्जुन नाउ। He's still not played, and once you go below that, I mean, you not even played 20 moves yet, and the position is so complicated कि लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे तो 8 घंटे जो प्रक को मिले थे, अर्जुन कह रहा होगा मुझे भी दे दो अभी, बिकॉज दिस इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट।
Yeah, very difficult indeed. And what about B6 here?
B6, I think you just continue. White का plan simple है, rook E1, and if you take my bishop, I'm gonna take yours. And again, ये hanging है,
Mhm.
ये hanging है, and if you move the bishop back, let's say to G8, then simply bishop A3, and ये दोनों bishop, भाई क्या ऐसे मतलब, इट्स लाइक मतलब बोलते हैं ना, लाइक स्नाइपर्स बिठा दिए मैंने बिल्डिंग के टॉप पे, एंड यू कैन नेवर रियली एस्केप फॉर एवर। ओ B6
B6 में
प्लेड।
Arjun. Wow. So big shout out to Anand, Arun and Mohit, जिन्होंने तीनों ने B6 प्रेडिक्ट किया था।
वाओ। तो मतलब उनके पास दे आर सब्सक्राइब टू मोर चेस चैनल्स देन दिस वन, राकेश भाई।
Yeah, or genuinely very strong chess players as well. But yeah, I fully agree, Tiku. Just rookie one, बिशप जाएगा पीछे कोने में, हम भी
या
लाएंगे बिशप कोने में। एंड उसके बाद इफ अर्जुन इज ग्रीडी विथ नाइट टेक्स ऑन, तो आई थिंक इससे भी एक हल्का सा क्वीन C1 है, एंड आई एम अटैकिंग योर रुक एंड योर नाइट। नहीं, क्वीन C1 आई वाज सेइंग,
ओके,
आई एम
दैट्स इवन बेटर
थिंकिंग।
एक्चुअली, राइट।
या एंड अटैकिंग बोथ, एंड इट्स जस्ट ब्लैक की पीसेस ना सब हवा में है,
या
कोई एक
या
दूसरे को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है।
या लेकिन हमारी चैट जरूर सारे इंटरनेशनल यूट्यूब चैनल्स को सपोर्ट कर रही है, सो ग्लैड टू नो दैट। चैट फिलहाल के लिए जल्दी से हमें भी सपोर्ट करो यार। लाइक करो स्ट्रीम 500, हम नहीं करे मत करो उनको, हमें भी करो, लाइक करो स्ट्रीम 500 लाइक पहुंच जाए। एंड फिलहाल के लिए राकेश भाई, आई थिंक दिस B6 इज एविडेंस कि अर्जुन, आई थिंक, has partially might have given up, Rakesh bhai. He did not see those weird moves queen G8, but how he has been playing in this event, if he had confidence in his position, right, that there's something he can do, he would have found it, Rakesh bhai. He would have found it. So मुझे लग रहा है Arjun might have already like understood that this is lost. Now it's all about tricks. That's what I feel. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. And B6 definitely points to that evidence, and also some other evidence of Mohit Bhai being subscribed to many other chess channels, as you mentioned, Tiku. So that is on the cards. But does it change the evaluation, Tiku? Like, was Queen G8 better, or B6
Yeah,
से कुछ हुआ change?
yeah, Queen G was definitely better. Why? Definitely, and also Rook F6 was better. But B6 के बाद आपने basically it's not really, your pieces are weirdly placed, right? अगर logically सोचा जाए, पीसेस बहुत वियर्ड है आपके। ये रुक हवा में घूम रहा है F4 पे, ये पिन में है, क्वीन में भी विल बी इन अ पिन आफ्टर क्वीन D2, किंग इज कंप्लीटली लाइक इट कांट स्टेप आउट होगा तो इमीडिएटली टावल गिर जाएगी, एंड द रुक ऑन A8 इज नॉट इवन डेवलप्ड येट। सो what you needed was piece improvement, and B6 does not really do that, and it's basically hoping against hope कि बिशप यहां कहीं यहां आ जाए। That's the dream, right? Bishop E3 back. Now I play knight takes E3, F takes E3.
Mhm.
I trade everything. Queen takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, and position is equal. It's like a dream. Yeah, you are hoping against hope. Ki bishop will not go here. It will go here. That's what Arjun is hoping for.
Yeah. But I don't think Prague is going to allow that. Like, rook E1, problem है कि White's move is so logical
Hmm.
and simple that this feels super tough for Arjun to save this. And I think if I were Prague, I would play rook E1 quickly,
Yeah,
put the time pressure back on Arjun.
I agree. Actually, I agree. I think यहाँ पे Prague actually knows. Yeah, he pretty much knows कि this is winning. I think his intuition Forget his preparation, by the way. Just his intuition should tell him this is completely winning. And all he has to do is play logical chess. Logic nahi chhodna hai. Until he does not leave logic, I think he will win this game. I think Prague is likely to win, Chad. And this will be a crucial win for him. Uh, because he maintains his chances to win the event and get those 26 points for the FIDE circuit.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing, and this could actually boil down to the candidate spot, Tiku, in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And 50 minutes of Prague, 15 minute की lead. One look at the Arvind game has Rapport played. He went back as expected and now B4. So Arvind having a great position. And Chad यहाँ पे knight B1, knight C3, knight D5 will be likely his next maneuver. And yeah, I think Arvind is in the driver's seat. But he was yesterday as well, Rakesh Bhai. So hoping he can convert this time.
Yeah, for sure. And this win would give him that much needed confidence. And yeah, I think I'm really hoping Arvind converts this one.
Yeah. So Arvind, time to be, by the way, almost 18 minute आगे. That is great news for Arvind. Maybe we will get 2 points today, Rakesh bhai. Even though two Indians are playing each other, शायद आज हमें 2 point मिल जाए. And now Prag right now calculating, he can also just go back directly. I know we considered rookie one, but he can also just go back directly. Even that is close to winning for Prague. So multiple options. Even Queen E1 is an option, but okay. Rookie one, very logical. Which way three, very logical.
Yeah, yeah. And while Prague is still thinking, Arvind, is looking for his first win of the event. And उसके बाद अर्जुन जाके खेलेंगे बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप. फिर कल होगा विनर ऑफ टुडे मे बी अरविंद विंस एंड लूजर ऑफ टुडे जो है अर्जुन. So that is
Hmm.
another last round clash which Arjun would not be very excited about.
Yeah, I think Arjun would not be happy with any clash actually if he has to play too much chess because thoda sa stressful to rahega. And not to forget, like um, he has white against Arvind Rakesh Bhai, so that maybe helps him a bit. Like if he
Correct.
wants a equalish position, he can go for it, and that maybe reduces the stress a bit. But that means ki aaj ki game becomes crucial, right? Because aaj if he can somehow hold this, then he not only maintains his winning chances, and then he can tomorrow try to push and win the event itself. Because Prague will have white against Noderbek, so it is totally. Oh, he'll have black actually. Oh, but maybe Noderbek will go for a draw, right? Because draw guarantees him tied first, and then
Yeah.
Arjun might have chances to win against Arvind. So, आज का game becomes super crucial for Arjun, and फिलहाल के लिए, of course, things not looking great. And Prag को सिर्फ बिशप पीछे रखना है, not come back this way. He has to come back this way.
Yeah, just surprised that Prague is actually thinking so much, Tiku. Yeah.
Yeah. I want Prague to win the game so that he can win top three in this tournament. Then he will earn some affiliate one. Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well. I think depends on how you look at this. But regardless, an Indian wins, so good news for us, and of course, Indian loses, bad news for us. But in terms of player standings, I think right now Arjun maybe has a better chance of finishing first, but Prague possibly can seal his candidate spot. So both have their incentives, and Prague ka time niche jata hua.
Yeah, yeah, and Yuvan is on the Chess.com India chat asking who is leading, Prague or Arjun? I think the answer is neither. Because Noderbeck, who's already finished his game today, as you can see on the bottom left of our screen, draw हो चुका है उनका, and he's leading with 5.5 points out of 8 games.
Yep, absolutely. Prize money, yeah. As I mentioned before, I think prize money, एक तो prize money होता है like X number of dollars, and one is appearance fee as well. So players make a good amount of money, I think, playing these events. I mean, not as much as other sports, right? I mean, tennis में you make millions of dollars every event. Chess में तो भाई world championship खेलनी पड़ती है राकेश भाई to make millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's the only event. Millions के
Yeah.
लिए.
And उसमें भी फिर बाद में luckily tax नहीं लगा वो केश को, but so it's not really as popular in terms of money, but I think it has its perks now. I think chess is growing rapidly and the money will grow as well into the game.
Yeah, yeah, correct.
Parag, by the way,
Prag,
taking too much time. You know, when he took too much time against Rapport, that's when he blundered. So if 90 Bishop E3 happens, I think Arjun's gonna start moonwalking over the board. I think because that's awesome, and suddenly he's back in the game.
नहीं मैं बिशप E3 का तो चांस ही नहीं है। Prag about, अच्छा मुझे लगा he was about to play। I think Prag is just double checking कि सब सही है, but rook E1 has to be the move, or at least just bishop A3 like you mentioned, Teko.
Yep. If Arjun loses today, bad luck for win. I would say if Arjun wins today, that's even bad luck for. That's more bad luck because then Arjun has a chance to win the event. So if Arjun loses today by chance, then he will just maybe be okay with a draw tomorrow just to end the event. But if he wins today, he's playing for first place. I think that's when he pushes more. So disagree with
True.
that a little bit. And दूसरे कह रहे हैं, what will it take for a woman player to kind of see to reach top position in open chess? I think one thing we asked this to Humpy, right, Rakesh Bhai, I think, when
Yeah,
we
yeah.
met her during the Pune Grand Prix, I think. So she mentioned, I think one of the reasons is कि you have to kind of also accept कि open tournaments में खेलना है. Like once you play, and Vidit also mentioned this in the podcast. I think that Samay Sagar Vidit Food Farmer podcast. कि you
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
are not forced to improve that much, and it basically means कि your goals are a bit smaller automatically because women's chess में कोई 2700 नहीं है. So to become, let's say, world champion, you need to be 2600, and that even 2550 is enough. So if you really want a strong women player as Judith Polgar and all these players did, I think you have to play open events and then really challenge yourself. But of course, your temptation is huge. Like I would definitely play women's event if I was like I would utilize that to my advantage, Rakesh bhai. आसान नहीं है ना to decide कि I'm not going to play women events.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. And shout out to Judith Burger, or elder sister Susan Polgar, and How Yufan also, Joe,
Yeah,
who actually broke some barriers
yeah.
there and prove that women can do as well as men in chess. And I think Judith Burger only woman in history to play the candidates, Tikubai.
And also defeat, I think, Kasparov, right? She defeated Kasparov.
Yeah, yeah, she did.
So clearly, chat. I think it's possible. It's just about the numbers as well. कि यार अगर लड़कियां प्लेयर कितनी है चेस में? Look at this tournament hall. Like this is not really like any female player who is strong enough can play this, but number of men playing it is much higher. So the probability somebody reaches the top is also higher, right? Automatically, numbers game bhi hai. So mixture of many things.
Mm.
And I think these two are some of the reasons. But meanwhile, chat Prag time pe log keh rahe, bhai Prag is I think 9 minutes ahead. So I don't think his time is an issue at all. Like he could literally play rookie one, bishop a3, like kuch bhi, and he's still winning. So I'm not worried with clock's time at all. I think Arjun ka clock is the bigger worry, I think.
Yeah, and
अच्छा व्हाट दे मीन इज प्रग का क्लाइम बढ़ गया 50 मिनट्स हो गया अच्छा आई थिंक वो प्रग ने क्लॉक हैक करी हुई है वो मजे लेता था हमारे एट वन पॉइंट इट वॉज 8 hours ऑन डे नंबर 6 तो आई एम नॉट रियली वर्ड 50 minutes it's actually 43 minutes chat for plug not 50.
oh, correct, correct. Bottom right and वहां से. Yeah. By the way, भाई SSS chat में डरा रहा है मुझे. He's saying Prag's blunder incoming.
So ऐसा मेरा आपसे एक सवाल है ठीक है सो हु आर योर फेवरेट यूट्यूबर्स कौन सी कंट्री के यूट्यूबर्स आप फॉलो करते हैं जरा आप मुझे बताएंगे एक बार लेवी और हमारे अलावा क्या
और
एशियन
फिलहाल
की
अब
हाँ
आपके चैट आपके यूट्यूब या गूगल हिस्ट्री में हमको क्या दिखेगा, लाइक आज के दिन में आपने कौन से यूट्यूब चैनल्स विजिट किए?
हाँ कितने कमेंटेटर्स की शक्ल आप आज देख चुके हो
भाई, and it could make some sense because rookie one is the obvious move. भाई खेलो ना प्रग, but if he's
हाँ
thinking so much, कुछ तो ghosts देख रहा है, I think वो.
याप Conjuring के ऑडिशन तो क्लियरली नहीं दे रहे प्रग so hopefully he will not see ghost and just play the best move let's hope so I think the thing is of course we want Arjun to hold this game but we also want Prag to play good chess and if he messes this up then it's gonna really really hurt so Prag already losing 2 games in a row before yesterday's game so will be very difficult नहीं सीबीआई ठीक है लाइक इज देयर एनी नॉन non-Indian Asian comment, YouTube channels you follow. भाई जो आपने आज क्लिक किए हो. Bishop a3, knight a5, somebody said. Now, again, like my bishop is defended, so I can just continue with my attack, rook e1. Like, if nothing crazy is happening, I'm going to play rook e1, queen d2, rook d1, and just kind of develop. That's why it's difficult. Let's say आपने bishop g8 खेला, ठीक है? Now again, queen d3, idea rook d1, idea यहाँ पे pressure डालने का. So it's very
भाई
hard. I
ये
mean,
क्या चल रहा है? ये
क्या?
क्या चल रहा है कैमरा पे?
Okay, I know I need to get a haircut, God, but ऐसे साइंस तो मत दो भाई, इतना साइंस तो मत दो. इसका स्क्रीनशॉट कोई मुझे इंस्टाग्राम पे डीएम कर देना, ये वाला हेयर कट मैं कराऊंगा, बिकॉज मेरे को बाल कटवाने हैं, टाइम ही नहीं मिल पा रहा है भाई, दिन में चार चार स्ट्रीम चल रही हैं. जैसे ही खत्म होगा, फर्स्ट थिंग आई वांट टू डू इज गो एंड कट माई हेयर. सो थैंक यू फॉर द रिमाइंडर चैट फॉर गॉड.
या भाई ना टिको, ऐसा अजीब है ना कि फ्राइडे तक, मतलब ये दोनों फ्राइडे सैटरडे तक दोनों इवेंट्स चल रहे हैं, फिर अचानक उसके बाद ना थोड़े दिन का ब्रीदर है, मतलब जागरेब तक 2-3 दिन मतलब.
भाई नहीं है, 28th को
अच्छा
दिस
हाँ.
एंड्स,
करेक्ट
ट्वेंटी
करेक्ट.
नाइन्थ इज संडे, देन 30th एंड फर्स्ट सेकेंड से इट स्टार्ट्स.
ओ मतलब ब्रेक बिल्कुल भी नहीं है.
हाँ, मंडे ट्यूसडे ब्रेक है, बट ओके आई टेक इट भाई. जो मिल जाए वो
मतलब
चलेगा भाई.
हाँ, आपका हेयर कट हो जाएगा तभी तक.
हाँ, गरीब आदमी पिकी नहीं हो सकते भाई. गरीब आदमी को जो मिलता है खाने को खा लेता है वो.
तो
Beggars can't be choosers.
एनी मूव भाई, नो मूव येट भाई. प्रग आल्सो अंडर 40 मिनट्स टिकू.
भाई इतना
व्हाट
क्या
इज
सोच रहा है यार
हैपनिंग?
प्रग. आई एम genuinely worried for Prag now actually, because
सेम ईयर, सेम ईयर.
last time he thought he played bishop c4 against Rapold and blundered bishop c2 and lost the game in 5 moves. So the fact that he's thinking for so long, it genuinely has me worried. Arvind the game. Okay, we can have a brief look at Arvind game. I think we left it at this:
हाँ
Rook a
हाँ, देख
d8
लेते हैं.
and Bishop g2. So not much has changed, chat यहाँ पे. I'm still expecting like Knight b1 and this maneuver, or Knight f1 and this maneuver, whatever it is. But Arvind is better. But 29 minutes for Rapport, a good chance for Arvind to strike. Rakesh bhai, I'm going to make a clear statement. अगर Arvind गलती से ये हार गया ना, I mean, he's not going to play for the next 3 months, 6 months. ऐसी मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है. He cannot lose this one, राकेश भाई.
नहीं नहीं भाई, ऐसे तो आई होप हारेगा नहीं पहले बात. बट ही इज ऑलरेडी कंफर्म फॉर बीएल मास्टर्स, तो छुट्टी टू नहीं लेने वाला. ही इज प्लेइंग इन बीएल मास्टर्स जुलाई.
Got it.
तो
Got it. Got it.
बट यू आर राइट, ही हैज टू विन दिस ताकि ना ये टूर्नामेंट का एंड अच्छा हो, एंड ही टेक्स दैट मोमेंटम इनटू बीएल मास्टर्स. नहीं तो भाई बीएल में भी पिटाई होगी, बिकॉज दैट्स अनदर सुपर स्ट्रॉन्ग टूर्नामेंट कमिंग अप.
Yep. Yep. And I hope he wins here because this is a crucial moment. Time पे 20 मिनट आगे हैं हम लोग. Position पे हम plus 0.7 है, 0.69, whatever it is. So looks like a great momentum for Rapport. But Prague अभी भी नहीं चल रहे. This is the current position. कोई कह रहा है कि who are you worried for? Prague और अर्जुन भाई, for both ना, both दोनों के लिए हमारा दिल धड़कता है भाई. दोनों इंडियन प्लेयर्स, दोनों टॉप प्लेयर्स हैं. So we basically want both to win, राकेश भाई. कोई तरीका हो कि 1-1 मिल जाए तो मजा आ जाए भाई.
सही में. बिशप A3 प्लेड ओके बाय प्रग.
Finally.
Oh,
Yeah.
the bar
So
drops, but okay, not so much, ना टिकू.
yeah, I think Rookie one intermediate move slightly better कि आपको एक extra
Correct.
tempo मिल रहा है. But Bishop A3 is still the best idea in the position. So now you put the bishop back, and again, look at this. I control both these diagonals. You can never ever attack this bishop. There is no piece that can attack this bishop. And this bishop. Oh, by the way, Knight A5. भाई
वो
चैट में एक बंदे ने लिखा था ना, what happens after Knight A5?
भाई वो भी बहुत अलग अलग चैनल्स को सब्सक्राइब करके बैठा होगा.
हाँ, clearly, I thought कि
But
we
but I just like the speed टिकू. On a serious note, मतलब मस्ती तो
हाँ.
ठीक है. But Arjun senses कि Prag is not feeling that confident. He's played knight A5 in 32 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's all about practicality now. I think all about practicality. If he can put Prag under time pressure, maybe he makes a mistake. But Rakesh bhai, the problem is कि rookie one खेलने के लिए, like it's the most obvious move. Like how will I mean maybe if you play bishop c2, even then it's plus 1.5. So that is a red flag for Arjun's position right now. If bishop c2 also doesn't work, then what do you do? I think rook e1 सबसे logical position. If you take on
Yeah.
b3, I can simply take back. And I'm threatening c4, I'm threatening rook e6, I'm threatening queen d2, rook d1, and all the same stuff. So things looking bleak for Arjun right now. And material wise, it's completely equal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bishop, bishop, knight, knight, bishop, knight, rook, rook, queen, queen, rook, rook. But still, it's so bad because the black king is weak. अगर ये pawn यहाँ होता ना राकेश भाई, दुनिया बदल देता भाई. Well, bar suddenly.
ओ ट्रू, क्योंकि सडनली ना वो बिशप प्रोटेक्टेड है, किंग थोड़ा सेफर है, G6
Yeah.
प्रोटेक्टेड है. That's a great point, Tiku.
C file open है, C3 pawn गया. Like it would completely change the valuation. So as of now, full pressure on Arjun. He's playing fast, trying to counter it back.
भाई शिवम भाई बोल रहे प्रग can't win, so if Arjun loses then no Indian can win the tournament. I think you're wrong शिवम भाई, क्योंकि with this win Prag comes to 4.5 and he plays Nodir back in the last round. So in
Yup,
fact we, with Prag winning this, we can have maybe two players to tie for first place tomorrow.
yup. There's a it's less likely, but it's possible. It's not mathematically impossible. Ki Prague wins this, and
Also
if
wins
Prague
tomorrow.
he has to win tomorrow, of course, and that will be not be easy with the black pieces. But meanwhile, chat, knight f5 on the board, bishop पे बहुत pressure है. Does Prag think that bishop is super important for his position now? Because the way Arjun played it made it feel that way, right? कि bishop बहुत important है, बचाओ bishop को. बचाना लेकिन गलत है. Actually, it gives Arjun some chances to strike back. Technically, White should just play rook a1, activate his pieces, and then just kind of go after the king before black can develop Rakesh Bhai. Once I bring the queen into the game, somehow rook. Imagine if the rook was somewhere here, right? Already black's position improved quite a bit. So um, that advantage isn't like completely permanent. So +3 advantage अभी दिख रही है.
Yeah, but it just shows, timing is critical. Prag should not be allowing Arjun, to consolidate and quickly kuch to karna chahiye. Meanwhile, Arjun, on the other hand, wants to, keep distracting Prag ki bhai ye bacha le, ye udhar bacha le. Meanwhile, he completes his development. So both players putting up a good fight, but Tiku bhai, Prag having less time than Arjun now.
Ooh, coming down slowly, 35 minutes each, 21 moves to go. How is Prag not playing quickly? Rook e1 is the move
Yeah,
he
I'm
has to find.
shocked.
I don't know why Arjun playing like bullet chess. Maybe it has influence, yeah, his play from yesterday. Who knows, yeah? It's so complex. You might wake up on the right side of the bed and think कि भाई मुझे lucky draw में right side को click करना है and some lucky draw. Like life is so kind of random, right? Sometimes. And whether bullet
Yeah.
chess kind of affected his play, it's very hard to guess. Come on, come on. It's clearly influenced. मेरा गलत हो जा रहा है भाई. It's clearly influenced my throat for sure. Arjun playing two events, but I don't know if Arjun's play has been influenced. Um, Prag, by the way, still not playing. Yeah, 1 minute below Arjun now. Rakesh bhai, and chat question
I
for you.
don't know what he's thinking. Yes, bolo, bolo.
How many minutes do you think Prag will have on his clock when he plays the move? Come on, chat. I'm gonna say
Let me
29
see.
minutes. What do you think, Rakesh bhai?
नहीं. अरे भाई वही तो लुक्स फोकस, मतलब ऐसा लग नहीं रहा कि प्राग अगले 1-2 मिनट में कुछ खेलने वाला. सो आई
Why?
पिक 31.
31, yeah?
या चैट चैट को क्या लगता है? लेट मी सी.
I think 29 पे he'll start panicking. He'll be like, भाई ठीक है यार, अब बहुत हो गया, अब खेलना पड़ेगा, ऑप्शन नहीं है.
यार निकुंज तिवारी आल्सो सेज 31. और यहाँ पे क्या, मोहित भाई
27.
बनाना 27. केशव.
क्या आप प्रग के बनाना है कल वाले बनाना जी? वही है क्या? आज प्रग ने लाया क्या बनाना? आई डोंट सी इट टुडे. सो बेसिकली प्रग हैज बीन गेटिंग अ बनाना टू ईट इन एवरी राउंड, बट आई डोंट
ओके.
सी इट टुडे.
ओ, मैं आने तक बनाना खा लेता होगा प्रग शायद रोज.
हाँ एक्चुअली, सो वी डोंट सी इट टुडे. राकेश भाई आप तो नहीं खा गए प्रग का?
नहीं नहीं भाई, आई थिंक प्रग विल बी हैप्पी विद, क्योंकि उसको गिफ्ट ही मिला इन अ वे इफ ही विन दिस गेम,
या
लाइक quite an easy win. But if he wins, he is not playing yet.
भाई, you know, very interesting. Everybody is answering in minutes: 26 minutes, 27, 12 minutes, 25, 31, 34, 32, 5. एक बंदा बोलता है 28 minutes 45 seconds. मुझे क्यों लग रहा है ये भी काफी इंटरनेशनल यूट्यूबर्स के फैन है भाई।
Why majestic, yaar? Like that's such a majestic reply.
हाँ, कुछ ज्यादा ही स्पेसिफिक है नहीं
ये वो एस्ट्रोलॉजर जी होता है ना, ऐसे लाइक जस्ट प्रेडिक्टिंग
भाई।
स्टफ। अरे मैंने
भाई
बोला
दिस इज
था।
क्रेजी नो, लाइक यू कुड बिकम एन एस्ट्रोलॉजर राकेश भाई। हम दोनों एस्ट्रोलॉजर बन जाते हैं एक हफ्ते 2 दिन के लिए, एंड वी स्टार्ट प्रिडिक्टिंग मूव्स लाइक क्रेजी। ठीक है, साइड में वो दूसरी स्ट्रीम खोल के, एंड देन भाई बिजनेस चलेगा अपना खूब भाई। क्या मस्त है भाई, क्या मस्त बिजनेस आइडिया
और सोचो रिजल्ट भी प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं, क्या
है
बहुत सारी चीज है मतलब।
हाँ, इंडियन इंडियन उनको बेटिंग कंपनीज को बोलते हैं ये है रियल स्ट्रीम भाई एंड देन जाके सब प्रिडिक्ट करके, भाई वी कैन बी द इमरान हाशमी ऑफ जन्नत भाई
Yeah, फिलहाल that looks like it's majestic because if Prague will have that much time, that means वो 28 minutes 15 seconds पे खेलेंगे मूव। तो क्या
एक
हो गया
बंदा
क्या?
लिखता है बनाना चुप केले क्या था भाई, What? भाई चैट कुछ भी लिखती है भाई। व्हाट वाज दैट एनीवेज।
What tournament will Gukesh play in? भाई Gukesh is playing the GCT Zagreb event with Magnus Carlsen. तो साहिल रावल जी आपको मिलेंगे, साहिल टिक्कू जी एंड सहज ग्रोवर भाई for that commentary, and that's going to be a super exciting rapid blitz event होगा टिक्कू।
सहज भाई आ रहे हैं ना, टर्की में तो नहीं बस गए वो भाई, उनका मन लगता नहीं है टर्की से आने का वापस
हाँ हाँ, बट ना वो कितना 15 पॉइंट तो ऑलरेडी गिर चुके हैं, तो और कितना ही दिन रुकेंगे
गिर गए
टर्की में।
क्या उसके पॉइंट यहाँ पे भी? नहीं नहीं।
नहीं एक्चुअली मैंने देखा नहीं है, लेट दैट्स अ ग्रेट, लेट मी चेक। चैट, डज एनीबॉडी नो सहज भाई का परफॉर्मेंस कैसा चल रहा है?
Yeah, and meanwhile, chat, Prague has still not played 30 minutes के नीचे जाते हुए। मैंने 29 मिनट्स प्रेडिक्ट किया था। क्या मैं सही हूँगा? प्रग भाई खेल दो यार, कम ऑन यार। भाई भाई भाई,
भाई
अपन दोनों भाई
सहज
भाई, कम
भाई
ऑन।
is increasing a whopping 4 rating points, and in five games he's absolutely unbeaten.
भाई अर्जुन के 3 बढ़ रहे हैं भाई, ही इज प्लेइंग बेटर देन अर्जुन, मतलब राकेश भाई।
Yeah, but today Sej is playing a grandmaster of Wahab Sanal. So good luck to
ओह
Sej
सनल
bhai.
भाई, ओह नाइस,
Yeah,
स्ट्रांग
good
एमजी।
luck there. Let's see. And bhai, 1 minute to go for Prag's move.
ओ ओ ओ प्रग मिस कह रहा है एक बंदा भाई। Come on, Prag bhai. What will you play? I think Rookie one is the move. Chat Queen E2 also possible with the idea of Rook D1 and C4 to win that knight. Also extremely strong. And if you play Queen F6 here, I can anyway play C4 with the idea of Bishop B2 harassing your
Oh,
queen.
that's
So
strong.
extremely dangerous. And एक बार ये Bishop B2 आएगा ना, then Queen E5 आएगा, and then Queen C7 मिल जाएगा. So the king is extremely stuck.
Chat. I mean, producer ji, can we go full screen? Prag about to make a move in 30 seconds. Let's
रियली
see
भाई
this.
28 अच्छा वो 30 सेकेंड्स का वो ऐड होगा
Add
भाई,
on,
हाँ।
na.
गॉट
Correct,
इट गॉट
correct.
इट।
Come on,
ओ मैजिक
Prag. Oh my God. I don't know. I'm very excited कि ये देखने के लिए सच होगा या नहीं।
7
खेल प्राग।
सेकेंड,
बीट
5
प्राग।
सेकेंड, 2 3 2
नहीं नहीं,
1
5 अभी।
शून्य।
20 है।
मैजेस्टिक भाई ने जो कर दिया था हमारे साथ राकेश भाई।
नहीं नहीं खेला, देखा ना क्लॉक के। भाई ये मगर लगता है मैजेस्टिक भाई वाज जस्ट डूइंग अ गेस। अपन ने खाली फुकट उस पे इल्जाम लगाया।
हाँ सॉरी मैजेस्टिक भाई, हमें माफी देना, क्षमा देना हमें भाई, हमने आपको गलत समझा। व्हाट इज दिस मैच? आई एम कंफ्यूज हु टू सपोर्ट भाई। यही तो बात है ना भाई, हु टू सपोर्ट। यही तो डायलेमा है, हम खुद
टफ
मजबूरी
वन,
में झूल
टफ
रहे
वन।
हैं। नोदिर बेक विल विन, ये सही है भाई, जो दोनों का मैच हो, नोदिर बेक विल विन, मतलब ताकि चूज ही ना करना पड़े भाई।
देखो, on a serious note, Prag down by 7 minutes now, and last two moves में, of course, calculation बहुत है, but they were simple moves for Prag. What is
मुझे
happening?
मुझे लग रहा है अर्जुन की स्ट्रेटेजी काम कर रही है राकेश भाई। इवन दो इज डेड लॉस्ट, द प्लान ऑफ प्लेइंग नाइट ए5 क्विकली वर्कड, एंड c4, a good
Four.
move by Prague, but the third preference of the engine, in fact fourth now, so not the best move there by Prague. And now I think knight takes c4 is an option here.
Okay. Knight takes c4. I think Prag wants to go bishop down to c1
And
and
now apparently you
attacks
have to
your
sack an
rooks.
exchange like this.
But I think Arjun will be very happy to get into this position because exchange down hope, but B and C are passed pawns. एंड आपका पीसेस को थोड़ा मूवमेंट मिल गया, रुक D8 आ रहा है टेम्पो में. इट्स लुकिंग लाइक देखो ब्लैक हैज टेकन ओवर द इनिशिएटिव. एंड वो जो एक थोड़े वियर्ड लाइंस आप दिखा रहे थे ना मैं आने के जस्ट पहले, नाइट
हाँ
H3 क्वीन F3 बिशप D5, मतलब वो
हाँ
डायगोनल
हाँ
पे है.
हाँ। you
हल्का
know
सा
for
आई फील अर्जुन इज गेटिंग ऑफ द हुक समहाउ.
but I feel कि अगर बिशप यहाँ होता ना, that would be awesome. Bishop on e6 right now. Maybe it's like, let's say I just pass, yeah. I'm gonna pass with rook b1. Yeah, I think Rakesh bhai, abhi bishop d5 was my idea, but apparently it's not working. Just rook e1. What?
व्हाट,
Oh,
नाइट
wait.
F6?
What?
व्हाट, दिस इज कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट टिकू. व्हाट?
Bhai, I am telling you, I am technically so impressed by Arjun's play. वो ऐसे खेल रहा है, ऐसे कोई स्ट्रेस है ही नहीं पोजीशन में भाई। आराम से 95 स्ट्रेटेजिक पोजीशन, जैसे स्पेनिश में बिशप लेते हैं, पॉन अटैक नाइट आराम से पीछे रख दिया चुपचाप, विदाउट एनी स्ट्रेस। आई काइंड ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट लाइक हाउ अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग दिस, आई एम नॉट इवन किडिंग राकेश भाई।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. एंड ही इज डूइंग वन गुड थिंग अर्जुन, दैट ही इज पुटिंग प्रेशर ऑन प्रग्स क्लॉक, क्योंकि एक हल्का सा ओपनिंग दिखा अर्जुन को वेर ही वेर ही कैन पुट प्रेशर. एंड ही सेइंग वैसे भी पोजीशन माइनस है, खराब है, लॉस्ट है, लेट मी पुट प्रेशर ऑन प्रग्स क्लॉक. एंड डू यू थिंक दैट स्ट्रेटजी इज गोइंग टू वर्क आउट, टिकू?
I don't think so yet, Rakesh bhai, because Queen C1 and Queen E1 are both super super tricky moves. Queen C1 kind of simple है, I want your rook, and राकेश भाई रुक के लिए कोई स्क्वायर तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है, रुक कहाँ जाएगा?
भाई आई थिंक तो भी एक्सचेंज देना ही पड़ेगा क्या? ब्लेस यू टिकू भाई.
ओ भाई क्या मस्त ठीक मारी मैंने भाई म्यूट करके। भाई इतना
अरे
भी टाइम नहीं
यार,
मिला कि भाई मैं कैमरा के साइड जा सकूं भाई, अच्छा है फुल स्क्रीन था, बच गए।
अनम्यूट कर देना था, मतलब मजा आता है.
नहीं नहीं बच गए।
अरे क्या दीदी भाई जानबूझ के
नहीं नहीं भाई जाओ अब चीख, ऑन कैमरा चीख।
है
नहीं भाई द
दम.
मोमेंट हैज, नीरी भाई इज ग्रेट एट फाइंडिंग मोमेंट्स आफ्टर दे हैव पास्ड। बच गए भाई बच गए।
Can Prag find the moment where he can actually capitalize and win? Queen C1 looks so. I would like Rook E1 वाला move. अगर आप मेरे क्वीन मारोगे तो आई ब्रिंग द अदर रुक, एंड सडनली दो मूव में मेरे दोनों रुक्स डेवलप हो चुके हैं.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
also
Prag
very
plays it.
tricky.
Prag plays Queen C1. Wow.
Wow.
Is the best move.
And question for you, chat. How much time will Arjun take to play his move? Come on, Rakesh bhai. Chat, बताओ कितने मिनट लेगा? He splits too quickly. Rakesh bhai, how many minutes?
अर्जुन
हाँ,
2.5 minutes में खेलेगा.
2.5, yeah?
30 मिनट पे आएगा तब तक. आई थिंक ही शुड हैव मूव्ड बिकॉज ही इज लूजिंग हिज एक्सचेंज. थोड़ा बहुत सोचेगा आई थिंक अर्जुन.
Is there a chance to save it? So rook g4, for example, just h3, yeah? And rook
या
h4, rook e1 just loses, yeah? I think because bishop f7, there is bishop e7, and queen d7, there is queen c3. This is falling apart, Rakesh bhai, actually, to be honest. 2 minute,
या या
30 second, 2.5 साल within 2 minutes. Arjun pulling that to confuse your enemy was confuse yourself first. I don't know if that's what he's trying to pull at least, Rakesh bhai.
अरे नेबुला, फाइनली आपका मैसेज पढ़ा टिकू ने और आपने एडिट कर दिया है।
क्या लिखा था उसने?
यही यही सेम सेम कमेंट।
Oh, he's not giving up the exchange still, Rakesh bhai. He's like, भाई मैं मटेरियल तो नहीं दूंगा, अगर चेकमेट करना है तो कर लो। ये सिंपल फॉर्मूला है अर्जुन का।
भाई ग्रीडी वीडी का भाई। Rook h4, like the rook has not chat. If you're just joining in, rook has not come to attack black white king या कुछ। वो सिर्फ भाग रहा है, उसके पास जगह
सही
नहीं
में,
थी इसके लिए।
सही में उसको इतनी बार बेचारे को मूव कर चुके हैं। The rook would give anything to just jump back to f7 actually, नाइट के ऊपर से, बट
Bro,
चांस ही नहीं है।
bro, I pug drank some water. Is this a sign? Does he know he's completely winning now?
If Prague loses from this, that will be bad. I know he will not lose from this. Yeah, now it's getting to that position when it's done. By the way, Niriva, is it public? Can we announce this? Because there is huge news if this is true. Can we announce this on stream? Oh, by the way, chat, huge news, yeah. So हमें एक चीज अनाउंस करनी थी, उससे पहले एक और चीज आ गई। Tata Steel Chess India has been announced, and it usually happens
Wow.
in November. But November, mein, because World Cup is happening, it's being taking place next year from Jan 7 to Jan 11th, 2026. And that's a great time because the first event of the year usually is the main Tata Steel. And now, pure calendar ka Rakesh bhai, the first event will be Tata Steel India.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. And spoke to the Tata Steel India organizer, and he said instead of November this year, they want to have Tata Steel like one Tata Steel chess month. So January में
हाँ,
टाटा स्टील इंडिया होगा पहले कोलकाता में, एंड उसके बाद some of the players will travel also to Netherlands जहाँ पे होगा टाटा स्टील मास्टर्स। So big update coming in, Tiku, and of course you were there last year. I've been there many times. Chat, you can come in and watch the world's best players on the screen, in the
yeah.
auditorium, face to face. Get some selfies. So definitely big news coming in.
Yeah, and I remember Magnus wahan pe, I think I saw Magnus there. He lost that game against Arjun in 20 moves. So crazy moments there. And of course, uh, इतने फैंस है आई थिंक कोलकाता में चेस के, पूरा हॉल भरा हुआ था यार, लाइक इट वाज इनसेन टू वॉच। चैट, डू बी देयर इफ यू कैन विजिट द हॉल, इट्स अमेजिंग। एंड प्लेयर्स लिस्ट जब भी आएगी राकेश भाई, इज गोना बी fascinating. I expect we'll definitely have invites to, Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, Arvind, and Vidit, and everybody, Nihal, everybody else. And it's going to be amazing to watch that tournament again.
Yeah, yeah. And Arjun, in fact, was a find of the Tata Steel Chess India tournament. Matlab, he was he won the rapid tournament. Then Adiban had to withdraw because of his health, and he got a wild card to the Blitz, and Blitz में second आया. And
Yeah,
Arjun was a grandmaster, but not very well known to the international stage.
yeah,
So this tournament definitely giving us big stars as well.
yeah. And Jan 7 से है ना भाई साहब, so भाई मैं हनीमून पे कब जाऊँ भाई? भाई समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है भाई, छुट्टी नहीं मिल रही है भाई। फिलहाल के लिए ओके ओके, मैं भूल ही गया मैं कहाँ पे स्ट्रीम पे हूँ। एनीवेज, सो फिलहाल के लिए चैट, जोक्स अपार्ट, प्रग स्टिल थिंकिंग रुकी वन आएगा अभी। राकेश भाई, कोई कह रहा है रुक C4 क्यों नहीं मार रहा भाई? वाइट टू प्ले है इसलिए।
हाँ मतलब परत खेलेगा ना पहले कुछ तो मे बी।
हाँ,
आई स्टिल लाइक रुकी वन फॉर वाइट, मतलब रुक को लाओ यार, मतलब क्यों रखना है उसको घर में, यूज ऑल योर पीसेस।
एंड सिंपल है, वो बिशप E7 आइडिया है चैट, तभी बिशप वहां बैठा है। उसको सिर्फ E7 स्क्वायर चाहिए, रुकी वन, बिशप F7, बिशप E7 रिजाइन, सिंपल प्लान है वाइट के पास। सो आई डोंट इवन नो व्हाई प्राग इज स्टिल थिंकिंग, या।
ट्रू, ट्रू।
ओके, एनीवेज, um oh, about to play. No, no, not yet, not yet. I think Prag has been playing this game, yeah, of almost playing the move and then his opponent gets up and then he doesn't play it. And वही हमारे साथ भी हो रहा है भाई अभी।
ट्रू दैट।
कि Prag still in stress. Come on, भाई। Rakesh, by 21 minutes now. Do you think time is a worry or do you think this is so winning कि clock is irrelevant?
तो क्लॉक इज डेफिनेटली रेलेवेंट क्योंकि ना और 19 मूव करने हैं टिको, तो दैट इज द बिगर ड्रॉबैक. रुक इवन प्लेड बाय द वे.
Oh, played finally. So rook e1 played, and now bishop is attacked. Bishop hilega. I Can we play bishop e7 already? We can, right? And now queen h8 is the move. I
भाई भाई ऐसा
I
खेलना है तो.
mean I don't even know what to say here. Bhai, queen h8. Baap re.
क्वीन एच8 किंग एच8 रुक एच4, ये क्या अरेंजमेंट है मतलब. फ्री स्टाइल चेस वर्टिकली.
भाई ये तो मुझे गाना याद है, इफ द वर्ल्ड वाज एंडिंग आई वुड वांट टू बी नेक्स्ट टू यू. भाई ये वही गाने का एम्बॉडीमेंट है रियल लाइफ में. But the world is ending indeed for the black army here. So rook e1 on the board and Arjun in huge pressure here. I think queen g8 maybe is a slightly better move. Not moving the bishop just yet. And he plays it finally. Queen g8 on the board. Playing quickly, by the way.
या फाइन. आई थिंक अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग ऑन प्रग्स क्लॉक मतलब. और एंड प्रग, अरे मेरे को लगा खेलने ही वाला है कुछ, बट ही डजंट येट प्ले. प्रग बाय द वे कंप्लीटली विनिंग. टिकू भाई लुक एट द बार, इट्स गॉन थ्रू द रूफ.
Yeah. क्वीन c3 आ रहा है चैट. बिशप b2 आएगा. एंड एक एक कर सारे पीस ब्लैक के अंडर प्रेशर है भाई. रुक हैज नो स्क्वायर्स. नाइट अभी अटैक होगा. बिशप ऑलरेडी अटैक्ड है, अभी तो मैंने रुक गेम में लाया भी नहीं. So this is looking like it's curtains for Arjun here. And this was just, I think opening में ही confuse हो गए थे Arjun. And I would say a pretty good game by Prag. Yeah, 90s. I think actually थोड़ी कम हो गई होंगी अब, but still a pretty smooth game.
या थ्रू दैट. 96.7, I think it's a great score.
By the way, just one look at the Arvind game, because this is where he was better. And he seems to have spoiled his edge a bit, Rakesh bhai. And now f5 is incoming. And if you ask me who's better after f5, I'm gonna just not say it, Rakesh bhai.
मतलब डेफिनेटली ऐसे लग रहा है कि मोमेंटम has shifted and white का ना play is kind of closing out and black can start the counter play with f5 f4 and black's pieces also look perfectly placed. अगर ये counter play आ गया तो I think Richard Rapo will be very happy with this position.
By Arvind, you cannot lose this one. I have full faith in Arvind, but when you've lost, like when you saw his reaction yesterday, right? He is still a bit emotional. Maybe वो उससे फर्क तो पड़ता ही है. You cannot just ignore that game. There was no rest day there to recover your emotions, and I'm hoping he can be practical here and play the best chess he potentially can. So very difficult moment for him. Meanwhile, Prague game में no moves by Prague yet. Time नीचे tick होता हुआ tick tock. Um, but yeah, I think his play is very simple now. Queen को गेम में लाते हैं, बिशप को गेम में लाते हैं, रुक को गेम में लाते हैं. लाइक डेवलपमेंट करनी है राकेश भाई. इट्स नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट.
या भाई थोड़ा का तो टाइम कम ही होते जा रहा है टिकू.
या
He's under 20 minutes now.
अरविंद ऑन अ टिल्ट फॉर रियल. आई डोंट नो इफ इज ऑन अ टिल्ट, बट मतलब इट कुड बी पॉसिबल, बिकॉज जो कल का रिएक्शन मुझे दिखा ना, लाइक वी लिटरली एंडेड द स्ट्रीम आफ्टर वेटिंग फॉर 10 minutes, बट ही वाज स्टिल सिटिंग. दैट टेल्स you how
Yeah.
emotionally influenced he was after that loss, because he was better chat yesterday. And if he by chance, Rakesh bhai, just gonna put it out there, if by chance he loses today, he will have even less time to recover for tomorrow because the round starts early.
Correct.
So you do not want to lose today at all.
That is very, very true.
Prague still thinking. I think Arjun is dead lost right now. Black's pieces need a lot of coordination, which simply does not exist. The only active piece you can remove is this one. But उसके अलावा वाइट
Hmm.
के सारे ये और ये भी जब गेम में आएगा, चारों पीस खतरनाक डेडली है.
So, takeaway, of course, White is completely winning. But what is like White's winning plan or winning move here?
I think queen c3, right? So you develop the queen. Let's
Attack the
say,
knight.
yeah, knight attacked. So कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा knight का. अब क्या करो knight का? Let's say I play queen f7, which to me looks like a logical move.
हाँ.
Now, I was thinking if I can develop, and that is still winning, but apparently Rakesh bhai, it's already time for action, and you can already just take this bishop now.
Oh, and then bring rook e1, and if queen goes back, then rook e7,
Yeah,
and the rook is spinning and winning.
yeah. So you will have to apparently play 94 here as the only move, because of course rook defense, किसी काम आया है rook, and now just queen c2, and this knight is also falling. So knight b3, a b3, and this knight is gone.
Prague about to play Tikku. Queen c3 on the board.
Yep, Queen City on the board, and the game should be over in the next 3 to 5 moves. Chat. Arjun will try some defense here, but it seems like Prague is going to get his win today. And once he wins, he will, I think, go to 4.5, and he will be in tied second place. Of course, there's a lot of games going on, but yeah, as of now.
Yeah, yeah, there we have
And
the
oh,
standings
Queen S7 played.
updated.
Queen is on the board. Can we go back quickly to
What?
the camera? Play. And now chat, rook e6 is winning for Prague. So let's have a look at the winning variation. Rook e6, queen e6, rook e1. Now
हाँ,
queen
नया
has
रुक
no
लाया.
squares. If queen here or somewhere here, then rook e7 would win because सब कुछ hanging है. So queen, I think, you have to play 94 now, only move. Now queen c2, attacking this. Rook e8 defending. And now simply f3.
Yeah, if I take the bishop left side of the board, पे you just take back with the pawn, I think. Knight b3, a b3 के बाद, and yeah, yeah, my knight has absolutely nowhere to go, nowhere to
Yeah.
go, and it's game over.
Yeah, I think Arjun, we could be, if Prague has seen this variation, I think this could come out very quickly as well because stop forcing it. Rook e6, Arjun has only one move. Rook e1, Arjun probably has only one move. Then Queen c2, Arjun has only one move. And then f3, Arjun has only one move. That's resigns. So once Prague plays Rook e6, I think we're going to see the game, end of the game very quickly.
Yeah, I have a feeling Prague has seen it. ऐसे एक लेजर फोकस है प्रग का, जो नीरी भाई ने
Yeah.
परसों कुछ ग्रीन कलर के एरो मारे थे ना, वैसे कुछ. But he looks like Prague looks like Prague is absolutely winning. And what a turnaround, bhai. Arjun undefeated from the first round suddenly is losing, and Prague, who started well, lost 2 rounds, is now back.
Yeah, yeah. And there are
It's
the lights
very
again, भाई.
nice.
इस बार सही लग रही है भाई. इस बार सही लग रही है. But they're looking at
हाँ,
Arjun and not at the board. I think board पे दिखनी चाहिए वो. थोड़ा tilted होनी
थोड़ा
चाहिए.
एंगल. करेक्ट, करेक्ट,
Uh,
करेक्ट.
but I think, yeah, I think overall, Prague, of course, an important win for him. Arjun, I think, will still have to ponder, right? I think अब मुझे कैसे प्लान करना है. He still has to play Bullet Chess Championship रात को. कल फिर से राउंड है. फिर अगर if he wins today, then he also has to play Bullet Chess Championship कल रात को भी. So it's gonna be a bit tiring for Arjun, of course. So he will have to plan accordingly, and you can see him with eyes closed, like he could genuinely be kind of resting his eyes. राकेश भाई इतना मेहनत कर रहा है अभी बंदा.
True, true. But yeah, I think if Prague plays this, it's absolutely over. I don't see any defense for Anju bhai.
वाह मंदर भाई मेरी तारीफ करे. थैंक यू भाई. यप, प्रक को हराया है मैंने बचपन में भाई. उसके बचपन में मतलब. बट इट्स बिन अ लॉन्ग वाइल सिंस देन. तब से बहुत टाइम हो गया भाई.
पर घमंड नहीं है.
क्या कह रहे हो राकेश भाई? पेन पकड़ के खेलता था? नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं किसी का पेन नहीं पकड़ता यार. अरे तो कह रहे थे आप? अच्छा, ओ, पेन पकड़ के खेल रहा है. नाइस. हाँ राकेश भाई, यू सेइंग समथिंग.
नहीं, नहीं, नीरी भाई बोल रहे थे ना, नीरी
वो
भाई.
रिजल्ट देखने वाला होगा नहीं भाई. ही इज रेडी टू राइट द रिजल्ट, आई थिंक. कि गेम खत्म होने 1-0 लिख देता हूँ अब. भाई, that tells you, by the way, yeah, I think hard work counts for something. So प्रग को जब मैंने हराया था राकेश भाई, I was 0 out of 4 in a tournament. and I was paired against Prag. So that tells you कि Prag के points से भी थे ऐसे कुछ थे. And he has
And he
taken on
plays it.
e6. It's a brilliancy,
Rook
by the
takes
way, on the board.
e6.
Yeah, it's going to be all forcing now. As I mentioned, once this happens, सब कुछ बहुत तेज होगा. Rook e1 played. And
भाई लोग देख कैसे आ रहे हैं गेम के आजू बाजू.
yeah, yeah. And Arjun has, I think this is a slight moment of choice, of course, but I don't think it's really a moment of choice because Queen f7, you lose the queen. Queen e1, you lose the queen. Queen f5 is not possible. Yahan possible nahi hai. Queen g4 looks stupid. I can just pick up the knight. Queen d7 loses the queen. Queen c6. I mean, rook e7 should be resigns. The only move really is knight e4, and I think ye dono moves hai basically one of these moves, but both kind of lose by force.
Yeah, queen c6. Let's show chat what happens after queen
Yeah.
c6.
So you don't give the knight directly, but now I think there are multiple moves. One of them is bishop a4, Rakesh bhai, which is ridiculous. Ki mara to check and then queen takes f6. Or you can simply play rook to e7 check, king to g8, and now you can play queen to d3, attacking g6. Or you can again play bishop a4, distracting the queen, and the queen has no squares to defend the knight on f6, and it's game over. So queen takes
Yeah,
a4,
and
queen takes
queen
f6.
f6. Queen
Queen
d1 check is
d1,
not a mate.
yeah.
Yeah, knight f1 and Prague is completely winning this.
ये एक ही पीस जो अटैक नहीं कर रहा था ये भी काम आ गया. आई थिंक प्रग के पीसेस की जो हार्मनी है ना, इट्स जस्ट परफेक्ट राइट नाउ.
Correct, correct.
Come on, let's go. Pragnanda about to win. Arjun trying. Can I come up with a last minute trap? Is there something I can do here to kind of drag the game? Filhal ke liye looks impossible. Rook e4 if you play. I'm just going to take that. Knight takes e4 and queen d4. Again, the knight is gone. If you play rook e8 here to defend for now, I will again play that, very, very irritating move pawn to f3. बच्चे आ रहे हैं अभी who's this आपको बोलोगे राकेश कोई 2500 ग्रैंड मास्टर है भाई. Totally possible.
सच्ची सच्ची मैंने विवेक ऑन चेस कॉम इंडिया बोल रहे हैं. I think yesterday's loss has affected Arjun. And yeah, I think that is what Tikku and I were discussing. It has definitely affected him. And now Prag gets up from the board. Arjun, yeah, was about to play something, but yeah, knight e4, queen c6, both moves are lost. Arjun ka king is very, very weak. And it looks like GG's, Tikku.
Yep, GG's indeed. And Arjun, of course, coming to the stark realization that this is over and the king is just too weak. Just imagine, chat, just the pawn being on g7 here. Itna sa difference would have mean कि Arjun might have held this because knight would have been defended. So queen is azad. There is no rook e7 check. So complete stark difference. Yeah, एक pawn kadam आगे and the game changes. So yeah, I think chess is hard sometimes and this only happened the opening में ही I think Arjun went wrong. So that d5 break really cost him the game. Yep. He did play a bad move. D5 center में break किया था अर्जुन ने and तब से it's all been downhill. I think this was the moment chat where Arjun made a mistake, move number 13, and तब से Prag has just played flawless chess.
टिकू भाई
भाई
another
मैंने वही देखा जो आपने देखा क्या?
sad update अरविंद
भाई
वाला.
भाई मुझे लग रहा है I told you राकेश भाई कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ तो this is gonna be tragic, but Arvind
वही हुआ
Chidambaram has
जो तूने बोला.
just
कमेंटेटर्स कर्स.
भाई knight f d2 is a big mistake by Arvind Chidambaram, who's I think now clearly tilting. Rakesh bhai, he was 20, I think 22 minutes or 20 minutes ahead on the clock, had a better position, comfortable position, and Rapport has confused matters enough कि now Arvind is worse. And simple खेलना है Rapport को. Knight takes c4, knight takes c4, f takes e4. You can't even take this because rook takes f2 आ रहा है. And if you take with the bishop here, then of course I will take again. You again take, I again take, and if you take with the rook, for example, then I can continue with d5, even breaking in the center. Rakesh bhai, if Arvind loses this, I would say कल भी मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे फिर, because this is really really gonna be difficult to handle for Arvind, for anybody in the world.
Yeah, and I'm going to blame you for this. Yeah.
भाई मैंने क्या किया भाई, मैं तो बीमार आदमी हूँ भाई,
चैट
barely
किसकी
गला, मैं तो
आपने
गला
ये
barely चल रहा है
एग्जैक्ट
भाई.
लाइन प्रेडिक्ट किया था। हाँ गला खराब है बट अर्जुन मतलब अरविंद का लक भी खराब कर दिया आपने यार,
भाई
बेचारा
तो
अच्छा खासा पोजीशन में था यार।
भाई तो इंजन खोल के बैठा हूँ तो मूव तो प्रेडिक्ट करूंगा ही ना भाई, वैस भाई. तो भाई I really hope Arvind can hold this one, because if he doesn't, I think this is gonna be really difficult. And um, yeah, this is a harsh reality he's waking up to right now. He's again worse rapport, sensing the moment he knight fd2 could be a mistake. So meanwhile, heading off to the Prague game back, जहाँ पे he is crushing Arjun right now. Arjun still thinking, does he have a last minute resource? Do you think Arjun just resigns, Rakesh? Or do you think he plays on?
No, he'll play on a couple of moves, but you should not expect like a hard fought beasties move का defense. दो तीन move इधर उधर, and plus Arjun also is smart, professional enough. He might as well go back home, rest a bit, eat some food, and start preparing those bullet lines. क्योंकि भाई
Yeah,
वो तो यूजफुल आने ही वाला है उसको।
yeah, yeah. And tomorrow, by the way, just to kind of highlight that, um,
हाँ, it's Prag versus sorry, it's Arjun versus Arvind. मतलब
yeah,
I think both
exactly.
of them will be happy with the draw, I feel,
Yeah,
if
Arjun
they
versus
both
Arvind, I
lose
think,
today.
yeah, I think tomorrow depends, right? So if Arjun, feels ki I want to push, then Arvind, I would say if you were Arjun, sorry, Rakesh Bhai in chat, would you push against Arvind tomorrow? Let's assume Arvind, draws or loses and then Arjun loses. Does Arjun push against Arvind tomorrow or not? What do you think, Rakesh? Or does he kind of take a draw and kind of accept it? Okay.
Great question. And chat, do let us know your thoughts as well. If you are Arjun, do you put pressure against your countrymate and just say, you have a chance for first place and you push? I think that's an interesting dilemma, Tiku. But हाँ, Arjun तो खेलेगा भाई. He has nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, because if Parag has a chance to finish first, so does Arjun, right? So if Parag
100%.
wins, Arjun wins, then tiebreak pe Arjun, I don't know what the tiebreak is exactly, but if Arjun could potentially win, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
if Arjun had no chance of first place, maybe he would take the draw. But he has incentive to play on, and they would know the pairings. They would know कि Arvind से खेलना है. So he would have
Prizes भी
prepared
है
some.
थोड़े बहुत cash.
हाँ, and उसने openings देखी होंगी, घर से आके देखी होंगी. He doesn't have to prepare everything like during the round, right? Before the round.
Correct. And Tiku, you never know, अर्जुन क्या पता आज उसके दो बुलेट चेस मैचेस है, दोनों जीत के he has the confidence momentum and he plays 94 here.
Yep. The only defense, and now simple chess, I think, is needed. Queen to c2, rook to e8, f3, and I think Arjun will resign.
I think F3 is a nice moment to resign for a Jubai.
Yeah. Who do you think has the most potential to become the GOAT? Yash bhai is asking. यार Magnus से question पूछा, Magnus ने कहा no one. I'm gonna be a bit more patriotic. So I'm gonna say कि यार, so far what I've seen, Rakesh bhai, I think Gukesh का chance maximum है. And it's because of multiple reasons. One, because he's 1 or 2 years, like 3 years, 2 years younger than Arjun, and 1 year younger than Prag. That matters a lot, I feel. Even one extra year can make a huge difference. Next, he's already the world champion. So that means
Correct.
he will have access to the most number of sponsors, resources, any coach he wants.
Mm.
And he can also choose his tournament selectively, because he doesn't need to qualify for the world championship or play X number of events to qualify via the FIDE circuit, right? So he has a lot of luxury in terms of choosing the right events. And he will also get the best invites to every event. Like freestyle, for example, there's one invite going to the world champion every single time. So कहीं ना कहीं पे
Correct.
गुकेश के चांसेस मैक्सिमम है, प्योरली बिकॉज ही इज ऑलरेडी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. एंड इट्स ऑल्सो सम इनहेरेंट थिंग ना, टू बिकम द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन ही हैड टू विन द कैंडिडेट्स He won the Olympiad. He won the World Champ. So he also showed that skill early to get there, and now he has the best chance. So I would say maximum chance Ukesh Kai, but that doesn't mean ki Prag or Arjun couldn't do it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And definitely, as for the points you mentioned, Tiku, Mukesh is also my pick so far. And of course, Prag Tata Steel जीत गया, is very strong. अभी काफी अच्छा ये साल जा रहा है, but it's not a world championship. तो
Yeah,
उससे ना आपको काफी ज्यादा ब्राउनी पॉइंट्स मिल जाते हैं आपको just by winning that one tournament. I mean, it's
yeah.
not just one, of course. He won the candidates as well. So, yeah, Gukesh definitely ahead in the race so far. Maybe a nice point would be, maybe 5, 6 years down the line when all of them turn 25. Then we can see like goat ke
By the way,
path पे कौन ज्यादा close है.
two things there. Number one, I think I think okay, all round की बात कर रहे हैं. All round में भी we saw Mukesh improve his rapid play. नॉवेज इसके मैंने देखा कि टाइम प्रेशर में कितना बढ़िया खेले. 10 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट था. That's similar to rapid. He also won one of his tiebreaker games. So I think he has improved and he can improve there further. Another update is big, I think great news for I think Arjun, Prag and everybody. One of the leaders, I think Param, जो 4 पॉइंट पे थे, who could have gone to 5, has just blundered against Vokidov. एक मूव का ब्लंडर हुआ है. Rook F3, a big mistake, and now E4 is instantly winning for Vokidov here.
What? Like, oh, Rook has to defend the H2 pawn. I think if we are भाई
Yeah,
परम तो पीछे घूम रहा है, प्रग के पीछे खड़ा है. I don't think Param realizes it.
yeah, he hasn't. I think यहाँ पे mate का threat है, and if you play Rook F2 to defend this, this is what I think Param missed. The idea is Bishop G4 now, and this is going to be game over. So you might take the Bishop Rook as well. Bishop F3 check. You can't take this because of this mate. So King G1 and now Queen G3 check. Look at that move. Pawn takes and now Rook
Wow.
to H1 checkmate. So Param has blundered and Vokidov has a golden opportunity to defeat a much stronger player here.
Yeah, Wokido looks like he will be getting his first win of the event. Let's come back to the Prag game. S3, no, not yet on the board. Prag still thinking.
Yeah, 94 Queen C2 and Rook E8 and now F3. I think is one of the only moves to win the game. So Prag doesn't have much choice here. But it's also a very, very logical move I haven't played on the board.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, quickly played something, yeah? Queen
F3,
A5.
Queen 5.
Oh, interesting. So if Rook E4, he wants to give this check. If Knight E4, he wants to give this check. And if Fe4, then resigns, yeah?
No, no, then, then why does not winning quickly? That's the whole point, I feel.
But actually, even knight e4 is completely winning. If you do give this check king f2, there is nothing else. So, and knight f6 check is incoming. So, Prag could just take with the knight actually. He could just take with the rook, but I think knight takes is the strongest.
Yeah, yeah.
If Prag wins, who is India number one? Surprisingly, it likely will be Gukesh, who will be
Yeah,
India number
Sachi.
one. So,
That's epic.
कुछ भी चल रहा है भाई.
By the way, I was just checking the pairings. Sahaj bhai playing on board two of the Turkey tournament. तो भाई क्या ही प्रमोशन सहज भाई का.
Oh, nice. भाई अगला कैंडिडेट सहज भाई ना खेल रहे हो.
और अब अबासा उधर हेल्प करेगा फिर सहज
हाँ,
को.
फिर हम आवाज को कमेंट्री के लिए बुलाएंगे. और भाई सो आर यू वर्किंग विद साज भाई? नहीं यार. हु
हाँ,
साज?
Prague about to play there. Yeah, it's going to capture on E4, but कौन से माध्यम से? चार पीस मार
माध्यम.
सकते हैं E4 पे.
माध्यम क्वीन से मारोगे दैट्स अ ब्लंडर ऑफ कोर्स. रुक से मार देंगे. बाकी
Knight
सब चलेगा.
takes. He
ये आप
allows that queen h2, but knight f6 check is going to be deadly. That's why knight e4 wins.
ये आप I think chat we're gonna see resigns from Arjun now. He might give a check at best, but it's resigns. प्राग ने पानी पी लिया है. That's the finishing move by WWE की तरह F5 लग चुका है, चोक स्लैम हो चुका है, एंड द गेम इज नाउ ओवर. क्वीन D4 चेक, आई एम गोना प्ले क्वीन F2, अटैक योर क्वीन, अटैक योर रुक, एंड क्वीन ट्रेड करना पड़ेगा. आई बी पीस अप, इट्स रिजाइंस.
Yeah, this looks GG.
Vokidov missed that. Oh my god, he's gonna really curse himself by completely winning position छोड़ दी Vokidov ने. He missed that. Damn. चेक प्लेड. अब आसू कैसे क्वालिफाई किया था कैंडिडेट्स भाई? वर्ल्ड कप से याद है, विदित को हराया था उसने. विदित, इफ ही हैड वन अगेंस्ट वास्तव. By the way, very interesting. Vidit came close to qualifying for the candidates through two events, Rakesh bhai. World Cup mein he missed it by one spot, one game,
Uh-huh.
and Grand Swiss he literally won. So I think we are also kind of, I think I'm underestimate कर रहे हैं Vidit के chances to also qualify for the candidates.
Yeah, World Cup India में हो रहा है. Grand Swiss का defending champion है. So
Hmm.
VD definitely will have his hopes high for the 2026 candidates. भाई Prague about to play king ऊपर या नीचे? He plays king
Y-
F2.
Yeah. No more checks possible, chat. I think we're gonna see resignation. कोई कुछ भी नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है literally. Knight F6 आ रहा है, and there is no defense.
भाई कौन था ये? Ravi is like Dukesh be like eat 5 star and do nothing, and that's what happens भाई. दो लोगों की लड़ाई में तीसरा ही बंदा जीत जाता है. But it's also tough, अपन I think पहले भी बात कर रहे थे टिकू. As a world champion, you always cut down on your events. You
Yeah.
play very few events.
Yeah, and you spend time practicing, you spend time becoming stronger as a chess player. Now playing is a part of it, but I think it is a luxury to be a world champion. Of course, apart from being a world champion, you can selectively play the best events and you get the best invites and the best conditions, and baki players ko luxury nahi hai. And now you can see Prag and Arjun battling it out. Prag playing a marvelous game today, and Rakesh bhai, Arjun will not be happy. That means कि उसका, it's like Bullet इसका last game हारे, अब यहाँ हारे, then that affects BCC, that affects, it's a loop
Loop.
यार मतलब. And it's very hard to get out of, because most players को क्या होता है कि if they lose a game, they get like a 24-hour rest till the next game, right? At least a 20-hour rest. अर्जुन को मिलेगा ही नहीं वो अब. Back to back to back to back to back games.
बट बदला लेने का मौका मिलेगा अर्जुन एरिगेसी को.
Hmm.
बट एक शख्स है जिसको बदला का मौका भी नहीं मिलेगा. दैट इज अरविंद चिदम्बरम. बिकॉज टिकू, he is, I mean, the line we discussed has happened.
By the way, Arjun has resigned. Arjun has resigned, chat. So
Oh,
congratulations to Prague for an epic victory. I think opening se hi, move number 13 se hi, there was never a doubt. And of course, Prague and Arjun ki rivalry bhi hai, dosti bhi hai. But of course, a loss will always hurt regardless to whom you lose. Arjun, you can see
correct.
he's not happy with the game right now. No words exchanged, by the way. Rakesh bhai.
Yeah,
Very
very
interesting, right?
rare.
No post-game analysis.
True, but it's like Arjun is just pissed at himself, and also Prague realizes that does not offer the first word, because normally जो game हारता है वो offer करता है. But yeah, there we see Pragananda is back into the tournament. Arjun sadly loses first game of the event, Tiku, and now
Hmm.
Noderbeck looking like the clear favorite as we go into the last round. But on the other half of the table, can Arvind Chidambaram, can he win his first game of the event? Tiku.
भाई मैं कुछ बोलूंगा तो आप बोलोगे कि भाई तेरी गलती है भाई. कुछ बोलने का मन नहीं कर रहा है मेरा, बिकॉज रैपोर्ट ने बेस्ट इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस खेली है हर बार, एंड
Yeah,
किंग एच एट
yeah.
भी खेल दिया लिटरली. एंड नाउ ही इज थ्रेटनिंग सम Fe4 F4 and D5. This is literally looking like black is the one dictating terms. So chat, Arvind Chidambaram, question for you chat. I'm going to ask you to make some predictions. Arvind, win, draw या loss. What is your prediction? Chat spam कर दो एक बार. Let's go. राकेश भाई, what's your prediction?
Oh, yeah. So I think भाई सच वाला बोलना है क्या यार? Yeah.
सच वाला है भाई, झूठ वाला कब से बोलने लगे हम?
नहीं यार. अरे मेरे को I want him to at least draw, but मेरे को लग रहा है गया ये गेम. He's on the back foot भाई. किंग H8 भी हट गया, तो भी इवाल बार बिल्कुल अरविंद के फेवर में नहीं है. And he can
भाई
just push
किंग एच एट
D5.
इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस है.
और वही तो, और रैपो ना हमेशा ये इंडियंस के साथ ही अच्छा खेल रहा है, सो आई
सही में,
I
सही
wish
में।
Arvind draws, but I think Arvind might lose this. And chat क्या बोल रही है? What does chat think? Lose, draw. भाई मतलब I'm not alone.
या मुश्किल लग रहा है, पोल लगाने का मन नहीं है टू बी ऑनेस्ट इफ यू आस्क मी यार। द गेम इज टू डिप्रेसिंग टू ऐड अ पोल टू, बट एज ऑफ नाउ चैट, आई थिंक what he can do is try to focus on his strengths. Rakesh bhai, does Arvind have a strength here that he can, kind of um, use to distract Rapport from his attack on the king side? Is there a plan that he has?
Yeah, I mean, Arvind is a great calculator, so he can maybe use his calculation skills. But apart from that, I think his other style is he's very unique. वो ओपनिंग आइडियाज ऐसे अजीब और गरीब ढूंढता है एकदम बढ़िया से, एंड ही प्लेस देम विद परफेक्शन. सो प्रॉब्लम है कि रैपो का भी यही स्टाइल है of finding original opening ideas. So don't know, and especially after the way Rapo beat Prague with black, मेरे को लग रहा है ये वापस अटैक इनकमिंग किंग G2 खेलना चाहता है अरविंद.
King G2. King G2 khela, that's a slight error apparently, and he has played it. And now, Rakesh bhai,
अरे भाई स्लाइड क्या, ये तो 0.8 से 1.3 हो गया.
भाई अब
पॉन
स्लाइड
टू
बोलना पड़ेगा ना भाई, अब करूं क्या भाई, मैं अगर ज्यादा बोलूंगा तो कहोगे फिर से जिंक्स कर दिया भाई।
या पॉन टू F4, पॉन टू D5, both look absolutely good. Not like almost winning for black.
By F4 के बाद, what does white even do? Because let's say you move the queen somewhere. I don't know, queen D3, do I play? I don't even know what I do. Like,
ठीक है.
look at this bar jump down.
हैं? But it just looks like a normal move ना.
या क्वीन सी, कुछ भी खेलो, क्वीन D5 पे लॉस्ट हो रहा है भाई, तो क्या चलूं मैं आखिर? D5 is incoming, takes, okay, takes. Yeah,
Oh.
this is the, oh, this is gone. This is exactly what Arjun had, Rakesh bhai. These two pawns, knight on D2, queen, this is exactly what Arjun had. है ना?
या एंड सेंटर में वो जैसे पीसेस थे अभी, ब्लैक के पीसेस आर इन द सेंटर, वेल डेवलप्ड. भाई देखो भाई, डर लग रहा है ऑनेस्टली. इट्स
No, I think
नॉट
this
लुकिंग
is,
गुड फॉर अरविंद.
I think this is lost. Like practically, this might be lost. And for Arvind, I think the, I mean, this is just a nightmare to be honest for Arvind. Like, I mean, like I told you, like when I played Prague, that was my worst tournament of my life when I defeated Prague. So I lost 0 out of 4. That is the worst tournament I have ever had. And I don't know how Arvind that will go digest. Yeah, I think he lost like 3 games in 4 games, something like that. So it's not going to be easy. And
एंड ही इज विनलेस. I don't remember the last tournament where Arvind Chidambaram didn't win a single game in 9 games.
now the only hope he
सोच
has, assuming he loses this, is he has to win tomorrow. That will really
बट
soften
भाई
the
वो
blow,
भी
Rakesh.
अर्जुन के साथ है.
वो भी black से.
वही तो.
That's the only hope because I think he needs a win. If he doesn't get a win under his belt, I think this will really, really pinch like. Uh, I can't use some words here, Rakesh, but I think it will really pinch a lot.
यार निजर भाई, कैमरा में देखो यार, लुक एट रैपो का फोकस. नीरू भाई वो आंखें फिर से बना सकते हैं. आई फील लाइक he is super determined, and look at that razor sharp focus, and Rapo just shrugs his shoulders and he knows that he has the upper hand.
भाई जो फोकस था उसका लिटरली मतलब ब्लैक किंग की गर्मी बढ़ गई थी भाई, टेम्परेचर बढ़ गया था, वो होता है ना सन को ऐसे फोकल लेंथ पे वो हीट आती है, सेम चीज लग रही थी भाई वहां पे।
Yeah, and 3 minute think by Richie. भाई और वो भी प्रॉब्लम है, आप अगर प्लेयर्स के नाम के नीचे देख सकते हो टिकू. रिचर्ड रैपो 2714, अरविंद चिदम्बरम 2749. तो
या
ब्लैक के साथ आप हार रहे हो, और मतलब काफी रेटिंग भी घटेगी ये गेम के बाद.
वही ना, his rating is higher, he's losing to opponents who are much weaker on paper, and that just means he loses a lot of rating. Just to point out, chat, Gukesh is now world number 4 and India number 1. Point 4 behind is Arjun, then point 1 behind Udirbek, and then Prag. So, but if you look at Arvind, who was world number 9, Now he is world number 22, Rakesh bhai. And if he were to lose, he will straight go to world number 22 से 25, just above Vidit.
भाई और ये आई एम जस्ट सीइंग 2700 चेस बेचारा अरविंद ही बेचारा इज -20 विदाउट काउंटिंग दिस गेम
Yup.
a
Yup.
लॉट ऑफ रेटिंग पॉइंट्स भाई 20 पॉइंट कमाने में बहुत टाइम लगता है ये 2700 के रेटिंग के ऊपर
सही है भाई, दिस इज एक्सट्रीमली डिफिकल्ट. एंड चैट फिलहाल के लिए, बाय द वे, Param has again made a mistake and so has Sindarov. So काफी blunders चल रहे हैं, but we're going to stick to this game chat. आज बहुत रिजल्ट्स आ सकते हैं. एक ड्रॉ हुआ है नेपो और नुद्रबेक के बीच, एंड प्रग डिफीटेड अर्जुन, एंड बाकी तीनों बोर्ड्स पे कोई ना कोई इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग राइट नाउ. एंड D5 प्लेड, पॉन टेक्स होगा ऑफ कोर्स, दैट्स फोर्स्ड. बट राकेश भाई, rook takes now is a very strong move. Knight on D2 hanging.
हम्म या या
He can also play, like he would love to play knight d5, but e5 is hanging. So he can play e4 and then take with the knight also. That's also, but okay, he takes direct. Oh, wait, what?
दैट्स अ मिस्टेक
That's a big mistake from Rapport. That's a
ऋषि
mistake.
एंड भाई यू कैन सी अरविंद व्हाट
What?
नो भाई फ्री का पॉन था
Why did he
अरविंद
not take it? Was he afraid of rook e7?
So the point is you come back queen a1 geometrically and you
Oh, I think,
save the rook.
did they both miss that?
I think so. Both
Why?
of them
I
missed
don't.
this.
Why not take the pawn? Chat, you have chat. I know we are commentators, but you have to tell me now. Why not take the pawn?
And I mean, okay, I don't have a problem with the move queen e2, but think Arvind had 15 minutes and he just played immediately.
No, I am really confused. Why not just take the pawn? I think it's now just confidence, right? That's not a mistake. They are not engines. Bro, forget the engine. E5 pawn is hanging. Why not take the pawn? इंजन कहां से आ गया भाई इसमें?
And now, of course, Richie plays the best move.
अबे यार, why not take the pawn? Because rook e7 was my first thought. That is the only defense, right? But now queen a1, I think that's what he missed, maybe.
भाई ये तो मतलब ये राज उसी के साथ चला गया भाई आई डोंट नो व्हाट दे मिस बट इट वाज डेफिनेटली अ चांस
Oh, I don't know. I really can't justify this one, Rakesh bhai. I don't know why he didn't take the e5 pawn actually. I am genuinely shocked.
भाई वो होता है ना कि एक चांस हल्का सा चांस दिया था रापो ने एंड
Yeah,
टिकू इफ यू कैन जस्ट शो चैट जस्ट लेट्स कैप्चर क्वीन e5
yeah.
व्हाट्स द इवल बार
It's -0.3.
हाँ
Apparently,
सो ही इज ऑलमोस्ट बैक इन द गेम ना मतलब फिर
yeah,
तो
f4 I think, and then you have to find knight e4 or rook d4. But I mean, these now it's much easier. Now I've won a pawn. I'm threatening to exchange more pieces. This is so much
करेक्ट
simple to
करेक्ट
understand than what is happening. And then it's not about कि engine है कि नहीं. Like मतलब we are trying to hope कि Arvind becomes a world top 10 player, right? Isn't that
या
the goal? So if he's supposed to be the world top 10, world top 5 player, I think he should have taken that pawn. And I don't see it, chat. I don't see it. Usually, as मैंने कल भी कहा था, उनका G4 was a bit more easy, but that was a lot more complicated. This I just don't see what was the defense. Actually, do you see something which I'm missing? I just don't see here. ये क्या
No, I
मिस कर रहा
think
हूँ मैं?
just the fact that rook e7, you think, okay, the rook is on e1 will be lost, but queen a1 शायद miss करा. But
Yeah, I don't
gone.
see it. Okay, anyways,
At their
now,
level, you expect them to
yeah,
find it. But yeah, let's come back.
yeah, e4 played, and now knight to f1, and now Rakesh bhai, I think now f4 is incoming, and that is just a winning
Ouch.
move for Rapport. That's a winning
Yeah,
move.
and the point is, I cannot take pawn takes pawn because knight f4 is a check and
Yeah,
pokes the queen and the king. मान लो मैंने
and
अगर यहाँ
huh,
queen e4 मारा तो
yeah, and now rook e7, Rakesh bhai,
अरे but
it
अभी भी
works.
queen b1
Now rook f7 or knight e3 check.
ओके, ये थोड़ा हाई लेवल हो गया है.
No, hey, this is actually not that high level. Rook is
Oh,
hanging
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
place.
This is elementary. And also
Yeah.
with the way like which Arvind played knight f1 ना,
Huh.
एकदम ऐसे आराम से उठा के रखा. So it just looks like he knows it's lost.
I think I think it's a combination of not seeing Queen A1 and trusting rapport. He trusted his opponent. When your confidence is low, na, you trust your opponent more than yourself. This is so common, and he's trusted rapport there. I think that's basically it. It's a simple lack of confidence, I think, and it can happen to anyone. I mean, there's no way he doesn't take that pawn otherwise because it wasn't that complicated, to be honest. It's just lack of confidence, and I really feel for Arvind. And if he loses this one, this is gonna pinch even more than yesterday now, Rakesh bhai. Because again, like he was better, yeah. Matlab, he shouldn't lose this one.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
f4, he plays it.
f4. Why Richard Rapo has just been unbelievable chess with the black pieces.
Yeah, he raises his eyebrows, he gets up, and I think once he defeated Plug, he's been like, मतलब ये गोट की डिबेट में मेरा नाम क्यों नहीं है भाई, मेरा भी नाम डालो इस लिस्ट में.
सही में यार, मतलब रिची. भाई एंड या इट लुक्स लाइक भाई कुछ नहीं करोगे ना तो f3 चेक आ रहा है, मतलब कौन से क्वीन मर रही है.
बाप रे.
दैट्स हाउ बैड द पोजीशन इज.
Yeah, and you know what the thing is, e4 pawn you can't take with the rook because f3 check, and queen का हमने देखा rook e7, queen b1 and knight e3 check is losing because you can take the knight but you lose the rook, and also your king is still weak. So let's say
और
you play, I
नाइट
don't know
से
what you.
मारा तो देखो
Ha,
नाइट
if you
e3
take with
को.
the knight, then of course I take with the pawn. Queen d5 is coming anyways, and rook f2 is also coming. And if
रुक
you play
c2.
f3, for example,
या
then
क्वीन
queen
ई
d5
क्वीन d2.
anyways.
Oh, what if I play rook c2, let's say, last try?
हाँ, ये rook c2 खेलोगे, then there is e takes f2.
Eh? Rook f2?
एंड में क्वीन d2 चेक आ रहा है ना, रुक
Oh,
टेक्स
yeah,
किंग
yeah,
टेक्स
yeah,
क्वीन
yeah.
d2 चेक. एंड दिस
King
इज
f1, rook f7 check is game.
रुक f7 actually blunder है. Wow, I thought rook
Oh,
f7 as
what?
well. Queen
Yeah.
h2 now. Oh, queen h2, that's not easy.
Yeah, that's tough to find from the initial position, but ये position में मिल जाएगा.
हाँ, so but then again, knight e3 maybe even if he doesn't play, that's not the only move. He can also play rook f7. He can also maybe just take on g3. Even that is close to winning. So Rapport has other options, simpler options.
Hmm, hmm, hmm.
Chat, difficult है आज का दिन, I think, for Arjun and Arvind, and both of them play tomorrow. So I'm going to ask you, what do you expect happens in their game? Arjun win, Arvind win, या draw? Rakesh bhai, what's your prediction for tomorrow? Knowing कि likely both of them, I think, are going to lose today.
अपना भाई अज्जू भाई gonna win tomorrow, and Prag beating Abdul Sattarov, a dream end to the UZCHESS Cup takeover. Come on, let's go fight. Come on,
भाई
chat.
साहब, भाई अरविंद बेचारा भाई कितने हवाई इज ऑलरेडी दिस
अरे
कुड बी हिज
यार,
फोर.
अरविंद भी भाई है ना अपना.
भाई
सॉरी, आई
दिस कुड बी हिज
फॉरगॉट.
फोर्थ लॉस्ट, राकेश भाई, in 8 games.
यार, I
Oof,
don't
that
wish
is.
that on him.
And if why fourth loss in 8 games, that's a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Prag plays Notirbek, by the way. I can see Arvind, yeah, he's again showing signs of just being dejected there. अरे भाई ये क्या हो गया फिर से. But Arjun will also be tired, yeah. He has to play bullet chess and then he has to wake up early. Tomorrow's stream, by the way, the final round starts at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow IST. So Sakesh भाई, कल तो कितने ही लोग स्ट्रीम देखेंगे.
भाई, और ऑन अ फ्राइडे तो बहुत ही
हाँ,
कम लग रहा है मेरे को.
बट जो लोग आएंगे उनको हम एंटरटेन करेंगे, होपफुली माय थ्रोट विल स्टिल बी अलाइव. But regardless, I think it's going to be an early game tomorrow, and Arvind won't have much time to. Both Arvind and Arjun, yeah, won't have much time to recover after the loss.
करेक्ट, करेक्ट. भाई ऊपर से अर्जुन को तो बीच में वो भी खेलना है, बुलेट चेस, तो
वही तो, लाइक दोनों के पास टाइम नहीं है.
वेरी Wait, Arvind
Oh,
has
he
played.
just takes on e4. I think we will
Oh,
see that variation now.
rook.
Rook
Yeah, yeah,
e7.
yeah.
He can also take here. He can also play f3 check. Bunch of options for Richard Rapport. I think queen e4 is the practical move though. At least you grab the pawn and force your opponent to show क्या है तेरे पास. मेरे पास pawn है.
Yep.
टाई ब्रेकर मैचेस यार एक्चुअली कहीं इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल नहीं है. सो आई एम गोना से कि नो. आई थिंक जो भी वो बुकहोल्स बुकहोल्स में होगा वही होगा. बट अगर कुछ होगा तो ऑफ कोर्स विल बी देयर टू स्ट्रीम.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Arvind बोल रहे हैं, Arvind is sleep deprived.
He does look tired actually, but maybe it's
Yeah,
just the
yeah.
position. Like maybe he's not slept well. It could be because Kalki loss ke baad, I think it would be difficult. Yeah, he was better there, and it would be a hard. होता है यार. I mean, I remember like when I used to play and if I lose a winning game, like नींद ही नहीं आती थी. I used to like just curse yourself all night. I think chess has that ability to give you immense pleasure because when you win,
Hmm?
it's completely your like credit, right? Nobody can take it from you, and when you lose, it really hurts a lot. There's nobody else to
True,
blame.
true that. Bhai, and also just to point out, Maksud look completely lost. Sender are about to draw. So yeah, nobody is running away with this title. And with tomorrow pairing, Prague can indeed halt Abdul Sattar Nodirbek and blow the tournament wide open.
Yep, he plays the best move. F takes g3. I expect him to take either with the pawn or the knight. I think knight se marenge to that looks like a bad deal, Rakesh bhai. So maybe pawn se marenge. But pawn takes then rook e7. Because for example, pawn takes mara, rook e7, queen b1. And now there is no need of knight e3. You can just go rook f7 and rook f2 is incoming.
Yeah, rook f2, rook f1 में मर रहा है और 93 check incoming after
Arre
rook
baap
f1.
re. That's a
So
free piece.
yeah, yeah,
And Rapport
that's
will not miss it, by the way. Actually, this game is much less complicated as compared to what, Prague had
correct,
against
correct.
him. So Rapport will not miss this, I feel.
True, true that.
What can Arvind do? Is there a last line of defense? Don't see it. I mean, knight takes, for example, there is knight f4 check ideas, rook e7 anyways. Once you go back, now I can give this check. King g1. This is hanging, so the king h2. But then queen d7, Rakesh by threatening mate into. This just looks like it's over. Yeah. Nepo kind of cooked the last. Report kind of cooked. Yeah, Rapport I think Indians के against कुछ अलग ही उनका कुछ अनलॉक हो जाता है भाई. I don't know राकेश भाई क्या सीन है.
सही में यार, और वो भी ब्लैक पीसेस के साथ, दोनों के साथ.
हाँ.
और भाई,
Arvind.
भाई अरविंद बहुत ही सैड लग रहा है यार. आई डोंट लाइक टू सी दिस.
Yeah.
बेचारा यार.
Rakesh bhai, the thing is, chess ऐसी game है भाई. I can tell you, Arvind is not the only Indian feeling like this right now. There are probably hundreds of Indian chess players alone जो आज same feel कर रहे हैं, who've lost in an over the board game. Chess is such a game, yeah. It just is absolutely brutal. Game में inherently है. It's all you. Either success, it gives you such a high, or loss, yeah, it gives you such pain. And by the way, pawn takes has happened, and now apparently rook e7 is winning, queen f6 is winning, rook f7 is
देखो,
winning.
any chance for Arvind to make a comeback in this? Any chance?
I mean, queen trade कर पाएगी इस तरीके. So yes, for example, I'm thinking if I play queen e7, like this is exactly what he wants, right? Now I think white
हाँ.
is even winning because I have a pass pawn. So you need the queen trade. बट क्वीन रैपोर्ट देगा नहीं यार, उसने ओरिजिनल स्क्वायर से
हाँ
नहीं हिलाई कि वो एक्सचेंज ना हो जाए, और जब हिलाएगा तो मेट करने के लिए निकालेगा वो।
हाँ, अभी तक आई थिंक क्वीन हिली ही नहीं है ना जगह।
एग्जैक्टली exactly. वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, लाइक अभी तो क्वीन आ ही नहीं रहा, जब
क्वीन
आएगी तब क्या होगा भाई।
नहीं, हिली है भाई क्वीन में।
हिली है क्या?
हिल हिल के वापस पीछे गई है, बट पहले मूव 37, 3 more moves to go for, I mean 4 more moves for Rappo to go for the time control, but I don't think time is an issue here, Tiku.
या या I think he's about to play. Yeah, he plays the best move, Rakesh bhai. Like I'm telling you, like Rapport has a skill. Like I think he has the ability to be so precise in tactical positions, especially जहाँ पे
Yeah,
कुछ ना कुछ
yeah.
creative है. Like original attacks जो होते हैं ना, like that Bishop C2 maneuver was so impressive. So he has a skill,
Correct,
and
correct.
he's a very strong player. Like I think I don't know how is he only 2-7-1-4. How he played against Prague and how he's playing now, like it's like Magnus level stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think he should be increasing a few rating points here. Let's see if he can find the finishing touches. Rook F7. Oh my
Wow.
God, Tiku.
Wow.
He plays it.
And now two more moves to go to the time control chat. Arvind knows what's coming. For example, just to show you chat, what's the idea? Let's say A4 खेलता हूँ मैं. Simple boom, check, Mara. Okay, I can take, but I can even just directly give this check, King G1 and Rook F1 is over. So let's say कि मैं A4 नहीं खेलता, मैं यहाँ पे King G1 खेलता हूँ. But Rakesh, but does that change anything? Because now there is no 93 check for the king, so that's the advantage. But maybe I can
Can
do
I start
something
with
else.
Queen B6 check first?
Queen B6, King H1, and Queen F2, yeah?
Bhai Sahab.
I think Rakesh bhai, I'm envisioning, I think they will reach the time control. Arvind will not be able to play he will not be able to resign also. Like this will be that painful, I think.
Yeah, painful for everyone. The fans, the commentators. But I know Niribai is also a very good friend of Arvind. So yeah, sad for
And
Indian chess as well.
होता है ना कई बार कोई प्लेयर होता है like मतलब who's very like down to earth, तो you feel more for him I think in general. Um,
Exact. हाँ हाँ, correct, correct.
hmm.
So that is very true.
रैपो के सामने प्लीज एंड गेम्स में जा भाई, हाँ आई
That's
थिंक
a
रैपो
great
के साथ
idea.
आई थिंक जस्ट एक्सचेंज क्वींस, उसको फ्री का पॉन साथ में ब्राइब देना दे दो लेकिन क्वीन एक्सचेंज कर लो भाई की क्वीन से मत खेलने दो रैपो भाई को तुम, इट्स प्रीटी ऑब्वियस.
भाई ये क्या क्या बेहुदा कमेंट्स आ रहे हैं यार, मतलब
इग्नोरेंस
कुछ
इज
भी.
ब्लिस भाई आई थिंक
या
समटाइम्स.
यस, मतलब मॉड कोई है, मॉड प्लीज देन काइंडली
बट फिलहाल के लिए
चला.
चैट आई थिंक इन जनरल कोच तो भगवान के बराबर होता है प्लेयर के लिए, इन जनरल इंडिया में एटलीस्ट. सो
या फॉर श्योर.
and Arvind calculating, of course, I think what he's thinking is ki, is there a last trap? Yeah, this is that
एनी
territory ki,
ट्रिक.
हाँ. He's also wishing काश ये बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप होता, उम्मीद तो होती, but this is basically
करेक्ट.
just a last thing for Arvind, I think, last long thing कि भाई is there a last moment trap? Rakesh bhai, I'll be back in 2 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let's keep an eye out. Arvind's still thinking. He has 8.5 minutes for his next two moves. But sadly, time is not an issue, chat. टाइम तो है काफी अरविंद के पास, बट नॉट इनफ स्टफ ऑन द बोर्ड. Eugene says, "Damn, Prague beat Arjun." Yeah, Eugene, welcome to the stream. If you're joining us late, and yeah, that has happened. Skyrocketing. Arvind versus Jeeves. Yeah, Richie actually looking like that and playing like that. So definitely very strong. Why is Prague playing on Vivek Bhai? No. ये अरविंद है, प्रग नहीं है. प्रग तो जीत चुका है ऑलरेडी अर्जुन से. सो दिस इज अरविंद चिदम्बरम who is trying his best. Can he save this game? Can he save the event? He is so far winless in this event, sadly, and hoping he can get his first win of the tournament with just 2 games to go. What about the knight sacrifice? Engineering, what do you mean? Where do you want to go with the knight? कहाँ पे करोगे sacrifice? So let me know. Yeah, Herman, correct. Tomorrow Nodenberg will just play for the draw against Prague. Actually, Prague पर है कि Prague को draw करना है या नहीं. And what if both Arjun and Prague tie for first tomorrow? Yeah, it won't be just them. It will also be Nodenberg. So they'll play I think a tiebreak match. And I think we'll give you more information once we get there. Dr. Doom and Nikunj Thanvi Bhai saying it's over, it's over. Yeah, but looks like very much over. We'll just wait for the official confirmation first. And Siddhant Shelar Bhai feeling bad for Arjun. Yes, bhai, सच्ची like यहाँ आज भी हारे कल बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप में भी हारे God feels sad for Arjun, but yeah, that's the game. Somebody's gonna win, somebody's gonna lose. While Arvind about to move his king. King Nietzsche, yeah, King G1 played. That's what Sahil and I were analyzing. So 39th move done. Richard Rappo has 9.5 minutes, more than enough time to put this game to bed. And I think just the queen coming out, white pawn के सामने queen रख दोगे, that would be a check to the white king, and that is looking bad. And yeah, queen b6 check and queen coming in is what Richard Rappo will be calculating. And Arvind going down yet again. Tiku, queen king g1 जो हमने बोला, yeah, that looks very very tough to defend against. And yeah, रिचर्ड रैपो पूरा इस्तेमाल करेंगे. 8.5 मिनट है उनके पास, तो ही विल डेफिनेटली सी व्हाट ही मस्ट सी. अरविंद मस्ट रिजाइन नाउ. हाँ भाई, बट हरमन उसमें हंसने की क्या बात है? ही शुड बी, आई डोंट नो, इट्स सैड दैट ही इज लूजिंग दिस. Nodelbeck top of leaderboard. Yes, Anand Yadav ji, that is correct. Nodelbeck leading the event, a sole lead with 5.5 points. And Prachad, nahi, nahi, bhai. Bhai, Nihal versus Firuza match timings, please. Yeah, we will let you know very, very soon. I think it's 9:30 p.m. IST. We'll get a confirmation on that very soon. And Arun wants to play Queen D7 and Queen D3. Yeah, that is Queen H3. Queen D7, Queen H3 also looks like a decent option, but you allow Arvind to get back into the game with Rook G4. Rook will come in front of the pawn and defend. So always when you're attacking, look for forcing moves. So easily Queen B6 is a check, does not give white time, and the queen enters.
भाई साहब, no moves, yeah, after King G1.
Yeah. अभी by the way, chat में काफी लोग पूछ रहे टिक्कू, what is the timing for Nihal versus Firuza match?
So, chat पहला मैच मित्रबा का है, that's 9:30. Then
Mhm.
45 minutes के बाद होगा अर्जुन का मैच. And then उसके 40 minutes बाद will be निहाल. So I'm guessing 10:30, I think पौने 10, पौने 11 के आसपास, 11 के आसपास will be निहाल्स मैच, is my guess. तो कल आई थिंक स्ट्रीम 12:30 पौने खत्म हुई थी. आई थिंक आज पौने 12, आई थिंक 12 तक खत्म हो जाएगी मोस्ट लाइकली, अनलेस देयर सम ह्यूज टाई. अनलाइकली दो.
अरे बढ़िया, तो अर्जुन को थोड़ा नींद मिल जाएगी यार, कल के गेम
या
के पहले.
दैट्स इफ ही लूजेस ना. इफ ही विंस देन ही इज प्लेइंग अगेन टुमारो. तो आई डोंट
It's
नो.
a good problem to have.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. या super important moment.
Yeah, by the way, Tico, I don't know if you have seen this, but uh, Arvind has the logo of Circle Chess on his blazer. So that's
Oh,
interesting
nice.
to know. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
Very
I think
interesting.
in general, Arvind, of course, will get a lot of invites, a lot of sponsorships recently because he's kind of, you know, risen up the ranks. But I think वही at the end की, he's in a delicate spot because India में इतना competition है कि if he falls
हम्म,
below let's say 2700 then फिर से इनवाइट्स बिल्कुल जीरो हो जाएंगे like almost um, because इतने players हैं आगे, that's just the competition he's facing, तो he needs to maintain that rating to keep getting those invites, keep getting those sponsorships. It's a very competitive field, चाहे IIT हो, chess हो, नीट हो, you know, AI ट्रिपल कुछ भी हो यार, इंडिया में कंपटीशन इतना ज्यादा होता है भाई, चाहे यूपीएससी हो कुछ भी हो।
एक जगह पे नहीं है टिकू भाई।
वो क्या है?
यहाँ पे आपका जॉब में भाई, प्लेयर कोई भी, आपकी कमेंट्री तो चलती रहती है वैसे।
भाई भाई बता रहा हूँ, रैपोर्ट भाई ने, आपने रैपोर्ट भाई की कमेंट्री नहीं सुनी भाई परसों?
ओह।
क्या
हाँ,
बढ़िया
केटी के
कमेंट्री कर।
साथ ना, वो वाला केटी के साथ जो
नहीं नहीं
वीडियो आया
नहीं नहीं, केटी वाला नहीं भाई, इसी स्ट्रीम पे कमेंट्री
था।
कर रहे थे व्हेन ही प्लेड प्रग। मस्त
ओके।
कमेंट्री करते भाई, वो किसी की भी जॉब छीन सकते हैं भाई।
बट या, अभी तो फिलहाल वो जॉब तो नहीं, बट अरविंद से गेम छीन रहा है ये विद क्वीन B6। आई थिंक इफ ही प्लेज दैट इट्स रिजाइनेबल फॉर वाइट।
अबाउट टू प्ले, आई थिंक he's made up his decision, लग रहा है मुझे, या there we see it, his hand coming up, क्वीन की तरफ ही
क्वीन
जा
के
रहा है।
तरफ।
ओह दैट्स अ
व्हाट,
ब्लंडर।
दैट्स अ बिग मिस्टेक। क्वीन D7। अरे चैट में किसी ने सजेस्ट किया था, तभी मेरे को समझ जाना चाहिए था। इट
हाँ
वाज फ्रॉम द अदर स्ट्रीम, बट या, queen b7, rook g4, and looks like Arvind is back in the game.
बट रुक जी फोर लाइकली है क्या राकेश भाई? लाइक हाउ लाइकली इज रुक जी फोर?
अरे वो तो हमें चैट ही बताएंगे ना, कि वो हुआ है नहीं हुआ है।
अरविंद को स्मॉल टूर्नामेंट के लिए टफ है भाई। स्मॉल टूर्नामेंट क्या होता है? दिस इज रिलेटिवली अ स्मॉल टूर्नामेंट, लाइक इन द स्मॉल मतलब कि लाइक एज कंपेयर टू नॉर्वे चेस तो स्मॉल ही है। सो आई डोंट थिंक, एंड ऑल्सो एज अ प्लेयर राइट, व्हेन यू ग्रो, अर्जुन 2800 हो गया भाई, लोग तब भी बोल रहे हैं कि भाई यू नो यू नॉट प्लेड टॉप प्लेयर्स इवन दो ही डिड।
लक से हुआ।
हाँ, सो द लास्ट थिंग यू वांट इज कि भाई यू नो यू एज अ प्लेयर आल्सो वांट टू चैलेंज द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट प्लेयर्स इन द वर्ल्ड।
ऑफ कोर्स।
भाई आई वांट टू प्ले मैग्नेस यार, और मैं तो, मुझे तो वो चार क्वीन डाउन हरा देगा, तो व्हाई वुड नॉट अरविंद वांट टू प्ले मैग्नेस और द टॉप प्लेयर्स इन द वर्ल्ड, ही वुड। So you will not avoid competition purposefully just to get easier opponents. It's not easier because उनको हरा के रेटिंग भी कम मिलती है, एंड हार के साथ जाती भी है।
ट्रू ट्रू।
Prague will be outright winner if he wins tomorrow if there are no tie breaks match. Um. Okay, so I'm just checking. Also, Vokidov did win, so Paramaksulu gets stuck on 4, and Rapport I think will likely win. So standings may Rapport will go to 4, and if Prague wins tomorrow, he goes to 5.5. But Arjun can also win. Yeah, Sindalov can also win tomorrow, right? So
या दे कैन।
I don't know tie breaks में book holes में कौन आगे है. So that's also an issue, right? But he will be tied first. Yes, you are right. If he wins tomorrow, he will be tied first. रैपॉर्ट भाई ने गलती तो करी, so clearly not an engine. But can Arvind? By the way,
So
last
rook
move was the time
g4
control.
is the only move, right, for
Yeah,
Arvind to get back in the game.
but it's logical. Like h3 pawn दूंगा तो of course I'm lost. You know, like it's not, ये pawn तो बचाना ही है। h4 खेलता हूँ तो queen h3 वैसे भी आ ही रहा है। g4 खेलता हूँ तो knight f4 आ रहा है। That doesn't look healthy. So I have no other ways of saving this pawn, right? Is there a way? King f पे तो check आ जाएगी।
कि h2 खेलूंगा तो भी rook f2 चेक है, या rook g4
Yup.
is definitely logical.
I think this is a lucky break for Arvind. Yeah, because there's only no other move apart from rook g4, I feel, to stop, save that pawn.
I agree.
बुलेट चैंपियनशिप चैट 9:30 PM एज यूजुअल। सो जैसे मैंने कहा, पहले मित्रवा का मैच होगा, देन अर्जुन का मैच होगा, देन निहाल का मैच होगा। सो लकीली कोई क्लैशेस नहीं है, वी कैन एंजॉय ऑल ऑफ देम, एंड विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी कौन जीतता है आज वहां पे। निहाल अगेंस्ट फिरूजा इज द स्टार मैचअप, मैन। आई एम सो एक्साइटेड फॉर दैट मैच एक्चुअली। That's like an insane matchup, right? Beautiful event, I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mhm.
Like I don't even know who wins that one. That's so crazy, actually.
And it's like, wow, 30 seconds of pure fun.
30 minutes.
Sorry, 30 minutes. Sorry.
राकेश भाई 30 मिनट्स को 30 सेकेंड 30 सेकेंड्स को 30 मिनट्स करते रहते हैं बस.
कल भी हुआ था, correct. And here's Arvind playing. Bhaiya, 2.5 minutes. Last move of the time control. Rook G4 has to be played, Tinku.
भाई 2 मिनट, कम ऑन अरविंद, दिस इज द चांस यू बीन वेटिंग फॉर.
Tinku, do you think he'll do it? Do you think he'll find it?
He has to. I don't see anything to
No,
do, Rakesh bhai.
what? What? Queen D3? Eh? Hi.
But wait, okay, so idea is if you take here, I'm gonna take here, but you can't take here, right? So it's rook h4 first. That's the trap. Rook h4, queen goes back, and then what? Rook d4, kya?
Queen है ना, हो गया ना वो knight.
Apparently rook here is the
Hi,
move.
rook
ताकि rook f3
H5.
पे queen से मार सके. Okay, there is a trap here on queen h3, but rook f3 is just losing on the spot apparently again. So Arvind misses that. And now 40th move for Rapport. So maybe the 40th move will save Arvind again. But it feels like Rook F3 is a winning move. And Rook F3 ke baad, Rakesh bhai, um, wherever you move the queen, I'm just going to take on H3, threaten Rook F1 mate. So this knight is basically, it's not really an attack.
Uh-huh. Oh, Richie about to play this.
Basically, queen knight को defend कर रही है ना, तभी queen h3 direct पे there was rook h4 because there was no mate here. Once I distract your
Got it.
queen from the square, then queen h3 works again.
Yeah,
So
and another variation, nice variation is let's show Rook F3, Queen E2, Tiku, quickly.
yeah,
Queen H3. Now you
yeah,
can't play Rook H4 QK. Rook F1, Rook F1,
yeah,
Queen
yeah.
F1, and Queen
Queen
G3
g3
है ना मेरे पास.
सीधा ही मर रहा है.
Yeah, yeah, that's GG's.
ओ मैं ड्रॉ, वाह यार मैं
What?
कैसे
Tiku.
मैं ये कैसे मैं ड्रॉ के, मैं हार के मुंह से ड्रॉ, पता नहीं जीत की मुंह से ड्रॉ निकाल लेता हूँ मैं. 93
नाइट
क्वीन क्यों नहीं
E3 में
मारा
क्वीन ही मर रही है ना. बट
भाई.
क्या टैलेंट है यार टिकू.
भाई अलग ही
बढ़िया.
टैलेंट है भाई मेरा. सॉरी अरविंद भाई, मैं नहीं खेल रहा हूँ. भाई क्या बोलूँ.
Yeah,
अलग ही
Richie
ये
about
टैलेंट भी
to
स्पेशल.
play
हाँ.
under 3 minutes, but Tiku, I think him not finding Rook G4 just shows even Arvind is also out of form somehow.
Yeah,
Just not his
have,
tournament.
yeah, this is not his tournament. I think this is a wake up call as well. थोड़ा काम करना पड़ेगा. Let's see what
हाँ,
happens.
हाँ. Ooh. So, Dr. Dumodres, please someone give him a coffee. भाई यार, chat. Hi, Dhairya Shah giving us very good information that tiebreak one is head to head. So in case Prag wins tomorrow, he wins the event.
Yeah, but
भाई
what if four people are tied for first? Then तो
नहीं तो
it's
वो सिंदारो नहीं आएगा, ठीक है. सिंदारो नहीं जीतेगा, प्रग जीत जाएगा और अर्जुन भी जीता बिकॉज अर्जुन हैज मतलब played well against both Abdu and Arjun. Prag will win the event. दोनों दोनों
got
से
it,
जीत
got
गया है
it,
वो.
got it, got it. You're right, you're
कल
right.
के
There's no
स्ट्रीम बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है चैट, तो आपको साढ़े
बिल्कुल
ग्यारह बजे
chat.
सुबह आना ही पड़ेगा.
बिल्कुल, but the thing is कि उसके लिए हराना है उसको. But that's a big deal if you can do it on demand. Black pieces say that will be a huge achievement, and he will deserve that first rank, and of course the FIDE circuit points that go with it, Rakesh bhai. That's more important, I feel.
26 huge points. By the way, Tiku has
हाँ.
only chance for Arvind to win. You need that stroke of luck. Has Richie forgotten that 40th move? Uh,
Bhai, I'm telling you, that's not how you even want to win, bhai. Like that's, I, oh,
yeah,
that's
but
so.
that's the only way because शायद आपको लग रहा है कि हो गए 40 move and you're just thinking आराम से.
नहीं नहीं
Why
नहीं,
he's
that's
under 1 minute. Tiku.
oh. यार टाइम प्रेशर माइट इंड्यूस अ मिस्टेक दो, इट इज पॉसिबल चैट की एक टाइम प्रेशर में गलती कर दो आप, एनीथिंग इज पॉसिबल।
रिची अबाउट टू प्ले बाय 45 सेकेंड्स। भाई अरविंद मेडिटेट कर रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है ना।
भाई अभी भी नो मूव्स, एंड
ओ
ही
रुका
फाइंड्स द बेस्ट मूव रूक F3। सो रिचर्ड रैपवर्ड कह रहा है सॉरी स्टॉकफिश जी, एक चाल के लिए मैंने आपको थोड़ा एम्बैर, ओ ही प्लेज योर मूव राकेश।
या या मोस्ट ऑब्वियस मूव एंड क्वीन H3 वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट इट। या रिची जस्ट चेकिंग भाई, 40 मूव हो गया ना दोनों साइड पे।
वाओ,
And
चैट दिस इज गोइंग डाउन एंड
देखो टुडे आवर मूव्स हैव बीन ऑन पॉइंट, आवर प्रेडिक्शंस मतलब जो अपन लाइन दिखाते हैं चैट को वही हो रही है बोर्ड पे भी।
बिल्कुल भाई, भाई वही स्टॉक, अगर अगर रैपोर्ट भाई स्टॉकफिश तरह खेलेंगे और हम स्टॉकफिश को देखेंगे तो भाई बढ़िया है ना, सिंक बैठ गया।
ये भी होगा।
मेहनत ही नहीं करनी भाई दिमाग लगाने की फिर।
तो मतलब आई थिंक चैट इफ यू आर गेटिंग सम गुड फन एंड एजुकेशन, एक लाइक तो बनता है बिकॉज यू नो वन लाइक इक्वल्स टू वन प्रेयर फॉर
या
फोर।
या
भाई 10
उफ।
सेकेंड्स।
नहीं नहीं, 40 मूव ना भाई, अब स्ट्रेस नहीं है।
भाई
वो चेक कर रहा
ही
है
स्टिल
वो
चेकिंग,
स्कोर शीट देख रहा
चेक
है भाई।
कर रहा है
आई
भाई वो
थिंक इट्स
डर
टू
गया
लेट टू
थोड़ा।
चेक द स्कोर शीट राइट, 4 seconds बचे हैं भाई। ही लुक्स एट द क्लॉक नाउ, कहता थैंक गॉड भाई बैक डाउन नहीं हुआ, 30 मिनट मिल गए।
भाई क्या अलग ही स्ट्रेस है ना ये।
हाँ भाई, मैं
पहले पता
ये
है
फालतू का स्ट्रेस है
2025
ये नहीं
में,
कि। हाँ,
वही तो 2025 में ये टेक्नोलॉजी तो होनी चाहिए कि 40 बार दबा दिया क्लॉक तो ऑटोमेटिकली टाइम बढ़ना चाहिए।
आई थिंक उनको आर्बिट्रेटर को स्ट्रेस ये रहता है कि अगर गलती से पहले एक्स्ट्रा दब गई, मान लो क्लॉक कई बार प्ले गलती से दबा देते हैं ना, तो देन
हाँ
30 उस पर टाइम बढ़ जाएगा एंड देन दैट कैन बी एन इशू।
अरे बट इशू तो ये भी है ना भाई, गलती से बढ़ होने का चांसेस ज्यादा है या प्लेयर हार
भाई बट
जाए।
इमेजिन 39 मूव्स पे हो, अपोनेंट के पास 2 सेकंड है एंड देन ही गेट्स लाइक 30 minutes एडेड, एंड देन आर्बिटर को आना है, फिक्स करना है, लाइक दैट्स इनफ टाइम फॉर हिम टू फिगर आउट। तो आई गेट द एंगल, बट आई एग्री विद यू, कोई टेक्नोलॉजी होनी चाहिए जहां पे दिस इज नॉट हाउ इट शुड वर्क यार।
करेक्ट करेक्ट। स्पीकिंग ऑफ फिक्सिंग, टिको भाई मे बी आपका कैमरा शायद फिक्स कर लीजिए।
हाँ मैं कर रहा हूँ,
बैटरी
बैटरी
बैटरी इज
खत्म,
आउट।
चेंजिंग इट।
या फिर सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि अरविंद हैज लॉस्ट, सो जस्ट सी इफ यू
क्या
वांट टू डू
बात
दिस और
कर रहे
नो।
हो यार।
या वन सेकेंड,
भाई
if you
साहब,
if you know if you can see queen H3 के बाद rook H4 is lost as we show
भाई रैपोर्ट
you
पानी की
guys
बोतल खत्म
right
कर
now.
रहे हैं भाई, दैट्स अ साइन।
Shreyan is saying sorry to say this is a completely hopeless position, and I agree.
भाई, भाई वेट व्हाट।
Hi. Dhruv is asking what time does the stream start tomorrow? I think it's 11:30 a.m.
या
IST.
11:30 AM, एंड बाद में फिर बुलेट चेस भी शाम को होगा, बिकॉज निहाल आई थिंक हैज ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड फॉर डे 3 रिगार्डलेस ऑफ व्हाट हैपेंस। सो
Yeah. Correct.
कल तो स्ट्रीम होगी होगी, and I'm hoping he defeats Fizra today because then he has a chance at winning the event itself. That's crazy. Bullet Chess Championship Hikaru nahi khel raha hai luckily this time. This is a golden opportunity to become the Bullet Chess champion.
And if Nihal beats Firuja, he also plays the finals today itself, right?
नहीं फाइनल्स आज नहीं है, फाइनल्स फिर आई थिंक
Final
इज
कल है।
ऑन ऑन डे 4 या डे 3, आई डोंट रिमेंबर एग्जैक्टली, बट वो चेक कर सकते हैं बाद में। बट आज सिर्फ एक ही मैच होगा उनका। पहले लूजर्स राउंड 1 है, मितवा प्लेस, देन लूजर्स राउंड 2 दैट अर्जुन प्लेस, एंड देन द विनर्स का सेमीफाइनल्स।
और उसके बाद वो ग्रैंड फिनाले या जो भी होगा वो भी होगा फिर तो।
हाँ वो 4 डेक होगा। दैट्स अ बिट इजियर बिकॉज उस दिन सुबह स्ट्रीम नहीं है, सो थोड़ा रेस्ट मिल जाएगा भाई कमेंटेटर्स को भी। बट
ट्रू।
आज और कल वार्ड लगने वाली है भाई। मीनवाइल रैपोर्ट भाई going to the final calculations. Is there something Arvind can do, या फिर सूत्र सही है?
हाँ मेरे को तो लग रहा है सूत्र सही है भाई।
अरविंद सो रहा है या इजी कौन सी मेडिटेटिंग, आई एम नॉट एबल टू सी क्लियरली। बट हाँ, पीछे भाई बहुत सारा एक्शन हो रहा है इवन चुप के बोर्ड पे। बट आई एम होपिंग वी हैव अ कपल ऑफ क्विक मूव्स सो दैट Arvind is put out of his misery.
Any puzzle books? I would say books are awesome, but puzzle books पुराने ज़माने में बहुत popular थी because there was no digital media. Nowadays, I think you can, of course, do books, but I personally would just solve online puzzles. I think I really love that. Um, Even starting with chess.com puzzles is one option, and you can have other options as well. You set up the position on the real board. I think I kind of like the fact that it's variable. Like as I improve, the puzzles की strength improves. Books में क्या है कि it's based on certain players जो author के दिमाग में है. तो it's not relative to your strength sometimes. तो yeah, but I think yeah, books में तो I think I don't know Rakesh bhai if you have any recommendations, but um, I to like solving online puzzles more.
Yeah. I think my favorite is chess.com/puzzles by unlimited, more than 1 lakh puzzles. And the best part, if your friend or the engine or your coach just says, ये XYZ theme, double attack, discovered check, any theme आपका weakness है, you can practice exactly those puzzles. And in fact, there's also a rating range. अगर आपके rating के आसपास आपको range डाल के भी आप solve कर सकते हैं. So that is definitely one big thing. 5 puzzles you get for free every day. And also you get one puzzle rush survival mode. So kind of many puzzles. And अगर आपके पास membership है, so that is unlimited puzzles for you guys. So do consider getting the ChessCon Diamond membership, Gold membership, or Platinum membership. Chat.
हाँ भाई क्या मतलब पूरा वो रेलवे की एड की तरह फेल दिया भाई.
सही में.
प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 4 पे आ रही है.
रिचर्ड पे आप जल्दी से खेल रहे हैं. रिची यार, अरविंद यार.
भाई अभी दिखाएगा पजल रश का जादू रैपोर्ट, तुम वेट करो भाई, अभी दिखाएगा भाई, वो भी कोई पजल रश ही
एंड
करने वाला
देखो,
है.
देखो वही, क्योंकि हमने पजल रश किया. लेट्स यू शो चैट वन लास्ट टाइम. क्वीन
हाँ
H3 मारा.
हाँ हाँ
आपको अटैक करना ना मेरे रुक पे, मैं नहीं डरता हूँ. आ जाओ, रुक H4 आ जाओ.
हाँ, रानी पे अटैक.
And then ulta attack with ultimate rook F1, check it, rook F1, queen G3 check, good move, queen G2 mara, king se mara. And now not queen H4 because then the game is drawn, but instead of that, knight E3 check wins you the queen and the game.
अब सारा दिखाऊंगा भाई, अब तो सारा दिखाना है भाई, ऐसे नहीं भाई.
अरे भाई भाई, बढ़िया. अरविंद तो पेन लेके रुका है. He's just waiting for Richie to play queen H3.
या आज लिटरली पेन हाथ में लेके बैठा है यार अरविंद,
Exactly.
है ना. दैट्स नॉट नॉर्मल राइट, लाइक यू वेट. ऐसे होता है, ऐसे किया आपने कभी? मैं तो कभी नहीं किया होगा.
मतलब बचपन में किया होगा, अभी पिछले कुछ सालों में तो नहीं.
या हार्ड मोमेंट फॉर अरविंद ऑफ कोर्स चैट. आई मीन 8 games, 4 losses and 4 draws is not really how he must have wanted to end the event and one round to go. And of course, he is black against Arjun tomorrow, so that doesn't really help. Arjun will be rearing for a win tomorrow after this loss today as well. So not gonna be easy for Vind. And Rakesh, like, what is the first thing you do after such a tournament? Like, let's say he does manage to even draw tomorrow. Like, how do you kind of approach your practice now? Like, what do you do?
I think firstly जो leaks है गेम में वो fix करनी पड़ेंगी. Just seeing where and what he is doing wrong. And yeah, try to just avoid or stop those mistakes. Maybe change थोड़ा सा आपका routine preparation opening wise भी. Well, at the highest level, openings matter a lot. And maybe that is where, because I think probably first super tournament for Arvind.
Yeah.
And openings, yeah, पता नहीं कहाँ पे मार खाई, but definitely he and his coach will have a long discussion about this and how he can improve. And BL Masters is Arvind's next tournament, so hoping Arvind makes a comeback there.
Yeah, I mean, 1 year back, like not enough people knew about Arvind. Now everybody knows, so he's made an impact. But I think there's a lot more to Arvind, and maybe we see that in the next event. But as of now, he's going to lose another 6 or something rating points, Rakesh Bhai. And yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, if he had a time machine, I think he's going to go back and not play this event.
Yeah, yeah. Now he looks also defeated just on the camera, as you can see. So,
Yeah, yeah, agreed.
काफी sad.
This commentary is so unreal. It's like someone's personal stream, no concern for the image. कौन सी image भाई और किसकी image ये तो बता दो. Hope he gains rating soon. I mean, we're hoping for it. But I think the first thing is his tomorrow's game is the first concern because emotionally it's difficult to sit down now with the black pieces, defend against a so well prepared Eddie Garcia Arjun जो कोई कल कोई नया opening idea लेके आएंगे. To sit down there and then defend, it's not gonna be easy for Arvind. Just playing Softwish man. Yeah, I think Rapport अभी सोच रहा है. I think he of course knows he's winning. ना उसको कोई stress नहीं है. He knows कि भाई I just need to play 2 good moves and the game is over. So it makes sense. He just pauses, thinks, and just plays and finishes the game off. Okay, the next event starts from 2nd July, GCC Zagreb, जहाँ पे Magnus भी होगा, along with Prague as well. So that's going to be an exciting event. Rapid Blitz होगा. So we'll see Magnus play both Gukesh and Prague thrice each. Rakesh bhai. So that will be very interesting. And Gukesh की गेम पे Prague की गेम पे भी, but I think Gukesh की गेम पे specifically बहुत नजर होगी लोगों की. How do they play each other after that crazy game last time? Yeah.
That table banging game.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I think that game was a banger.
या आई थिंक म्यूजिक में हेड बैंगर बनता है, चेस में टेबल बैंगर है. सो अपना अपना चलता है हर किसी का.
Yeah, for sure. And three games, मतलब one rapid and two blitz games between the world champion and the world number one coming up. सीधा प्रसारण आपको जागरेब से मिलेगा from संवाददाता साहिल टिक्कू और
नहीं भाई,
ग्रैंड
जागरे से थोड़ी
मास्टर
मिलेगा.
महेश तोमर.
फरीदाबाद और बुडापेस्ट से मिलेगा भाई.
अरे बट गुकेश तो उधर खेल रहा है ना, जागरेब
हाँ, बट
में.
सवाल आता तो यहाँ पे है ना भाई.
हाँ, संवाददाता घर से काम कर रहे हैं, वो बात अलग है.
सही में.
भाई आप जब भी आई थिंक ब्रेक पे गए थे ना, चैट में किसी ने लिखा था साहिल इज डूइंग सो मेनी स्ट्रीम्स ही डिजर्व्स अ रेज. तो
ओह.
वो क्लिप करके अवध भाई को थोड़ा भेज दो.
भेजता हुआ आवाज भाई को, उतना भी टाइम नहीं है भेजने का. मे बी सम अदर टाइम. रैपोर्ट भाई अगर जल्दी कर ले तो मजा आ जाए. लेकिन
सच्ची यार, लाइक ही इज थिंकिंग. भाई 15-20 मिनट नहीं, 12 मिनट हो गया एंड ही
भाई,
हैज नॉट
रैपोर्ट
प्लेड.
भाई गलती करना है, ब्रिंसी खेलनी है, जो करना है करो, मगर जल्दी करो भाई.
या वी आर रेडी फॉर एवरीथिंग.
Pressure is too much, yeah. चेस बहुत हार्ड गेम है भाई. लेट्स जस्ट पुट इट दैट वे. सुपर हार्ड टू प्ले. एक गलती बस पूरा ऐसे, you lose one game, then second next game you are tilted, you lose that, then 2 गेम हार गए, अब तो हार ही नहीं सकते, फिर तीसरी हारते हो, and then suddenly you are having the worst round of your life. 4 हार गए, like it just keeps going on. Tilt पे tilt,
या
and सामने
एंड
कोई
देन
आसान ओपोनेंट नहीं आ रहा.
true and worst case then you have like Sahil and Rakesh commentating on your games and you have to watch that in your hotel room alone. And Qureshi
Yeah.
on the board.
Wow. Wow. And Rook D4 played in a second. I think Arvind is already like,
Yeah,
okay, I
given
think
up.
I'm done. Now Rook
भाई
G3
तो रिजाइन
check
ही कर दो
chat.
ना फिर, ऐसा क्यों खेलना है टिको.
Yeah, I think Rook G3 check is the winning move chat now. Knight takes G3, Queen G3 check, King H1. And now I think you have multiple winning moves. I think the simplest that I see is Rook to F2, threatening mate. If you give up the queen, of course, you lose. So check only move, King H7, Queen E4 check. And now simply g6, and there is no queen e7. It's very close, by the way, because initially लगता है queen e7, knight e7, rook e7, king g8, rook d8, mate, मगर there is rook f8, राकेश भाई, super close.
ओह, अगर मतलब ये ऐसा एक ट्रैप होता तो अरविंद को ना अगले साल के ऑस्कर्स में एंट्री मिलती थी, because he's acting like he's lost, but yeah, Richie completely winning here.
Yeah. Rapport is also pretty nice. I know. Like genuine बंदा है. बात होती है, साज भाई बताते हैं. But फिलहाल के लिए, I think Rapport is gonna play Rook G3 in just about a minute or so, chat. Super hard, super hard. राकेश भाई, कल अब अर्जुन ने तो ओपनिंग तैयारी कर दी होगी चालू भाई. वो कल, वो अर्जुन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से he still has a chance to finish first, right? If, okay, maybe not really, but whatever. Like he will of course push.
अरे 100%, why not push? मतलब white कौन actually? टिकू, that would be
White is
interesting.
अर्जुन, वही तो कह
अरे
रहा हूँ.
भाई, फिर तो चांस ही नहीं है कि ये कोई लूज ड्रॉ हुआ मिलने वाला है आपको. एंड आई कैन सी जस्ट इन दिस टूर्नामेंट भाई -18 बिफोर दिस गेम. एंड इनफैक्ट उसका कम पॉइंट गिर रहे क्योंकि ही प्लेड अ डिसेंट टूर्नामेंट इन अर्मेनिया. सो आई थिंक इज नॉट लुकिंग गुड फॉर अरविंद चिदम्बरम हियर.
Yeah.
भाई क्योंकि प्रग भी तो जाएगा ना, प्रग विल गो ऑल आउट, नथिंग टू लूज है प्रग के लिए
Yeah.
अगेंस्ट नोडेलबेक. And that
Yeah.
opens up the door for Ajju bhai.
Yeah. Pulisic starts at 9:30 p.m. by the way, and three have chances to win the tournament are Nodirbek, Prague, and Arjun. Um, I think so. Yes. So I can see already that Sindaro has drawn somehow. Wow. So he
Okay.
survived that game. Sindarov goes to 5 actually. So not really. So Nodirbek, Sindarov, Parag, Arjun all having chances. And Sindarov plays, who does he play tomorrow? He plays, where is Sindarov's name? Yeah, he plays Maksudlu with white. So if Sindarov wins and Nodirbek loses, Sindarov could also win the event actually.
भाई that ये तो out of syllabus player आके जीत जाएगा मतलब.
Yeah. मिस्टर रियल भाई, थोड़ा स्ट्रेस कम ले लाइफ में भाई. लगता है पहली बार आया तो कुछ आइडिया है ही नहीं. तो आप मेरे ख्याल से ग्लोबल चैनल देखें भाई, एंजॉय करें. फिलहाल के लिए रैपर भाई ने आंखें आईब्रोज रेज कर दी हैं. एंड नाउ ही इज थिंकिंग, ओके व्हाट इज अरविंद्स प्लान. भाई अरविंद्स पेन इज रेडी, आई डोंट गेट दैट. लाइक ही इज गिवन अप ना, ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है ना यार. और इट इज मी राकेश भाई, ऐसे लग रहा है.
Yeah, yeah.
He looks ready to resign here actually.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. And Rook G3 is like the first move you consider here. Literally, that's the first move that comes to mind as black.
Sachin Singh bhai, no. If Sindaro wins tomorrow, then it's not over for everyone because Nodelbeck is in the lead, no?
Yeah.
Nodelbeck can actually win the tournament outright by beating Prag. So
If
we'll see.
Noderbek draws, I think draw would be great for Noderbek, right? Because he gets first for sure, and then um, Sundarov has to win to tie. So draw will be great for Noderbek as well.
And also, I think Tiku bhai, more importantly, tournament chodo, FIDE circuit points also get divided.
Yeah, they do. And फिलहाल के लिए white के pawns are getting divided. Rook takes g3, brilliancy by the way, by Rapport. Another one, as you know, a famous DJ used to say, knight takes g3. DJ नहीं भाई, क्या जो भी है वो, queen g3, king h1, and now rook f2 is the winning move. Knight f4 also wins, but
But
that just
Rook
highlights
F2 is just, yeah,
on
on
the
the
board.
board.
I think it's time to resign for Arvind.
I think he'll try that. Oh, Queen E8, Queen E4 check.
Yeah, maybe. What
उसमें भी
trying for
भाई
sure.
चेस इज सो ब्रूटल. आप सब कुछ करोगे, लास्ट में आप किंग G8 के जगह किंग H8 खेलोगे टिकू, देन स्टिल यू आर लॉस्ट.
Yeah,
यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल.
yeah. Arjun lose like 26 points. That'll be tough. I mean, yeah, it is tough. There's no doubt about it. And that's why I say कल की game important है. Like I think for when he needs to not lose that somehow. कल भी मैंने यही कहा था, I know, but he needs that some satisfaction at the end of the tournament, right? Something to look back at and say, okay, मैंने ये तो किया. So and he resigns. He doesn't even try the Rakesh Bhai, and I think it felt that way, right? वो कब से pen पकड़ के बैठा था, and he knew it was a loss incoming pretty soon. And
Yeah.
I think the accuracy again, 86.8, that's quite low, I would feel. And Arvind is not going to be happy with this play. And Rapport squeezing out another win against an Indian player. I think he just kind of turns on into a different beast when Indians are playing.
True, true. And another game of an Indian losing, Indian scoring just 1 out of 3 Tico today, and
Yeah.
no game analysis between these two players either.
Yeah. Yeah. Understandable, though, I think. Arvind definitely not happy. And
For sure.
let's see how this time he gets up quickly and chat. इसका मतलब कि कल का game super important होगा. We'll have Prag first of all playing Nodrbek. That's a battle for first place potentially, and then we'll also have Arvind against Arjun. So it's going to be a super clash tomorrow. कल की stream chat सुबह 11:30 बजे. Anyway, can we have the commentators on screen एक बार के लिए? सुबह 11:30 बजे stream होगी. So hopefully I wake up in time and we start on time, and kal ka game will decide who wins Uzbekistan Chess Cup 2025. Rakesh bhai, fan predictions, who wins the event?
Oh, I think Prague has great chances because it's in his hands. He wins the tournament outright, and I know he's playing with the black pieces against the tournament leader Abdus Sadarov, but Prague is my pick. What about you, Tico, and what about you, Chat? Last question for the day.
I think Sindaro ko dar hai. Sindaro is there now. If he wins, then it becomes a problem.
Hmm.
So I'm worried about that. But I'm going to also choose Prague. Yeah, I'm going to hope that Prague wins. Arjun, of course, can also win, but I think the thing is, Prague अगर हारता है तो Nurbe goes ahead. So there's no chance for Arjun anyways. So you have to back Prague there to win that match against Nurbe, and let's hope for the best. So chat, Prague wins against Arjun today, and another loss for Arvind, who will of course have to look back at the drawing board and come up with some solutions there. And camera भी झूमता जा रहा है. So राकेश भाई हम भी झूमते हैं जाके डिनर करते हैं. And then of course I'll be back chat with Bullet Chess Championship tonight 9:30 बजे with Mitraba first. Then we'll have Arjun again playing, and then we'll have Nihal versus Firuza. We cannot miss that semi-final. So Rakesh bhai, thank you for joining. गला बज गया थोड़ा बहुत. Nidhi bhai, amazing
Yeah.
broadcast. Nidhi bhai ka one of the last broadcast, by the way. So that's also crazy. Old memories. And chat, thank you for joining. We'll see you in just about 1.5 hours or so. Bye bye chat. Take
Bullet
care.
Chess
मैं
Championship.
कल
Thank
बोलने वाला था
you.
आज के अभी अभी आना है भाई. So bye bye
वही
chat.
तो.
Take care and good night.